was delayed. Jeffrey Wood is facing multiple charges, including theft over $5,000, forgery, and stolen property. The portrait was stolen from the Fairmont Chateau Laurier Hotel in Ottawa 2 years ago, and it was replaced with a fake. Wood was arrested nearly a year back. The iconic portrait was recovered in September and repatriated to Canada in a ceremony at the embassy in Rome. Toronto police have released a video showing a high-risk takedown of robbery suspects in North York. You can see the moment that unmarked cruisers boxed in a stolen car on Wednesday. It happened near Bathurst Street and Wilson Avenue. Following behind the stolen car, a pickup truck that collided into the back of the car. The two other vehicles you see are the unmarked police cruisers. Police did not say if anyone was injured in the collision. During the arrest, police recovered a hammer and a loaded handgun. 4 suspects have been arrested, and 3 of them teenagers. They're believed to be responsible for 3 robberies in the city this month. Well, there's a measles outbreak in northern Alberta, but the province's health minister says getting the vaccine is a parental choice.
There's a worldwide increase in measles, and it's a concerning finding to see a case in Alberta.
Health experts reiterating the importance of getting a measles vaccine. As of right now, there are 6 confirmed cases and 1 probable case since the outbreak was declared Sunday. We've been following the outbreak closely in Ontario as well. The outbreak in that province happening in 11 public health units. As of Wednesday, 277 cases have been confirmed in Ontario. There are also 95 probable cases. Okay, with a look at your weather, it's over to the best in the biz, Kelsey McEwen. Hey, Kelsey.
Teddy, thank you, sir. We're going to take you live to Kenora, if we can. This view courtesy of FSET. How's it looking to start the day? Yeah, pretty cloudy. We've got significant snow on the ground. We're going to add to that as we head into the weekend, as there's a probable risk of freezing rain and perhaps up to 15 centimeters of fresh snow, along with very gusty winds. We've got a winter storm watch in effect. In terms of temperatures, here's where we're at this morning. A cooler start to the day, downright cold in Edmonton, feeling like minus 25, and the high staying firmly below 0. Winnipeg eastward, it is a lot warmer, but Winnipeg, your temperatures drop dramatically into tomorrow. Fresh snow in parts of Saskatchewan and freezing rain around the Regina area has prompted some warnings to be in effect this morning. Wood Buffalo being dropped from that snowfall warning, but as the snow moves eastward, so does the warning as well. Now, south of that, temperatures fluctuate over the next couple of days. Winnipeg, you're seeing the biggest drop from +7 today to -7 tomorrow. In Alberta, temperatures slowly rise over the next couple of days, and that's all due to the fact that the BC coast is going to see fresh precipitation, driving snow and rain there, but that will also drive Chinook conditions in Alberta on the east side of the Rockies. Now, we've got beautiful temperatures in the southern half of Ontario and Quebec over the next couple of days, but it is coming at the expense of some pretty active weather. Special weather statements for Saturday and Sunday due to heavy rain and embedded thunderstorms, that rain falling on frozen or partially frozen ground, while it's much more wintry precipitation farther north, as a Colorado low developing now begins to move its way in. Now here's a look at your local forecast. Well, in the 1940s, there were fewer than 20 whooping cranes left in the world. But now, thanks to a Canadian man's lifelong dedication, they've been saved from extinction.
Bringing a species back from the brink of extinction is hard, but it's not impossible. And it's required a lot of thinking outside the box.
That's a clip from Dances with Cranes. It's a new documentary highlighting the groundbreaking work by George Archibald and the International Crane Foundation. They've been able to grow the population of whooping cranes to 800, and conservation teams across North America continue to keep the species alive today. Megan Wenberg, who's the director behind Dances with Cranes, joins me this morning from Halifax with more. Megan, great to have you on the show.
Hi, thanks so much for having me.
This is the good news story we need today. So tell me, how did you come across George's story and the need to protect these beautiful birds from extinction?
Well, it dates back to me for the pandemic. I was reading a book, which is brilliant, called The Sixth Extinction, and started wondering if there were any cases where humans had actually turned things around for animals and made it so that they're still here. And the story of the whooping cranes was one of the very first ones that came up. And then quite quickly, I learned that there was a really interesting Nova Scotia connection because George Archibald, who's been so instrumental in saving them, grew up here and first learned about their plight when he was just a little boy in a one-room schoolhouse.
A lifelong passion for him, George, and the International Crane Foundation. They use some really creative ways to keep whooping cranes alive and repopulating. So I'm going to let you tell us what they do. It's pretty incredible.
Yeah, so George, he was initially got quite a bit of attention for dancing with this bird named Tex. It had imprinted on humans, so the only way to get it sort of in the mood to reproduce so they could artificially inseminate it was by dancing, because that's a pair bonding technique for cranes. And anyway, after they realized that that couldn't go on, and they certainly didn't want to have any more cranes imprint on humans, they started wearing these amazing costumes, which you can see now, dressing in big white robes with little crane puppets on their hands, and they use them to feed the chicks when there aren't enough crane parents available.
It's amazing. They're reenacting the role of a parent, such dedication. We see this work that George and other teams across the U.S. and Canada are doing to keep these cranes alive. But listen, there's a real environmental threat here. Global warming is affecting whooping cranes, and with less of them on Earth, what kind of impact does this have on ecosystems as a whole?
Well, that's something that people are certainly still very much studying. When we were filming, we were up in Wood Buffalo National Park, which is where the whooping cranes spend kind of the spring and the summer. It's where they nest and they lay their eggs, and they raise their chicks over the summer. And when we were filming, it was in 2023 when the crazy wildfires were just sweeping the whole area and getting closer to the nesting grounds. So there's still a lot of study needed to see sort of what the actual effects are on whooping cranes. But drought, they know drought certainly affects them significantly because it makes it easier for predators to get to the nests, and it also dries out food sources. So yeah, lots of potentially devastating effects.
Megan, for you, what is the biggest lesson that you took away from making this film?
For me, it was definitely a really hopeful lesson, just getting to see firsthand how decades of dedication and hard work and creative thinking worked to bring this species back from the very brink of extinction. So there were less than 20 left in the 1940s, but there are over 800 today. So they're by no means out of the woods, but the hard work that people have done on both sides of the borders has really made a huge impact. So it's a really hopeful recovery story.
A hopeful story. Megan Wenberg, Director of Dances with Cranes, thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you so much for having me.
Coming up after the break here on Your Morning, Vijaya Selvaraju is showing us 3 colorful recipes you can make to celebrate Holi. We'll be right back.
Being a dad and granddad means ensuring I've got all the tools to make the right choice. And now I'm in my 50s. That's more important than ever. That's why I'm choosing to look after my family, just in case.
Welcome to Senior's Choice, the #1 direct choice for Canadians over 50. How can I help?
Hi, I'd like a quick quote for Canadian seniors' life insurance, please.
If you're a Canadian resident aged 50 to 80, you can choose the right amount of coverage for you and your family up to $250,000.
That kind of money would help a lot.
You can choose to apply over the phone now in just a few minutes, with no medicals or blood tests needed, only a few health and lifestyle questions.
Okay, great.
Depending on the coverage you choose, it could be as little as $17.02 a month. That's just 56 cents a day.
That's less than I thought. And that money could help cover my funeral costs, settle debts, or help my wife with retirement planning. I'll do it. Now that's done, I can get on with something much more interesting.
To get a free, no-obligation quote, call one of our trusted insurance advisors today at 1-844-808-7120 or visit seniorschoice.ca.
Explore the world the Viking way. From the quiet comfort of elegant small ships with no children and no casinos. We actually have reinvented ocean voyages, designing all-inclusive experiences for the thinking person. Viking, voted world's best by both Travel and Leisure and Condé Nast Traveller. Learn more at viking.com.
First, we won J.D. Power, ranking Ram the #1 brand in new vehicle quality. Then we won 2025 Motor Trend Truck of the Year. Now, we're throwing our weight around even more with the new Ram Heavy Duty. Well, you know what they say. You win some, you win some. And every win is inspired by the ones who drive us. Ram, built to serve.
With 24/7 roadside assistance, help is always on hand.
Before you think 8 liters of cranberry juice is the only solution to your UTI, think pharmacist. Get an assessment and a prescription on the spot.
All right, my friends, today is Holi, the Hindu festival of colors and one of the most celebrated festivals around the world. Today, we're celebrating with colorful, tasty recipes to say goodbye to winter, and taking us through all the goodness, Vijaya Salvaraju. Good morning.
Hi,
welcome back.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
It's so good to see you. Happy Holi.
Thank you so much. This festival is all about color and inviting spring back into our lives, which I'm so looking forward to.
Me too.
And the recipes today have a ton of color, a ton of spice, and they're going to be really yummy.
I love that. And I wish it was smell-o-vision, because if you could smell in here, it is so tasty smelling. It's amazing. And don't forget as well, we're going to put a QR code up on the screen where you can find the recipes. So give that a scan. And let's dive in here. I love a good biryani, and that's what we're starting with, right?
So biryani is that beautiful layered rice dish with tons of spices. And this one's really simple and made with paneer. And we're going to make it a tri-color biryani because, of course, it's Holi, right?
Yeah.
So the base of our biryani is a sauce made with onions, ginger, garlic, tomatoes, a little bit of yogurt, as well as a ton of whole spices like cinnamon and cardamom, okay?
It smells so good.
So fragrant, right?
Yeah.
Like your favorite Indian restaurant.
Yeah, oh my goodness.
And then I'm going to tip in some paneer. So paneer is that Indian pressed cheese, usually found beside the cottage cheese at your grocery stores. So if you're looking for it, it's there.
Yeah.
And then we're going to go in with a ton of herbs. So I love fresh mint and coriander, or cilantro, as some people may call it.
Right.
And then give that a nice mix. So this is going to be the base of our biryani.
And I see that paneer. Paneer is the best.
Right? Paneer absorbs flavor so beautifully, and it has that nice springy texture to it as well.
I never thought of the absorbency factor.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
interesting.
It's going to be heavy on flavor.
Okay.
And then we have some roasted cashews that are going over the top, which are going to get nice and soft. And then this is some rice that I've cooked with a few spices. And this isn't cooked all the way, just partially.
Okay.
And then we're going to layer that over the top. And of course, because we want tons of color in this dish, I have some saffron water here. So saffron is the world's most expensive spice.
Yeah.
It's really beautifully aromatic, and it has this beautiful yellow color. So we're going to do a stripe of that. And then I have some food coloring here because we want it nice and colorful. So some pink. Now, this looks intense to start off with, but as it bakes up, it'll become nice and vibrant.
Intensely awesome.
Yes, exactly. And then a little bit of green as well.
Okay. And yeah, like you said, Holi is about colors.
Right.
Too,
And you know what? Typically, I should be wearing white. We should be out in the parking lot throwing colored powders at each other.
We should be.
Next year. Next year, right?
Next year.
Okay, so I'm going to grab this. You're going to cover it with a little bit of tin foil.
All right.
And
Let
then
me know if I can help.
And then pop it into the oven,
Yep.
a nice hot oven for about 15 to 20 minutes. That's all that it takes.
And through the magic of television?
Yes.
Boom!
Ta-da!
Oh my goodness! Oh, it looks and smells
Doesn't that look
so
amazing?
good.
And so my favorite tip for scooping out a biryani that has different colors like this is to use a small salad plate.
Oh,
and
I
that
love
way
that.
you keep all the color of the biryani.
Oh my goodness, look at that.
Do you see that?
Yeah.
So nice and colorful.
That is brilliant.
And a great way to invite your guests in.
Yeah, wow.
With their first bite. There we go.
Fantastic. I'm going to try that in just a bit.
Awesome.
Okay, and next up, I love a good French fry. You're kind of taking them to the next level for Holi. These are Manchurian fries?
These are Manchurian fries.
Okay.
It has that sort of Hakka-inspired Chinese Indian feel to it.
Love it.
And this sauce has a little bit of ketchup, tomato, onion, ginger, garlic, all of the hallmarks of great Indian food.
Yep.
Chilies, of course. And we're going to take the hot sauce and pour it over the hot, crispy fries.
Oh my goodness. What's the secret to getting super crispy fries?
Well, I love my air fryer.
Yep.
Not gonna lie. So you wanna let them go for a while. If you're doing them in the oven, you wanna get them into one even layer in the oven, and that way they don't crowd one another and they get nice and crispy that way. Or, you know what? If you're that person, you can deep fry.
Yeah.
And deep frying fries they're delicious.
I'm
right?
that person.
Yeah.
I'm not, you met him.
You love to hear it. All right,
I love
so I'm
that.
going to tip these fries out onto this plate. It's like tossing chicken wings, right?
Yep.
So same concept.
May I?
Yes, please. I'm going to garnish too.
Okay,
so.
I'll wait. Actually, I won't wait.
You won't wait.
Oh my goodness. Very good.
Really good?
Really great. Okay, and like every great meal, this one ends with dessert. What are we eating?
So this is a fruity coconut kheer. So kheer is a rice pudding, and I've sort of included coconut milk in there to give you that deep richness and tropical flavor. And because it's holy, a nice colorful fruit salad on top, some slivered pistachios, and you're good to go.
I love this. Thank you so much for being here. Happy Holy to everybody, and don't forget, scan that QR code for today's recipes, and we'll be right back, and we'll do a bit more eating, too.
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Now I'm in my 50s, I'm all about making the right choices, like eating right and staying healthy. And another thing I can choose is how to look after my family if anything ever happened to me.
Welcome to Senior's Choice, the #1 direct choice for Canadians over 50. How can I help?
Hi, I'd like a quick quote for Canadian seniors life insurance, please.
If you're a Canadian resident, age 50 to 80, you can choose the right amount of coverage for you and your family up to $250,000.
That kind of money would help a lot.
You can choose to apply over the phone now in just minutes with no medicals or blood tests. Just a few health and lifestyle questions.
Wow, that easy.
Depending on the coverage you choose, it could be as little as $14.88 a month. That's just 49 cents a day.
That's less than I thought. And that money could help my family cover my funeral costs, support my husband's retirement planning, or even pay off loans. I'll do it.
To get a free, no-obligation quote, call one of our trusted insurance advisors today at 1-844-820-8006 or visit seniorschoice.ca.
Shot and get dirty. Get dirty. Get dirty. Get dirty. Shot and get dirty.
Firsts can be intimidating. First drive, first handoff. For first fevers, trust Infants Tylenol, the #1 pediatrician and pharmacist recommended brand. Fast, effective relief for a lifetime of firsts.
Sounds like Ojo time. Feel the fun with all the latest slots and live casino games with huge progressive jackpots and all wins paid in cash. Groovy.
I love Parliament Hill. I love the drama. The stakes are so high. And Question Period is the landmark. Want to know what's truly going on in our country? Here's where you'll find out.
A lot of Canadians are saying, what's this government's vision for the future?
This is a place where real change can happen. Major players, tough conversations, everything off the cuff with real pressure to give honest answers.
These are big, big issues.
These are the people who make news. What they say drives what everyone in Canada is talking about. And right now, that's more important than ever.
Daddy, that man, he looks like a...
Congrats, that's huge.
Wow. Late bloomer. Catch up before the new season, April 11th, only on Crave.
Monday on your morning, gourmet green recipes for St. Patrick's Day that requires zero food coloring. Start your morning with us Monday on CTV.
Good. We are celebrating Holi with Vijaya Salvaraju. Vijaya, can you tell us just briefly a bit more about this dessert?
Yes, so kheer is a rice pudding, and this is a fruity coconut kheer. So I've added coconut milk in there, which gives you that lush, tropical vibe. Yeah. And then there are pistachios for that buttery crunch, as well as a beautiful fruit salad with kiwi, mango, strawberry, blueberries, pineapples.
It's delicious. It's just delicious.
I'm throwing
Almost
my fork over
down.
These fries are so good.
They're
Everything
so good.
is amazing.
Yeah.
And
thank you.
You're
Thank you very
beautiful.
much.
This is beautiful. Happy Holi. Oh my gosh.
Thank you so much, Marcia.
Yeah.
I just want to say a big shout out to everyone at Your Morning for being so welcoming and so gracious and so lovely to work with. It has been so much fun this week. You have the best crew.
Oh, thank you.
From
You've been
top
great.
to bottom. Yeah, it's been so fun. And now I get to end the week with food.
A sweet note.
Yeah, a sweet note.
Thank you for being here.
Have a
Bye,
great
guys.
weekend.
Bye.
Happy Holi, everybody.
Yes, we are the best.
Swiss Chalet Seafood Fest is back. Hurry in for Canada's famous rotisserie chicken paired with garlic shrimp, our delicious fish and chips, fish sandwich, or our popcorn shrimp appetizer. All here for a limited time, starting from only $16.99, only at Swiss Chalet.
Being a dad and granddad means making sure I've got all the tools for the job at hand so I can make the right choice. And now I'm in my 50s. Making the right choice is more important than ever. That's why I'm choosing to look after my family if anything happens to me.
Welcome to Senior's Choice, the #1 direct choice for Canadians over 50. How can I help?
Hi, I'd like a quick quote for Canadian seniors' life insurance, please.
If you're a Canadian resident age 50 to 80, you can choose the right amount of coverage for you and your family up to $250,000.
Wow. That kind of money would make a real difference.
You can choose to apply over the phone now in just a few minutes with no medicals or blood tests needed, only a few health and lifestyle questions.
Okay, great.
You're covered for the whole of your life. Plus, you also get a 100% advance for terminal illness.
Oh, that's good to know.
Depending on the coverage you choose, it could be as little as $17.02 a month. That's just 56 cents a day.
That's less than I thought. And that money could help cover my funeral costs, settle debts, or help my wife with retirement planning. I'll do it.
As you get older, it can feel like you have less choices. At Senior's Choice, we're here to help you have a say over your loved one's future. Senior's Choice are the #1 direct choice for Canadians over 50. Choose up to $250,000 of coverage. Choose peace of mind. Choose life with Senior's Choice.
Senior's Choice has given me genuine peace of mind. And now that's done, I can get on with something much more interesting.
To get a free, no-obligation quote, call one of our trusted insurance advisors today at 1-844-887-0087 or visit seniorschoice.ca.
McCain, together is golden.
First, we won J.D. Power, ranking Ram the #1 brand in new vehicle quality. Then we won 2025 Motor Trend Truck of the Year. Now, we're throwing our weight around even more with the new Ram Heavy Duty. Well, you know what they say. You win some, you win some. And every win is inspired by the ones who drive us. Ram, built to serve.
I grew up here, and so did a lot of the girls working the avenue today.
Saturday, 3 females have been found dead. Mickey, what's going on?
It's Casey.
Why are you looking into this?
She's still out there.
This thing is far bigger than we thought.
Mickey, don't go in!
You gotta let it go. Amanda Seyfried.
I'll let it go when I find her.
Long Bright River, 2-episode premiere. Saturday at 10, 7 Pacific on USA Network and Crave.
Mark Carney will be sworn in today as Canada's 24th Prime Minister, taking the reins at a time of unprecedented turmoil for the country.
We won't let things that we don't agree on stop us to agree on other things.
Foreign Affairs Minister Melanie Joly says she laid out Canada's stance on the tariff fight to U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio at the G7 summit in Quebec.
I thought it was incredible. We just got to watch the moon like slowly turn black and then turn red again.
A total lunar eclipse fills the sky over much of Canada. The rare blood moon happening at the same time as it goes through a full moon phase for March. You're watching CTV News Channel. I'm Roger Peterson. Thank you very much for joining us. Well, a live look outside Rideau Hall this morning, where in about 2 hours, Mark Carney will be sworn in as Canada's 24th Prime Minister, taking control of the country from Justin Trudeau at one of our most turbulent and critical times in Canadian history. The swearing-in ceremony will take place at 11 o'clock Eastern Time at Rideau Hall. Officials say Carney's #1 priority will be the escalating trade war with U.S. President Donald Trump. Carney will also unveil his cabinet this morning. CTV News has learned that Chrystia Freeland has been offered the post of Transport Minister. But some high-profile ministers, including Public Services and Procurement Minister Jean-Yves Duclos and Immigration Minister Mark Miller, are being dropped. Health Minister Mark Holland announced on Thursday that he is leaving politics. And CTV's Mike LeCouture is standing by outside Rideau Hall and joins us now to talk more about what we can expect for today. And Mike, thanks for joining us. We're hearing some names. Have you heard about any other names that might be in or out of this sleeker cabinet?
Yeah, we're hearing that it will be sleeker, maybe around 20 ministers, Roger, and that, of course, is a lot smaller compared to what we had as the current cabinet, which was about 37 ministers, if you include Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. So who we understand is staying in, François-Philippe Champagne, although what his role may be is unclear. Dominic LeBlanc, who is the current finance minister, he is believed to be staying in cabinet as well. Melanie Joly, we believe, will continue to be the foreign affairs minister. And then, of course, the changes that you're mentioning there, when you consider that the former finance minister and former deputy prime minister, Chrystia Freeland, being offered the role of transport minister, and also understanding that Stephen Guilbeault, who was the environment and climate change minister, his role will change significantly. We understand that because it is a sleeker cabinet, that he will also have combined roles, and that would be Quebec Lieutenant. He is also going to be Heritage, and he will be getting Parks Canada as well as conservation. And it's key to note that because we know that especially in Western Canada, he has been a bit of a lightning rod and he has been the face of the Liberal carbon tax. We know that the consumer portion of that is going to be going away, being phased out by Mark Carney. He's promised that during his leadership campaign. We also understand that another leadership contender, Karina Gould, who used to be government House Leader, she has not been offered a role in this cabinet either. Understanding as well what we're hearing from people inside Carney's camp is that that balance that we normally see around regional representation, that won't be there. The reason for that, this is really like a wartime cabinet that is focused on the problem at hand, and that is, of course, trade with the United States. The three words that we believe that we hear are basically going to be driving this government now are change, focus, and action. And that is what they're doing for this cabinet as well. Change to really show that this is a different government. The focused at the task at hand when you consider the problem that they have in action, taking action on that as well. We expect this government as well to get right to work. They have a cabinet meeting at 2 o'clock, Roger, and there could be something coming out of that as well. And then I think everybody sitting around here in Ottawa understands it's widely expected that we will be heading into an election shortly, although it doesn't seem like we'll be back here at Rideau Hall in the next couple of days, but maybe in about a week or so.
Okay. Mike, thank you for that update.
Thanks, Roger.
CTV's Mike LeCouture in Ottawa, and we'll check back with him soon. And joining me now is our CTV News political commentator and former NDP leader, Tom Mulcair. Tom, thanks as always for joining us.
Good to be with you, Roger.
Your thoughts on what you're hearing for names in this cabinet? Surprising, not surprising?
It is not surprising that Mark Carney wanted to send a very strong signal that he's going to start managing Canada. I mean, people have said that Carney doesn't have a lot of experience in politics, and that's true. He's going to pick that up, but he's a really good manager and administrator. Justin Trudeau was one of the best politicians I've ever seen, certainly one of the best of his generation anywhere in the world. But boy, he had the darndest time with managing anything because he had no experience in that. So we had massive deficits and a 40% increase in the size of the civil service. That, by the way, Roger, is one of the few things that Carney has criticized in the previous Liberal government. He's careful not to be too strong in his critique, but that is one that was easy. You know, that was low-hanging fruit that he could just pick and say, look, it makes no sense. We've had a 40% increase in the civil service and $17 billion in contracts to outside parties to do the work that the increasingly inefficient federal government couldn't do. So Carney is saying, look, we're going to downsize. This thing is going to be better run, and I'm going to be that solution. So it's a message. It's a political message, because not many of those ministers, no matter how many they are going to actually get to do anything for very long, because as you just correctly said, and I agree completely with your analysis, we're heading straight into a federal general election.
Sorry, I just had in my ear there that François-Philippe Champagne is going to be finance minister. What do you think about that?
That's a good, strong signal for the province of Quebec, because there are a couple of really key people that have just been bounced from cabinet. I mean, Mark Miller was a very capable guy, but he was, he was tied, to Trudeau. I mean, he was best man at Trudeau's wedding. So, it's very hard for Carney to say I'm a completely different person, and I have different people around me if he keeps all of Trudeau's buddies close. But I hope, to see Mark Miller in a key role after the next election. Jean-Yves Duclos was a bit of a surprise, too. I mean, very strong performer out of Quebec City, and you need your base in Quebec City. It signals to me, as somebody who works out of Quebec, that Carney must have a very strong candidate in mind for the Quebec City region, because it's a very proud place, Quebec City, and you got upwards of a dozen federal seats in the wider Quebec City area. And people are going to be watching very carefully. They're not going to take very kindly to the fact that the only person that they had in the federal cabinet is no longer there. So we'll see what Carney is able to come up with as a balm on those wounds. And then I would ask about Freeland and Gould. Freeland in, Gould out. Absolutely compulsory for Freeland to be in. Big ministry, transport, requires, she's very good. She's very task-oriented. She's great at getting stuff done. So, I mean, again, she's not going to be actually doing a heck of a lot. She'll show up for a few events, maybe a few more during the campaign related to transport. I think Gould is a capable person. She was the House leader. She wasn't in cabinet all the time that she had after she had been elected. She's shown her stuff. She shows that she's ready for a bigger role. And again, I think that once the election is over, if indeed the Liberals make it back in, then in that case, you can be expecting to see her either, again, as House leader, as she was very good at that, or in a ministerial portfolio. But for now, I think, Roger, the overarching message is we're going to run this place better, and it's going to be a leaner operation. And with one last question, with the election, who's going to pull the trigger on this? Will it be the NDP? Will it be the Liberals? I think that there is absolutely no reason for Mark Carney to let anybody else decide this. And that's why I don't think they're going back into the House of Commons. Prorogation ends Monday, the 24th, so in about 10 days. And that gives Carney a little bit of time. He might, for example, travel to Europe and meet some leaders and show his stuff. I'm not convinced he's going to meet with Trump. He gave a very good answer the other day saying, I'll meet Trump the day he stops talking about 51st state. Since Trump's not going to stop talking about 51st state, he's basically saying, I'm not going to put myself in the Zelensky position and wind up being humiliated by this blowhard. I'm just going to keep doing my stuff up here, and I'll take care of him later. And I think that that's really wise counsel on the part of Carney. So all in all, I think that Carney will pull the trigger as soon as he has to, which is around the date of prorogation. They might be able to stretch that out a couple of days. I don't see why they would go back into the House of Commons. Carney's not elected. He wouldn't even be there in question period. The opposition parties have all sworn to beat the government at the first opportunity. Why would the Liberals put their head on the chopping block for the opposition parties and let them decide the date of the election when he has free reign? He gets to decide the date and he gets to decide the length. And that's a strategic decision, Roger, because do the Liberals want to go as fast as possible during the honeymoon period for Carney, or are they going to say, you know what? Give us more like a 7-week campaign, and then we'll be able to show the inadequacies, from their point of view, obviously, of Pierre Poilievre. Poilievre is full of energy. He's a strong, very strong campaigner, as we saw during his leadership. He might like the longer campaign, but I'm not sure it would work in his favor necessarily. I think that they're going to have to think that one through very carefully. The longer campaign might actually help Carney, but we'll see what he and his advisors decide on that one. Okay, Tom, always appreciate your insight. Thank you for that. Good to be with you. Tom Mulcair, CTV News political commentator and former NDP leader. And stay with us here on CTV News Channel. Our special coverage of the swearing-in of Mark Carney starts at 10 a.m. Eastern, anchored by CTV News chief political correspondent Vassy Kapelos. Well, Foreign Affairs Minister Melanie Joly wrapping up the G7 foreign ministers meeting in Quebec today, and she was asked about how her interactions with new U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio went, given the fact that Canada and the U.S. are locked in a trade war. Joly had this to say about their meeting.
Of course, Canada's sovereignty is not up for debate, and we had a long conversation on tariffs and trade. The approach when it comes to a relationship with the U.S., and through my conversation with the Secretary, was we will put maximum pressure on the Americans. And meanwhile, we'll work on finding off-ramps. Because we know ultimately, at the end of the day, the Trump tariffs are going to hurt Americans.
And let's bring in CTV's Jeremy Chiron, who was at the meeting in Charlevoix, Quebec. Jeremy, thanks for joining us. What else did we hear from the minister about the meeting and about the gathering in general?
Yeah, Roger, look, I mean, a lot of talk about those tariffs, as you heard there. Maximum pressure and off-ramps is what they're looking for. That was kind of the theme in terms of tariff talks between Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Foreign Affairs Minister Melanie Joly. Look, it has become clear that the tariffs are here to stay, and Joly says that Canada has made its position clear, that they are continuing to put the pressure on. They're not going to let up, but they are collectively together looking for, you know, certain ways out of different portions of those tariffs. And so when it comes to other things that were discussed, leading into this summit, of course, Marco Rubio said he was not coming here to this G7 meeting to talk about taking over Canada. What we heard from Foreign Affairs Minister Melanie Joly is that that is something she did bring up during the meeting. She did address Canada's sovereignty and made it clear that, you know, that is not up for discussion. Canada will not become the 51st state. And she repeated that, she says, as she does every time she meets with the Secretary of State, that Canada is a sovereign country and that will not change. So we know that that was part of their discussion. We also heard from Joly today something that was a little bit surprising that we heard for the first time, which is that her counterparts in the G7 from the other countries were quite shocked to hear so many questions from the Canadian media asked to react about Canadian sovereignty. They still believed that this was a joke. They still thought that Donald Trump was joking around and that this was not serious. She said that she had to clarify to her counterparts that this is absolutely not a joke, that it is a serious threat. And so that goes to show, you know, how other countries view those comments and how they're approaching this. You know, it's almost so unbelievable that they really just didn't believe it. And Melanie Joly had to make it clear to her counterparts, no, this is serious. That's why you're facing questions about it.
All right. Jeremy, thank you for that update.
Anytime, Roger.
CTV's Jeremy Chiron in Charlevoix, Quebec. Live look now at Washington. A high-profile Canadian delegation has wrapped up a meeting with Donald Trump's Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnick, amid the escalating trade war.
Premier Ford, what do we take out of this? Well, we look forward to having a great discussion.
The delegation included Finance Minister Dominic LeBlanc, Industry Minister François-Philippe Champagne, and Ontario Premier Doug Ford. The meeting came after Premier Ford paused a surcharge he'd placed on the electricity Ontario sells to 3 U.S. states. That was in response to Donald Trump's tariffs. Now, excuse me, here's what Champagne and Ford had to say.
Well, we want to win, clearly. And I can tell you, when we know the rules of the game, we win. You just saw the hockey game recently. The thing is that what we came out today, we have a better understanding of the frame around the America First economic policy and trade policy they put together. That understanding, I think, is helpful. Obviously, those were private conversations, so we're not going to be standing here, Minister LeBlanc and I, with the ambassador to go into all the details of what we discussed. But I would say that we leave Washington, I think, better equipped in making sure that we can defend Canadian interests.
We've had a very, very productive meeting, obviously a very long one, too. We know that we're very close partners for many, many years. We want to make sure we continue building on that relationship. We feel that the temperature is being lowered. That's what we feel, the temperature is being lowered. And we've also agreed that we're going to have another meeting next week. And I think it's going to be very productive as well. We want the best outcome for both countries. We're like a family. Sometimes there's tension between families, but that was an extremely productive meeting.
A dramatic scene at the Denver airport where an American Airlines plane caught fire after landing. 12 people were rushed to hospital, thankfully with only minor injuries.
Oh, what happened?
The flight was heading for Dallas but diverted to Denver after the crew reported engine vibrations. Passengers climbed out onto a wing as smoke surrounded the aircraft. These slides were also deployed. American Airlines says the flight experienced an engine-related issue after taxiing to the gate. 172 passengers and 6 crew were on board. Coming up.
Detained in different jails for 11 days now, and I haven't been talked to by a single person.
A Canadian woman is detained in the U.S. following what she thought would be a routine visa application. Her story after the break.
the Australian Grand Prix on TSN and TSN+.
It was absolutely amazingly divine.
I thought that I was going to heaven.
Breathtaking. It is absolutely stunning.
I feel better about the world. I feel uplifted.
I have never seen a production any better than this, anywhere.
This has just been therapy for the soul.
It's a must-see. Must-see.
Make sure you see it. Make sure you see it.
Returning to 9 cities across Canada, starting March 21st. Tickets at shenyun.com.
A day in the life of your dog's mouth is not pretty. Luckily, they have you. You have new Dentalife Plus. Support their digestive or immune health while helping reduce tartar buildup and freshen breath. Purina Dentalife, for life.
The Ram 1500 wins on highways, on driveways. It wins in the backcountry and back in the city. Ram wins in quality and capability. No wonder it won Motor Trend's 2025 Truck of the Year. And that's worth celebrating. Visit the Ram Motor Trend Truck of the Year celebration event and get a 2025 Ram 1500 with 0% financing for 60 months. Plus get $4,745 in total value on Motor Trend's top choice.
Now is the time to book your ultimate voyage to Antarctica on Scenic Eclipse. With up to 10 dining experiences, rejuvenating wellness facilities, spacious suites, and unrivaled exploration. Choose to soar above or dive below for memories that last a lifetime. Enjoy exclusive savings on our 2025 to 2027 worldwide collection.
Home is where we do the things we love with the people we love. So what if we live tomorrow in the same place as we did yesterday? With help, we can. Home instead for a better what's next.
A Canadian woman who has been detained in the U.S. for 12 days is pleading for her release. The BC woman was trying to cross from Mexico into California when she was stopped over what she says is a visa issue. CTV's Alex Carpa talked to Jasmine Mooney to get her side of the story.
I've been here detained in different jails for 11 days now, and I haven't been talked to by a single person.
Jasmine Mooney, pictured here in happier days, managed to connect with a phone call from a regional detention center in Arizona.
It's the most inhumane thing I've ever seen.
My name is Jasmine Mooney.
Mooney says she was living in Los Angeles working for a beverage company called Holy Water when her visa was revoked. She's not sure why, but is guessing it had to do with what she was selling.
They had an issue with one of the ingredients and one of the products, and it was hemp, and I had no idea that that would be an issue.
Mooney was in Mexico and attempted to enter at a San Diego border crossing where she says she got her first visa approved. She was hoping to get another. Instead, she was detained.
I was in an immigration office reapplying for my work visa to America, which I previously had, and without any warning about what was about to transpire.
She's since been moved from San Diego to Arizona, where she says she's sharing a massive jail cell.
The food, it's not food. The water is disgusting. I didn't eat for the first 6 days because I knew I would get sick.
Alexis Eagles, Jasmine's mother in Abbotsford, BC, is desperate to get her daughter out.
We just aren't getting any results. We're very concerned about the living conditions that Jasmine is in right now, and we just want her home.
Global Affairs Canada told CTV News they are aware of Mooney's detention and are working to gather more information from American authorities. The family has started a petition and online pleas for Mooney's release.
It doesn't seem right. It doesn't seem like something needs to be done. We can't just leave her there.
Alex Carpa, CTV News, Winnipeg.
A chorus of boos greeted Vice President J.D. Vance at the Kennedy Center in Washington. Vance was there for a National Symphony concert alongside his wife. He smiled and waved as the crowd voiced their disapproval. Donald Trump recently took control of the National Cultural Center, and that has prompted backlash, with a number of artists canceling performances there in protest. Coming up, skywatchers delight. Astonishing views of the overnight lunar eclipse known as the Blood Moon. Stay with us. You're watching CTV News Channel.
Vengeance has no timeline with the mafia.
To build a truck like no other, we ask the tough questions. Like, what if intelligent power could take you further? Because greatness comes from daring to ask, what if? Right now, get 0% purchase financing on this F-150.
Oh, no. Don't go there. Don't go there. No, run. Aw, you're so cute. Okay, I think I got it.
What if I crashed through the window?
That's genius.
From business
Excellent.
to taking care of business, Rogers Xfinity Internet changes everything.
Kids, they just love to keep going. Having a blast? Go. Shining bright? Go. A snack with a good taste? Go, go. Go Squeeze. Snack on, play on.
You know, retirement doesn't have to mean giving something up. It should mean living life on your own terms. Well, thankfully, if you're a Canadian homeowner, age 55 and better, you can access some of your home's value in tax-free cash with CHIP. That way, you can live retirement on your own terms. Stay in the home and the neighborhood that you love. Because there's no place like home. Right, Rocky?
If you're 55 or older, call now for your free, no-obligation CHIP reverse mortgage guide. With CHIP, you could get up to 55% of your home's value in tax-free cash. Take only what you need in a lump sum or over time with no monthly mortgage payments required. Call 1-866-519-2447.
Maybe it's time for you to consider CHIP too.
Call now for your free no-obligation guide. Call 1-866-519-2447. That's 1-866-519-CHIP. Or visit chip.ca. Call CHIP today and live retirement your way.
There was a special treat overnight for those who had their eyes on the sky. A total lunar eclipse, known as the blood moon, cast a red hue over Canada and much of North and South America. This phenomenon occurs when the Earth is between the moon and the sun, and the moon passes through the shadow cast by our planet. The eclipse is the first of its kind since 2022. And here's what some stargazers in Toronto had to say about it.
It was awesome. It's a first time for me. It's first time for camera shooting.
It's a very exciting event. I think it's the first lunar eclipse of the year, and I'm very excited. Last time I was in Boston, and today I'm in Toronto, so I'm very happy.
I thought it was beautiful. It was really neat to see. I mean, I was excited to come out here, but I wasn't expecting it to be like that red. So yeah, it was really cool.
Now, the peak of the total eclipse was at about 2:30 in the morning Eastern, lasted for about an hour. Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese is speaking out after an American influencer uploaded a video of her snatching a baby wombat from its distressed mother.
Our gentle, lovely creatures, to take a baby wombat from its mother and clearly causing distress from the mother is just an outrage. And, you know, I suggest to this so-called influencer, maybe she might try some other Australian animals. Take a baby crocodile from its mother and see how you go there.
Sam Jones describes herself as an outdoor enthusiast and hunter. Her now deleted video sparked outrage across Australia after she shared it with her 92,000 followers on Instagram. It shows her picking up a baby wombat and running away with it. The young wombat can be seen struggling and hissing, its mother following close behind. Wombats are a protected species in Australia. Now, Jones has since left Australia and set her Instagram account to private. And as we head to break, another live look at Rideau Hall, where we're about an hour away, a little more than that, from the swearing in of Mark Carney as Canada's next Prime Minister. Our coverage continues.
Hey everyone, Mark Saltzman here with a look at the 2025 Chevrolet Equinox EV, front-wheel drive model, the most affordable electric vehicle in Canada with more than 500 kilometers of estimated range on a full charge. In other words, you don't need to break the bank on a gorgeous electric vehicle that's loaded with cool technology. a 17.7-inch diagonal infotainment touchscreen, an intuitive one-pedal driving option that makes city driving a stress-free ride, and available Super Cruise hands-free driving. And of course, you're getting up to an incredible estimated 513 kilometers of range on a full charge. Additionally, Google built-in compatibility can help you easily navigate to over 25,000 public charging ports across Canada, making it convenient to charge while you're on the go. More is at Chevrolet.ca.
Swiss Chalet Seafood Fest is back. Hurry in for Canada's famous rotisserie chicken paired with garlic shrimp, our delicious fish and chips, fish sandwich, or our popcorn shrimp appetizer. All here for a limited time, starting from only $16.99, only at Swiss Chalet.
Shot and get dirty. Get dirty. Get dirty. Get dirty. Shot and get dirty.
In Siggy's yogurt, every simple ingredient has a purpose. It's made with 3 times more milk for 3 times more protein than the leading yogurt. And low in sugar. Because at Siggy's, simple is better.
Now I'm in my 50s, I'm all about making the right choices, like eating right and staying healthy. And another thing I can choose is how to look after my family if anything ever happened to me.
Welcome to Senior's Choice, the #1 direct choice for Canadians over 50. How can I help?
Hi, I'd like a quick quote for Canadian seniors life insurance, please.
If you're a Canadian resident, age 50 to 80, you can choose the right amount of coverage for you and your family up to $250,000.
That kind of money would help a lot.
You can choose to apply over the phone now in just minutes with no medicals or blood tests. Just a few health and lifestyle questions.
Wow, that easy.
Depending on the coverage you choose, it could be as little as $14.88 a month. That's just 49 cents a day.
That's less than I thought. And that money could help my family cover my funeral costs, support my husband's retirement planning, or even pay off loans. I'll do it.
To get a free, no-obligation quote, call one of our trusted insurance advisors today at 1-844-820-8006 or visit seniorschoice.ca.
Crave is the home of award-winning originals.
I want my kids.
Made in Canada.
Right here at home.
By Canadians.
Sorry.
Our heroes.
Leonard Cohen.
Our passion.
I think we're going to be pretty good.
Our pride.
True North Strong and what?
Yes! Crave Originals. Experience uniquely Canadian stories. Crave. Endlessly entertaining.
A live look at Rideau Hall this morning. We're in about 90 minutes, maybe 2 hours. Mark Carney will be sworn in as Canada's 24th Prime Minister, taking control of the country from Justin Trudeau at one of the most turbulent and critical times in Canada's history. Now, the swearing-in ceremony will take place at 11 o'clock Eastern Time at Rideau Hall. Officials say Carney's #1 priority will be the escalating trade war with U.S. President Donald Trump. Carney will also unveil his cabinet this morning. CTV News has learned that Chrystia Freeland has been offered the post of Transport Minister. François-Philippe Champagne will become Finance Minister. And CTV's Mike LeCouture is standing by outside Rideau Hall and joins us now to talk more about some of those cabinet ministers we're hearing the names being bandied about. Are we learning any more, Mike?
Yeah, and I'll just pick up on what you had laid out there, Roger, the fact that François-Philippe Champagne going into finance, which is currently occupied by Dominic LeBlanc, we are hearing right now that he will be put into some role that will continue to maintain his Canada-U.S. relations. It could include trade at this point. That, of course, is occupied by Mary Ng. Don't have that confirmation just yet, but that we understand he will remain in that Canada-U.S. role. Foreign Affairs Minister Melanie Joly will remain in her role as well. And of course, we're hearing a number of other changes, but some of those others that are keeping their jobs, Jeanette Petitpas-Taylor, she will remain the president of the Treasury Board. So that is a person who essentially controls government spending and makes sure that things are balanced in that way. We also understand that Gary Anand-Sandaguri will be keeping his role as Crown Indigenous Affairs Minister, but will also get Justice Minister in addition to that. Chrystia Freeland, I believe, as you had mentioned, Transport Minister is where she's going. Camille Cara sounds like she'll be getting a promotion to the health portfolio. And then some of the other ministers that we understand will be maintaining portfolios. Possibly where they will remain is Jonathan Wilkinson, who's Natural Resources Minister. We understand that he will remain in that role or in that capacity. Of course, as we know, natural resources is part of the issue with the United States. So to have him there as somebody who's been down to the United States and in DC meeting with key players will be something that we understand will happen. Changing roles, Stephen Guilbeault, he was the Environment and Climate Change Minister, has been a bit of a lightning rod in certain parts of the country, like Western Canada. We understand that environment and climate change is essentially going to be split apart. He is going to become the Quebec lieutenant, somebody that was taking the place of Jean-Yves Duclos, who was in that role, but he is also going to get additional roles, Heritage Canada, as we understand, so official languages, also something including biodiversity and conservation and Parks Canada. So that still remains in his lane, but certainly not environment and climate change, Roger. But of course, a lot of moving pieces here, as we understand from Carney's camp, that this, the three words that people will be looking at and seeing today as themes are change, focus, and action. Change, because they want to make sure that they're showing that this is a completely different government. You'll see a ministry that is about 20 ministers compared to the 37 that Prime Minister Justin Trudeau had as a cabinet. And of course, a focus on the task at hand, which is that trade war with the United States, and then action. We're expecting a cabinet meeting at 2 o'clock today where some action will be taken, some sort of a decision going forward and some sort of initiative to plot out the direction of this new government, Roger.
And are we expecting, Carney, I'm sure there'll be lots of questions. Are we expecting him to take questions after this?
Yeah, right after the swearing-in ceremony, he will be coming outside here of Rideau Hall and taking journalist questions. Of course, a number of them will be, where he will be going in terms of the next week or so. Is there some sort of an international trip that he may have planned? Also, when will we be back here at Rideau Hall for him to ask the Governor General to dissolve government? It's widely expected that Parliament will not resume on March 24th when prorogation is supposed to end. We firmly believe that he will be calling an election and that we will likely be heading to the polls in sometime late April, early May, Roger.
Okay. Mike, thank you for that.
Thanks, Roger.
CTV's Mike LeCouture in Ottawa. We'll be back with him again. And stay with us here on CTV News Channel. Our special coverage of the swearing-in of Mark Carney starts at 10 a.m. Eastern, anchored by CTV News Chief Political Correspondent Vassy Kapelos. And of course, with the swearing in is also, we are in the middle of this trade war with the United States, and CTV's Kamal Karamali is standing by with more on that. And Kamal, we saw that meeting in Washington yesterday. Did anything come of that? Some good news?
The biggest takeaway from that, Roger, is that no, these tariffs, the 25% tariffs on aluminum and steel going from Canadian manufacturers into the U.S. will not be removed. But Ontario Premier Doug Ford did say that they are anticipating another meeting next week between the Canadian delegates and the U.S. Commerce Secretary. Just have a little bit of a listen as to what Ford said about the meeting yesterday, calling it very positive and very productive. Have a listen.
We feel the temperature's being lowered, and we've also agreed that we're going to have another meeting next week.
And so the meeting was between Ford, Canada's U.S. Ambassador Kirsten Hillman, federal ministers Dominic LeBlanc and Francois-Philippe Champagne. Champagne, we also heard that he said that both sides are making progress and that they're getting a better understanding of Trump's policies, saying that, quote, they're understanding the rules of the game better. It came after Ford put a 25% surcharge on electricity being provided to New York, Michigan, and Minnesota earlier this week. And that came after Trump imposed the 25% tariffs on steel and aluminum. Trump then threatened to double the duties. That's when the two sides decided to let cooler heads prevail, maybe meet in person with this Canadian delegation and Lutnick. Trump, he did say at the Oval Office yesterday that Canada should once again become the 51st state. That's the only way to eliminate these tariffs. And Ford, we heard also appear on Fox News saying that there's another meeting set for next week and there's no way they're going to roll over. So just, keeping you up to date as to what has been transpiring so far. It's been crickets this morning, but a lot of the action taking place yesterday afternoon and evening, Roger. We'll bring you the latest as anything develops throughout the day today.
Okay, Kamal, thank you for that.
You're welcome.
CTV's Kamal Karamali. Well, the tiny community of Campobello Island, New Brunswick, is facing a big problem because of the trade war. CTV's Sarah Plowman explains.
Surrounded by the Bay of Fundy and the world's highest tides, people on Campobello Island are used to life's ups and downs. With no ferry running this time of year, they're cut off from the rest of New Brunswick, but linked to Maine, caught in the middle of a trade war.
It's a scary situation. It really is.
There is a grocery store here, but options are limited. Many shop in Maine. When they return to the Canadian border, people say they're being forced to pay a 25% tariff on items like milk and eggs ever since Canada imposed its retaliatory tariffs.
And it's difficult for us because it makes lots of groceries more expensive, most of them.
It's very, very hard on the seniors. It's very hard on everybody.
The mayor and province want Ottawa to make an exemption for Campobello Island.
I'm worried for the people that can't afford to pay the extra money.
Explorations with the federal government, we've asked them to consider an exemption and we're still waiting to hear back.
It's not just Canada's retaliatory tariffs rattling people. Fishermen are bracing for China's 25% tariff on seafood set for next week, while waiting to see if the U.S. does the same.
You're working on, pennies a pound, and when you lose dollars a pound, it's going to hurt. It's going to hurt real bad.
There's talk about a potential year-round ferry that could help with the island's isolation. As Canada navigates its trade troubles, people here don't want to be forgotten.
There's two parts to Canada. There's rural Canada and there's urban Canada, and don't forget about rural Canada.
An official with the Department of Finance in Ottawa says the government is aware of the issue here and is looking into it. Sarah Plowman, CTV News, Campobello Island.
A growing number of Canadians are saying they have no plans to travel to the U.S. during this trade war. But what about Americans coming this way? CTV's Paul Hollingsworth has more on the U.S. visitors still coming north.
A trip to Nova Scotia every summer from his home in Delaware is a tradition for Arthur Elston and his wife. This year is no different.
Our best friends live up there. We're going to come up and visit them for a couple weeks. And we enjoy being with them.
Elston won't be alone.
Group travel and cruise ship travel is increasing from the United States.
Even as trade war tensions rise between Canada and the U.S., bookings are up. Nova Scotia is expecting a heavy volume of American visitors this summer.
We're 40.5% increase in sales over last year to date.
The dollar's exchange rate appears to be too good to pass up.
They'd like to vacation. They'd like to come to Canada. They'd like to take advantage of that 69-cent Canadian dollar and spend their money here.
If Americans are choosing Atlantic Canada as a preferred summer destination, in Quebec, it seems Canadian pride is boosting tourism. According to the Quebec Tourism Industry Alliance, 45% 50% of the people who had planned a trip to the U.S. have canceled. 49% of those plan to vacation in Quebec, which could boost provincial tourism by $1.5 billion.
We don't need their lumber.
As for U.S. President Donald Trump's attitude towards Canada, Elston is taking the high road and is tuning him out.
I'm not a big fan of what he's doing, but, you know, it's not going to affect what I do.
At this stage of life, he wants to spend quality time with his friends and is not concerned about politics. Paul Hollingsworth, CTV News, Halifax.
The trial of the man accused of stealing the iconic roaring lion portrait of former British Prime Minister Winston Churchill is starting today. Jeffrey Wood faces numerous charges, including theft over $5,000, forgery, and possession of stolen property. The portrait was stolen from the Fairmont Chateau Laurier in Ottawa 2 years ago and replaced with a fake. Wood was arrested nearly a year ago. The iconic portrait was recovered in September and repatriated to Canada in a ceremony at the embassy in Rome. Elections BC is being asked to intervene and stop a municipal Vancouver party from installing campaign signs on properties without consent. The ABC party launched a sign blitz, putting them up on lawns across the city without residents' permission, and a rival party filed a formal complaint calling the strategy deceptive and a violation of election rules. One former ABC councillor, Rebecca Bly, says her parents were shocked to find a sign on their lawn.
They were very confused as to how this came to be, certainly given my recent ejection from the party. As a resident of the city and someone who is elected, for me, it crosses a very clear line.
It's been left up to residents to opt out if they don't want a sign. BC Opposition Leader John Rustad has introduced a bill that, if passed, would see residents in the province stop changing their clocks twice a year. Rustad told the legislature the vast majority of British Columbians are tired of the time change and that it can lead to sleep deprivation, health issues, and many other problems.
It's time to bring this to an end. And I can't believe that this government is saying they have to wait for the Americans first before they would enact this so that we no longer have to change times in British Columbia.
Premier David Eby responded to the legislation, saying while he is sympathetic to the idea, it isn't a priority for his government due to the ongoing trade war. Nova Scotia's wildfire season officially begins tomorrow. It will run for 7 months until October 15th. People in the province are being reminded that wildfire restrictions mean there is no domestic brush burning or campfires allowed between 8 a.m. and 2 p.m. As well, daily burn restrictions are posted online daily at 2 p.m. And people are also reminded to never leave a fire unattended and to fully extinguish every fire before leaving it. Regina City Council is reconsidering putting fluoride in their water supply. The decision to add fluoride was approved back in 2021, but was to be implemented after upgrades to the Buffalo Pound water treatment plant. A motion submitted by a councillor recommends the city postpone the project until there is conclusive evidence that there are no significant neurotoxic effects or other bodily harms. A special council meeting will be held on May 2nd. Well, for almost 2 decades, a creative fundraiser has rallied support for the Calgary Food Bank. And this year, some say they are even keener to help as demand soars. CTV's Stephanie Thomas has more from the Canstruction competition.
These cans and non-perishable food items are building blocks for these structures, meant to look like creatures from the animal kingdom.
So we've got two cans, because 2 cans are better than 1. The economy these days, you know, there's people that are struggling, and, you know, to be able to support them and their families, always a good initiative.
One of the 7 teams participating in this year's event is St. Michael's School.
Oh, like everything's getting like more expensive and like stuff like that.
And like people are able to like provide for like their families. So it's really good that we're donating.
We want to make sure and instill in our students that, you know, when you can give, you give, and when you need, you take what you can, with that idea of you give back when you can.
Food bank officials say they are keeping busy amid increasing economic uncertainty.
There's inflationary issues, there's the housing crisis, there's cost of living. Tariffs are now going to affect us, particularly at the grocery store. We're already seeing that on produce and goods coming out of the U.S.
President and CEO Melissa Fromm says next week there will be 800 families receiving daily hampers, double from 2 years ago.
And that is because the need has just grown so astronomically and so unprecedentedly in the last few years.
And once the competition is over, the estimated 30,000 food items will be distributed in about a month. Stephanie Thomas, CTV News, Calgary.
We're here to keep them from being eaten by wolves and dying of cold.
Coming up, we'll tell you about an ambitious mission to open up Canada's Arctic to military aircraft.
Welcome along to the Australian Grand Prix
on TSN and TSN Plus.
You know, retirement doesn't have to mean giving something up. It should mean living life on your own terms. Well, thankfully, if you're a Canadian homeowner, age 55 and better, you can access some of your home's value in tax-free cash with CHIP. That way, you can live retirement on your own terms. Stay in the home and the neighborhood that you love. Because there's no place like home. Right, Rocky?
If you're 55 or older, call now for your free, no-obligation CHIP reverse mortgage guide. With CHIP, you could get up to 55% of your home's value in tax-free cash. Take only what you need in a lump sum or over time with no monthly mortgage payments required. Call 1-866-519-2447.
Maybe it's time for you to consider CHIP too.
Call now for your free no-obligation guide. Call 1-866-519-2447. That's 1-866-519-CHIP. Or visit chip.ca. Call CHIP today and live retirement your way.
Cookies. Or cream. Crunchy cookies or smooth cream. How about both?
At No Frills, we're here to help you save money.
Take your time. Please.
Saving you money. It's the no frills thing to do.
Your dream vacation plans probably don't include hepatitis A or B, but many common travel activities can put you at risk of acquiring these two serious liver diseases. So plan on talking to your doctor about Twinrix, because you are a traveler.
One of those soccer, swim, and softball after school kind of days, huh? Don't stress. HelloFresh has dinner covered, no matter what your week looks like. So you can get a delicious homemade meal on the table in no time. HelloFresh, homemade, made easy.
Harsh conditions and a lack of infrastructure are two of the challenges Canada's military faces when trying to operate in our Arctic. But a new project is working to open up much of the north to heavy aircraft. W5's John Woodward saw it happen.
The heavy lift Chinook helicopter's blades can send a downwash that is impossible to ignore. And on the Arctic tundra, that air mixes with snow, warns pilot Alex Moore.
You always got to assume that the snow is going to blind you, and that can be very dangerous for us. It's a threat you got to respect at all times.
But there are advantages. The dense, cold air helps these helicopters lift more. That will help today. They're carrying an unusual cargo. 3 snowmobiles and other equipment wedged carefully in the cargo bay of the Chinook, piloted by Captain Jonathan Vokey.
The skidoos that they're using are the primary workhorse of using the grooming kit that they have for constructing that ski landing area.
A ski landing area, an audacious project to turn a frozen Arctic lake into an airport capable of lifting a Hercules aircraft, one of the largest airplanes in the world. And we are along for the ride to Parsons Lake, about 60 kilometers north of Inuvik. All of this part of Operation Nanook, the Canadian military exercises to demonstrate power in the north amid a time of global upheaval. Once unloaded, the snowmobiles will start compacting the snow for a new airstrip. But the Canadian Rangers, the military's northern experts who are riding those snowmobiles, also have other duties.
We're here to keep them from being eaten by wolves and dying of cold.
The Rangers mount up to head to camp, and the Chinook arrives to pick us up.
The downdraft from these helicopter blades is so strong you can lean into it, and it's incredibly loud.
A white whirlwind we have to brave to make it back to Inuvik. When we return a few days later, it's in a Twin Otter.
The Twin Otter took off from the Inuvik airport using wheels. It's
just deployed its skis so we can land on a frozen lake.
From the air, we can see the work the snowmobiles have done to build 6,000 feet of landing area. The Twin Otter lands in the new runway and taxis to the Parson Lake camp to meet Major Joe Shanahan of the U.S. Air Force.
Now we're able to go further inland, land on freshwater, resupply anybody, bring troops into a much larger area than we had before.
And it could open up a huge part of Canada's north.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, there's lakes all over the north here.
The Hercules aircraft appears overhead and touches down. A successful trial the Canadian Armed Forces believes could be replicated on many frozen lakes that dot Canada's far north.
And W5's John Woodward will next explore the cutting-edge technology that the Canadian forces are testing to withstand the cold. That's tonight on CTV National News.
I promised myself I'm going to use this flag meaningfully.
A British Columbia man has found a unique way to pay tribute to his new homeland by making a big difference in his motherland. That story after the break.
If it happens here or around the world, trust CTV News Channel to deliver live, breaking, 24 hours a day. Download the CTV News app or stream anytime at ctvnews.ca.
Vengeance has no timeline with the mafia.
Swiss Chalet Seafood Fest is back. Hurry in for Canada's famous rotisserie chicken paired with garlic shrimp, our delicious fish and chips, fish sandwich, or our popcorn shrimp appetizer. All here for a limited time, starting from only $16.99, only at Swiss Chalet.
Now I'm in my 50s, I'm all about making the right choices, like eating right and staying healthy. And another thing I can choose is how to look after my family if anything ever happened to me.
Welcome to Senior's Choice, the #1 direct choice for Canadians over 50. How can I help?
Hi, I'd like a quick quote for Canadian seniors life insurance, please.
Okay, if you're a Canadian resident, age 50 to 80, you can choose the right amount of coverage for you and your family up to $250,000.
Wow, that kind of money would make a real difference.
You can choose to apply over the phone now in just minutes with no medicals or blood tests. Just a few health and lifestyle questions.
Sounds good to me.
You're covered for the whole of your life. Plus, you'll also get 100% advance for terminal illness.
That's good to know.
Depending on the coverage you choose, it could be as little as $14.88 a month. That's just 49 cents a day.
That's less than I thought. And that money could help my family cover my funeral costs, support my husband's retirement planning, or even pay off loans. I'll do it.
As you get older, it can feel like you have less choices in life. At Senior's Choice, we're here to help you have a say over your loved one's future. Senior's Choice are the #1 direct choice for Canadians over 50. Choose up to $250,000 in coverage. Choose peace of mind. Choose life with Senior's Choice.
Now that's done, I can get on with something much more interesting.
To get a free, no-obligation quote, call one of our trusted insurance advisors today at 1-844-889-3232 or visit seniorschoice.ca. When you're looking for effective pain relief, choose Tylenol. It's clinically proven to start working in 15 to 20 minutes. Tylenol.
A Canadian flag is proudly hanging in a classroom in Ghana thanks to a man who lives on Vancouver Island. It's a reminder of his determination to make a positive change in his motherland while paying homage to his new home. CTV's Adam Sawatsky with this story.
When Isaac and his family became Canadian citizens, he received this big flag and made a bold commitment.
I promised myself I'm going to use this flag meaningfully.
Isaac didn't know how then. He'd been so focused on working to bring his family here for a better life. But then he returned to Ghana to visit his hometown.
I feel so sad. The school was on deplorable state.
Isaac says the problems range from a roof filled with holes to classrooms empty of books.
So I decided that I'm going to do something.
He immediately bought 7 whiteboards before promising to do more later.
I'm going to go back to Canada, and in 2 years' time, I'll build a library.
Isaac's been working 2 jobs, 10 hours a day, 7 days a week to fund his project. He's also received offers of support from people like Heather.
I just felt the need that I could help Isaac in some way.
She wondered if she could make a positive difference for one of the students.
I asked him to find a little girl for me.
But before he could do that, he had to facilitate the installation of a new roof outside and the renovation inside, which included the delivery of thousands of donated books.
To keep them learning, so that somebody can also come from the school and in the future can be like me.
Be the type of person who recently returned to Ghana to follow through on his promise to fill the school with hope again and keep that commitment to use his flag meaningfully.
I put a flag on the library so that when people walk in, they might see this building was built from, Canada.
Which prompted an 8-year-old student to approach him.
A little girl walked to me and looked at the flag and said, "God bless Canada."
A girl named Linda, the youngest of 11, being raised by a single mom who now has access to health care and extra food thanks to Heather.
And this might be the beginnings of something great.
Something Isaac says is what being Canadian is all about and why he's already started saving to build the school new bathrooms.
You don't have to be rich to do good. Whatever you have that you think you can give and make other people's life better, just do it.
Adam Sawatsky, CTV News, Langford.
And a live look at Rideau Hall, where we are about an hour away from the swearing-in of Canada's 24th Prime Minister, Mark Carney. Our special coverage, hosted by CTV's chief political correspondent, Vassy Kapelos, is up next. Stay with us.
This is your chance to set everything right. You keep her alive. Save who you can save.
It's not always easy to eat enough of what I should. Ensure has 25 vitamins and minerals and is high in protein to help build muscles. So I get nutrients to help me keep doing the things I love with the people I love. Ensure, the #1 doctor-recommended brand.
I'm death gonna miss my class if I try and pack my lunch. Oh no, spilled coffee on myself again. I really shouldn't drop $25 on a sandwich. These nails weren't cheap. More coffee, stat. If you know, you know. Slate that exam, treat yourself, right? I could cook, but no. We're here for you 24/7. So if you didn't know, now you know.
First, we won J.D. Power, ranking Ram the #1 brand in new vehicle quality. Then we won 2025 Motor Trend Truck of the Year. Now, we're throwing our weight around even more with the new Ram Heavy Duty. Well, you know what they say. You win some, you'll win some. And every win is inspired by the ones who drive us. Ram, built to serve.
Whoa, how'd you get your teeth so white?
You gotta use the right toothpaste.
Dr. C?
Not all toothpaste whiten the same.
Crest 3D White removes 100% more stains for a noticeably whiter smile.
New personal best.
Crest.
After her partner's health scare, Sam needed to make some changes. So she got Northcover Life Insurance. Their licensed advisors help choose coverage to suit her exact needs and budget. Now Sam's so well covered, it's like she's wearing a parka. Her family will be looked after with a cash payout of up to $1.5 million. Or she could receive 100% of the benefit up front if diagnosed with a terminal illness. Northcover. Comfort in being protected. Get a quote today. Call 1-844-657-1010 now or visit northcover.ca.
I'm very good at what I do. Nothing good comes without risks.
I will drink to that. Hold on. Did you say Arrow?
An all-new Tracker, Sunday on CTV. Hi there, and welcome to special coverage right here on CTV News Channel of Mark Carney's swearing in. I'm Vassy Kapelos in Ottawa. Just a few blocks from where I sit, Mark Carney will be sworn in, along with a brand new cabinet in just about exactly 60 minutes' time. But we are getting a sense of, what Carney and his team want to convey with these new selections, with the size of cabinet, which will be much smaller than the current number at 37, and also what will happen very quickly thereafter. Here to help me unpack what we do know, the big questions that remain, is Mike Couture, our senior political correspondent. He's on the grounds right there as we look live at Rideau Hall, watching as ministers, I anticipate, will begin to arrive. Okay, Mike, let's start off with the big picture. Who we know is remaining. We've got François-Philippe Champagne, who will move from industry over to finance. Dominic LeBlanc will have a file that is focused on the Canada-U.S. relationship, and in particular, all the issues around trade. Kamal Khera gets a promotion to health. Gary Sangari, moves to justice and attorney general. And then we've got some other names like Stephen Guilbeault, Jonathan Wilkinson, and David McGuinty, who we anticipate will remain in there. Talk a little bit about what we know so far, Mike.
Yeah, we'll take the big picture first. I'm hearing it'll be about 20 ministers. Also hearing could be roughly 5 new ministers coming in. So that, I think, is something to watch out for. Also, the composition. Normally, prime ministers try and have a regional and gender balance. We're being told by people from inside Carney's team that that will likely not be happening here if you're trying to do those types of counts as we go along and see the ministers coming in. The reason they say that is because it is focused on the issue at hand, and that is Canada-U.S. relations, and because this is such a compressed timeline in terms of trying to formulate this cabinet and then, of course, deal with all of the issues right now. They are also going by 3 main words. They are change, focus, and action. Change to try and really demarcate from the last ministry and from the last prime minister, and, of course, focus on what they are dealing with, this existential issue with the United States and this crisis with this trade war, and then action that will be more clearly put into focus, not only for Mark Carney after he holds a press conference here on the grounds of Rideau Hall, but also after that cabinet meeting that we're expecting at 2 o'clock. Back to the names, as you had said, Stephen Guilbeault, it sounds like he is being moved to Quebec Lieutenant, which was formerly occupied by Jean-Yves Duclos, the Minister of Public Services and Procurement. He will also get additional responsibilities. It looks like he's going to be taking over official languages and Canadian heritage, also some sort of conservation role in terms of the environment, and he will also be taking care of Parks Canada. That, I think, gives a bit of an indication of where they're going with environment. Vassy, we know that Stephen Guilbeault has been a bit of a lightning rod out west when it comes to the carbon tax, and we know that Mark Carney is looking to do away with the consumer portion of that carbon tax. And when we consider other people that are out of cabinet, Mark Miller, who was a close personal friend to Justin Trudeau, he is no longer going to be immigration minister. Jean-Yves Duclos, somebody else who is going to be out of cabinet as well. And Mark Holland, we had heard yesterday, he went public in saying that he is no longer going to be running again, but he has not been offered the portfolio of health. We know that Jeanette Petitpas-Taylor, she's staying on board as Treasury Minister, as you had mentioned as well. Jonathan Wilkinson, it sounds like he will be remaining close to the role that he has now, which is Natural Resources Minister. David McGuinty likely as well. And Chrystia Freeland, one of those names that I think a lot of people had circled on the list here, wondering whether or not she would be invited back to cabinet. It sounds like she's been offered transportation portfolio, and it's unclear exactly whether or not that is firmed up at this point. But we also know that another leadership candidate in that race for Liberal leader, Karina Gould, has not been offered a role in the cabinet. We will not be seeing her today at all, which may be a statement for where she was looking to take the party in the Liberal leadership campaign and where Mark Carney wants to bring the party.
Yeah, I think Karina Gould and Chrystia Freeland, certainly a storyline to keep our eyes focused on throughout this swearing-in ceremony. Also, something else we're watching for, Anita Anand. Remember, this is the MP for a riding in Oakville, Ontario, who served in a number of different capacities under this government since 2019, in cabinet, defense, for example, Treasury Board, transport. She quit. She said, I'm not running anymore. And then a few weeks ago announced that she had changed her mind and was endorsing Mark Carney, which of course has led to a lot of speculation about what that means for her role. Lots of things being thrown about. She might move to industry, might get the title of Deputy Prime Minister. So we've got an eye on that. And then, Mike, the possibility of people who are not already elected coming into cabinet, like, for example, former BC Premier Christy Clark. There was speculation Jean Charest got an offer of something but rejected it earlier this week. Talk a little bit about the sort of big question marks as we head into this ceremony, which is now just about 55 minutes away.
Yeah, it's interesting, Vassy, because I was speaking to a member of Carney's team earlier today, and I asked specifically about that. And the indication that I have is that anybody who is being put into cabinet today is somebody that does have a seat in the House of Commons. So that is something interesting to watch, because I know, as you had said, Jean Charest had been consulted by Mark Carney to try and join this team. Same thing with Christy Clark. But it sounds like they are not going in that direction at this point. But again, this is all sort of speculation until we either see a list or we see somebody walk into Rideau Hall, because that is really, what is the telltale sign. But I think it speaks to what you were saying in terms of trying to make sure that the tone for this cabinet really is about leadership and making sure that everybody understands that there are adults in the room, in this cabinet room, making sure that they are driving the country forward and making sure that they have a steady hand on the wheel. I think that is the message that Mark Carney is definitely trying to send today, not only with this cabinet, but what he will do after that, in trying to make sure that he is pointing the country in that certain direction and making sure that it is a break from the last government and also focused on that task at hand. I don't think we can underline enough how important that Mark Carney will try and underline the fact that this trade war with the United States is something that, of course, is top of mind, and it is the biggest issue that he will have to tackle going forward with this cabinet that he'll be naming, as you had mentioned, in just under an hour's time.
Okay, Mike, we'll be checking in with you throughout the morning. That's our senior political correspondent, Mike Locouture, on the grounds there at Rideau Hall. I want to bring in a panel of the best political minds to talk a little bit about the strategy behind today's announcement. CTV's political commentator Scott Reed is with us. He's a former communications director to Liberal Prime Minister Paul Martin. Former Deputy Conservative leader Lisa Raitt is here. She's the Vice Chair and Managing Director of Global Investment Banking at CIBC. And Kathleen Monk is former Director of Communications to the late Jack Layton. She's now the principal owner of Monk & Associates. Hi, everybody. Hey, very nice to see you on this Friday morning. Scott, I'll start with you. We just went over we know who's in, who's out, the big question marks. If the message is, as Mike put it, that they're telegraphing this morning, change, focus, and action, why strategically is that the message they want to aim to deliver today? Not to say they'll be successful, but why is that something that they want to do?
Signal change from Trudeau and signal a focus on the future, and that really involves two things. One, taking on Trump and winning, and two, preparing themselves for a general election that's going to follow very shortly, probably within a week. So, I mean, the phrase you didn't hear from Mike, but the one that keeps kicking around all the political circles near the new prime minister is wartime. There's a wartime leader, a wartime cabinet. It's been cut down to fighting trim. That's their focus. And it really does, in many ways, both in terms of style, tone, substance, the individuals, the focus, it quite immediately puts Justin Trudeau in the rearview mirror and focuses them instead on these two crisp challenges ahead, Trump and the election.
Lisa, if the goal is that one first word that they use, change, as Scott points out, change from Justin Trudeau, with your sort of view of who we know is in, who's being moved, who's keeping certain portfolios, do you think they'll be able to accomplish that?
No. The only person who's never been sworn in as a cabinet minister that's getting sworn in today, I think, is Mark Carney himself. That's not changed. This is, realistically, it is the fourth mandate that they're seeking for a Liberal government. And it's the same players. They're just moving around in terms of what portfolio they're going to have for the next X amount of weeks throughout an election campaign. I agree with Scott fundamentally that an election is just around the corner. There's no way they're going to return to Parliament, I would expect, on March 24th. So they will be there for a period of time. But I also expect and anticipate that the makeup of this cabinet will reflect the areas geographically where the Liberals feel they need to make up the most ground. So if you see a cabinet that's heavy in people from Ontario or from Quebec, that's your answer. Where's the battleground going to be? It's going to be in Quebec. It's going to be in Ontario. And that's it's a political cabinet as much as it is a cabinet that's meant to do public policy, because they really don't have time to do so.
Yeah, we were explicitly told, Kathleen, this morning, and as we look live on the grounds at Rideau Hall to see who may be arriving, we were explicitly told that the cabinet would be smaller, obviously, in that some people remain in those roles, but there might be a few new faces as well. But like 20, 22 people versus 37, is that enough to, I guess, create the message that things are different at all?
It's pretty dramatic. I mean, to cut your cabinet by almost over a third, that's a significant change. And that is the signal that Carney needs to make. That is the change, focus, action that they're coming out with their slogan today. Change, as Scott said, from Trudeau, but also focus. They're kind of tightening the aperture, if you will, in terms of collapsing departments, combining them. You're going to see that with Justice and some Indigenous files, potentially other collapses between other departments, pushing them together. A tighter cabinet, one that is more agile potentially, that can make decisions faster. You know, I actually, on the Quebec strategy that Lisa raised, I'm actually, I'm going to be watching that very closely. We've heard in the last few weeks there's been some courting happening in Quebec, potentially with Charest, potentially with other former Quebec-based ministers, but they're losing a lot of Quebec ministers, according to reports. Mark Miller, you know, Jean-Yves Duclos. When you look at that Quebec City region, you wonder who is representing that part of the area where traditionally actually Conservatives have been stronger. So I actually think, thinking about the Quebec strategy, when we know that Carney needs to buttress his himself in the French audience, who is he going to put there? So what we know by that, obviously, Joly is staying, Francois-Philippe Champagne is staying. So he has those as Guilbeault as well.
Yeah.
But sure, but those are Montreal, with Guilbeault at least, is a Montreal area seat, you know. So I do wonder about other regions in Quebec. But listen, the name that, you know, really comes out and signals the most to me today is the promotion of Anand, if that in fact is true, that she's going potentially to another financial portfolio, that being industry, maybe even Deputy Prime Minister, as is potentially rumored. That's significant. Why? When the deadline on your project has just been moved up by 6 months to a year, you put your best project manager in place. And that's what they're doing with Anita Anand. She delivers. She executes. We saw that during the COVID.
She also came back.
And she came back.
To promise her something.
She came back, but I mean, she also knows how to deliver, right? We've seen that time and time again, and so putting her in that place is a signal to me that Carney wants competence.
Well, and also just on the regional stuff that both you and Lisa mentioned, we were told no regional balance, no gender parity. Those things are out the window as of today. Maybe because it's 2025. I'm going to take a quick commercial break as we keep our eyes on the grounds at Rideau Hall to see when and if the ministers to be sworn in start to arrive. The ceremony is officially slated to get underway in about 45 minutes' time. Our special coverage will continue on the other end of a very short break. Stay right there.
Welcome along to the Australian Grand Prix
on TSN and TSN Plus.
For many years, we've given our fine Lindt chocolate a very special shape. And when you ring the bell, something very special may happen.
Make Easter moments magical with the Gold Bunny from Lindt.
With a swipe of a finger, you've got a shot at an amazing vacation.
This Volkswagen ID Buzz won't win itself.
So do we roll over?
No.
We
roll.
Oh!
Keep rolling on the Tim's app today.
Question: if you can't see what's behind all this, how do you already know? It's Jeep. That takes you places that make you say, whoa! And if their hair looks like this, or you've got a couple of these, okay, more than a couple. Or if someone says, the doors go up. Could even be a game show question.
What is the original SUV?
Ding, ding, ding. You just know what it was, what it is, and what it always will be. Because when you're an original, there's only one.
With 24/7 roadside assistance, help is always on hand.
Do you know what Contrave is?
I do.
Oh, and you know about Contrave's program, right?
Of course I do. I know everything about Contrave.
Contrave. Yes, Contrave. Do you know what it is?
Nope. Pay $199 or less for your bottle of Contrave tablets with the Experience Contrave program.
Ask your doctor about Contrave.
Ask your doctor about Contrave.
Contrave. Yes, Contrave.
Avoid the height.
whatever life you choose, gold is easy to invest in online. It could help you grow what you have and protect it. Gold. Choose your own path.
It's exciting that he's an economist, especially the way things like our relationship with the States is right now. So that's a little bit concerning, but having somebody who's so economically inclined is a little bit comforting in a time like this.
You think Canada's ready for a federal election?
I think we are. I think we're past ready for federal election. I think we really are.
I have been here for the last 5 years, and Canada wasn't so great at the last 5 years. But before I came, I heard it's like amazing. So I wish Canada become great again.
A sample there of Canadians reflecting on an election to come and also what's about to happen in just under 45 minutes. Mark Carney, former Bank of Canada governor, newly minted leader of the Liberal Party, will be sworn in this morning at Rideau Hall here in Ottawa as the 24th Prime Minister of this country. He'll have a brand new cabinet to be sworn in alongside him, one that is much smaller in size than the current one at 37 members. And, strategy-wise, certainly aimed at delivering a certain message to Canadians in advance of an election call, which will likely come before Parliament resumes on March 24th. Let's bring in my colleague, CTV's Colton Prale. He's on the grounds at Rideau Hall as we await any sign of anyone. Colton, I'll start there. Have you seen anyone arrive yet? A, and B, let's talk a bit about the message that they are trying to send with this cabinet swearing in.
Yeah, Vassy, they've really cordoned us off here. A lot of those entrances coming on the side, just over to my right here, around the corner, tucked in. So we've not seen any big, prolific, high-profile faces. I have seen or have been receiving a couple of messages from people already set up inside. So we know there has been some arrivals at this point already, but yet to see anybody walk in and have that visual so far. As far as what you just played, those clips of the Canadian sentiment and the messaging around this cabinet. I mean, you talk about change and focus. Scott mentioned the word wartime. The other thing I'm hearing that we didn't discuss so much, but Lisa touched on it a little bit, is shortened. This is a cabinet that is in place under the assumption that there is going to be a national election coming relatively quickly, and that the people in these profiles may not be the people in the next cabinet should Carney win that election. That's one of the little bits of information that has been repeated to me from a number of different people, that this is really, a incredibly targeted cabinet on the issues at hand, but not necessarily the final version of what Mr. Carney wants to see in place at some point down the road.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. That's definitely been communicated outwardly as well, which is why, part of the reason I think that they feel okay leaving some of the bigger names, particularly on the U.S.-Canada front, in place. I'm not sure, and I'd love to get your sense, as we stare as closely as we can at who might be arriving, of the sentiment that's being expressed to you around the possibility of some of those bigger names, while they're there now, not necessarily being there, if they should be, and it's an if, should they be successful in the next campaign?
Yeah, some of those, especially names like Chrystia Freeland, names like Stephen Guilbeault, people that have been polarizing for Canadians, but also the opposition have latched onto as firebrands, is particularly a big question as to whether or not they ought to be part of this next cabinet. Because to your point, some of those people you have to keep in place for the transition to show Canadians that there is continuity. We are seeing now some arrivals: David McGuinty, Steve McKinnon, also, and Reshi Valdez, all coming here on my right. They're going to be entering the frame in just a moment time. David McGuinty, one of those people that you want to have in place for continuity dealing with that U.S. file. But certainly ministers like Chrystia Freeland and Stephen Guilbeault, as you shift them, there's clearly a messaging from the administration that they weren't entirely resonating with Canadians in these very high-profile positions, and we are seeing a little bit of a shift. Will there be further shifts in another Carney cabinet? I think that's where my focus is, and will they be kind of shuffled off to the side? This is a thank you and acknowledgement of the work you've done, but maybe not someone that they want front and center during a national campaign.
All right, Colton, we will also be checking in with you over the next few hours. What you just watched was 3 cabinet ministers. 3 people who currently sit in cabinet make their way into Rideau Hall. They're the first people to arrive. We are anticipating Mark Carney will arrive somewhere in and around the next 10 minutes as well. Rechi Valdez currently serves as Minister for Small Business. David McGuinty serves as Public Safety Minister, only in that position over the last number of weeks. And here comes some additional cabinet ministers. Steve McKinnon, Labour Minister. We've got Ali Assassi, who is not currently a minister, next to Patty Hajdu, who is a minister. I believe it's Kamal Kara, and Dominic LeBlanc making their way up to Rideau Hall as well. So the newest face there, Ali Assassi, will be interesting to see what portfolio he takes over. Kamal Kara will move for the minister who I believe oversees seniors to move into the health portfolio, which is certainly a promotion of sorts. We will keep our eye on those doors and on that driveway and keep telling you who's walking up to them to be sworn in. My colleague Nick Nanos is the chief data scientist and founder of Nanos Research. He's live with me here on set. Nick, good to see you. The backdrop to all of this is sort of the most fascinating turn of events in politics in the last 6 weeks. The threat of Donald Trump, the resignation, Donald Trump and his tariffs, I should say, and our sovereignty, the resignation of Justin Trudeau has created an unbelievable set of circumstances. What have you seen unfold that kind of sets the stage for today's swearing in?
Well, you know, the reality is, Vassy, is today is day one of the campaign for both Mark Carney and Pierre Poilievre, because you can expect Pierre Poilievre to respond to whatever he sees today and for Mark Carney to try to get his message out. This is all in the context and the backdrop of the polling numbers and, you know, basically a dead heat, Vassy, between the Conservatives and the Liberals, 36-35. And, you know, the thing is for Mark Carney, I think this is realistically, why don't we just call it what it is, a show cabinet. Like, they're not going to do anything in the next 10 days. And it's basically a caretaker cabinet to be in place to kind of check the box for the new prime minister. I think the 2 big messages today that we're likely to hear from Carney is, A, there's a new prime minister, and B, a smaller cabinet. And that's probably what the Liberals want as the key takeaway. If there are any kind of controversial picks or moves in this cabinet, I'd like to say it from the get-go, then it's a fail from a communications point of view, because it distracts from Mark Carney being the new prime minister, and it distracts from his message that, you know, he's at least having a slimmer, trimmer type cabinet. But, you know, the thing is for the Conservatives, it's going to be interesting to see how they react to this in terms of the smaller cabinet and their take on what Mark Carney means, at least, especially for the next 10 to 14 days before the election kicks in.
And we will hear from the Conservatives, I anticipate, a little bit later this afternoon. Just a really quick recap, because as we were speaking, another 4 people walked up. Another new name to Cabinet, Ariel Kayabaga. I believe she represents a riding in Southwest Ontario. So that's a brand new face. And then we also saw Joanne Thompson from Newfoundland and Labrador, Stephen Guilbeault, who moves over from Environment to Quebec Lieutenant with sort of a host of other character files associated there too, and Jonathan Wilkinson, who is currently the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources. And then in the distance, we see a number, 3 other people walk up. As soon as my eyes let me determine who that are when they come a bit closer, because I'm aging at a rapid rate, Nick. I think we've got Nathaniel Erskine-Smith. I can see Chrystia Freeland and Anita Anand. So this is interesting. Yeah, Karina Gold, no invite to Cabinet. Chrystia Freeland invited to the portfolio of transport. What another turn of events.
Yeah, exactly. Who would have thought? You know, Deputy Prime Minister, Finance Minister, Transport. I'm not sure about that particular career trajectory, but you know, the thing is that Freeland is still a force within the Liberal Party. She didn't do as well in the leadership as a lot of people thought. So why don't we call it a little bit of magnanimity? Being magnanimous for
it's a clear demotion from being finance minister, which she quit, obviously, that started this whole process. But your thoughts on, I mean, we had talked a lot in the lead up to the election of Mark Carney as Liberal leader about whether or not, like, how much distance he would try to create. His team today is saying the first thing they're doing with this, messaging wise, is to try and send the message of change. If Chrystia Freeland remains in your cabinet, is it enough to demote her to convince people that is change, or is it problematic if she's still there?
Well, I think when you look at it, you know, being transport minister means that your voice doesn't really carry as much weight. I think when you factor her performance in the Liberal leadership, which was underwhelming, and her current portfolio, I think you know, for Mark Carney, there'll be other individuals like Dominic LeBlanc and Champagne, so forth, that are going to be critical. You know, the interesting thing for the Liberals, if we cast a political shadow on top of this is Ontario is really a key battleground. If they want to really be competitive with the Conservatives, they've got to up their game in Ontario. That's why kind of, having someone from Southwest Ontario in the cabinet is probably a good move. And
tells us something,
Yeah,
right?
It tells us something, because on Ontario is one of the provinces where the Conservatives are still doing really well and the Liberals are trailing.
I just want to mention, just walking in the door there, a number of people who already have cabinet positions. Terry Duguid from Manitoba, Jeanette Petitpas-Taylor, who will remain as president of the Treasury Board, Elizabeth Briere, who is currently the Minister of National Revenue, and Bill Blair, who currently serves as the Minister of Defense. That's a big portfolio. Certainly interesting that there's no change there, given everyone promising, Nick, to accelerate defense spending in light of kind of the threats from the United States and the pressure from, to be fair, not just the U.S., but other allies of Canada to accelerate the timeline we just put in place last year.
So I think what we're learning is a little bit of new,
yeah,
but, realistically no change, not a lot of news.
It doesn't feel like wholesale change.
No.
Like, there is some change, but it's not like, other than Miller and some other big names like getting out. If you keep Blair, you keep Jolie, that says something.
And if Mark Carney was doing big changes as the cabinet, I think for a lot of Canadians it'd be like, what are you doing spending all your time doing cabinet making when, an election is imminent, there are threats from Donald Trump and stuff like that? And it speaks to kind of like what I'll say, more of the caretaker, low bridge approach, where there are just a lot of familiar faces, but some new names at least in the mix.
Yeah, one new name there, Cody Bloy,
yep,
who is from out east, representing a riding in Atlantic Canada, who has been fairly outspoken in pushing back against Prime Minister Trudeau and particularly the carbon tax. That's a new face in cabinet, most certainly. We've got François-Philippe Champagne, who will move to finance. Rachel Bandayan, who remains in cabinet. She just got into cabinet at that last shuffle that was sort of against the backdrop of some weird circumstances with Chrystia Freeland and everything. And Gary Ananasangri, who moves over to justice, or adds justice, I should say, and attorney general to his portfolio. Yeah.
But I think probably what we're going to expect, Vassy, from the Conservatives is basically for Pierre Poilievre to say, hey, look, a lot of these names are the same. Same old, same old. Yeah, there's a couple new people sprinkled in, but that Pierre Poilievre will try to make the connection between the Carney administration, at least as of today, with the previous Trudeau administration. A lot of the same names, and kind of a, why don't we call it from a Conservative perspective at least, a shuffling of the deck chairs, right? Not really anything significant, but
I anticipate the Carney camp is ready for that criticism, though, and I know that they're, for example, planning to announce, like, they'll take a cabinet decision apparently during, like, the photo that's taken so that he can announce it when he speaks to reporters after the ceremony. My bet is that they know that criticism is coming.
And, I think probably what we're getting a glimpse of is at least what the next 7 days will probably be like, right? The key message of a new prime minister, the key message of a smaller cabinet, a couple key decisions that they can put in the window. And is the trip to Europe still happening?
It is, yeah.
Well, there you go.
Week, yeah.
I don't think he's going to go to Europe and come back empty-handed, because that would be not optimal, at least for the
Former Governor
Liberals.
General David Johnston, I believe, and his wife just walked in as well. We keep our eyes peeled on those arrivals. Our senior political correspondent, Michael Couture, is on the grounds there at Rideau Hall. Mike, we've seen a series of arrivals now, probably in and around 20, which should mean Mark Carney is the last to arrive. What stands out for you, some of the new faces in particular that we're seeing come in?
Yeah, I think there's two arrivals that really kind of shocked me. Former Governor General David Johnston that just walked up, and he walked in as well. He's here in attendance, obviously. And you had RCMP Commissioner Mike Duhem, who just walked by, and I spoke with him briefly, and he said he's excited to see who his new boss is in public safety, whether or not he does have a new boss. But when you're talking about the new faces to cabinet, I mean, Cody Bloy, as you had mentioned, Vassy, and Ali Elsassi, those are Elsassi, excuse me. Those are two, as you had mentioned, that were not in cabinet before. And something that I'm also hearing from inside Carney's camp is that if anybody is trying to do some sort of a count on the regional representation, that is not something that they're going to be able to sort of make it equal all around, just in terms of the people that they want in cabinet and how they're able to sort of spread those jobs around as well. So, and the gender parity, the gender balance that we had seen under Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. That likely won't be achieved either. But certainly, I think sending a message, again, they're trying to lean on people with experience. They're trying to make sure that the people who have had experience remain in cabinet. Interesting to see Bill Blair back in there and a number of other people as they continue to walk in and as we continue to see some of these people. But that is clearly the message that Mark Carney wants to send with this cabinet. Again, that this is, as Scott had mentioned and a number of other people, a wartime cabinet, one that they're trying to have a steady hand on the wheel as they go forward in those discussions with the United States. And I believe that there are other people, former Prime Minister Jean Chrétien is just walking up as well. He's just behind me, and he is going through a number of, I think he's not going the right way because he's being talked to by media and scrummed at this point.
Okay, I'm going to cut over to that. Mike,
well.
I'm going to interrupt you. So, Mike, I'm going to cut you off so I can listen in. Let's take a listen in live.
Smith, I met his father when I was Minister of Indian Affairs. You were not born. And that... yeah, I think that he will do very well. He is respected internationally. You know, I was talking a few minutes to the BBC about him, and they knew him, so it was good.
Pourquoi est-il l'homme de la situation? Parlez-nous en français. Pourquoi est-il l'homme de la situation?
Ben, parce qu'il est bon, et puis qu'il est neuf, et puis qu'il a beaucoup d'expérience, puis il est respecté dans le monde. Alors, j'ai bien confiance.
So I have a
Et
lot
là,
of
c'est
faith.
stimulant, une situation comme celle-là.
This situation is stimulating.
On est en politique, on aime
When
les
you're
défis.
politics,
Bien non, on n'a pas de la politique.
you have to have the right man for politics, I think.
I will do what you can do with him. If you can tell me what he will tell tomorrow, he will have to adjust every day because the president has to be on the news every day. You will love him. He gives you news every day. But when you're on a job like that, there's more than to be in the news.
What's your advice? What's your advice to Mr. Carney, sir?
Best advice is do your best.
Des conseils dans sa relation avec M. Trump.
Ben, il va faire de son mieux. Il n'y a pas de solution, on n'a jamais vu ça.
No solution. We've never seen
C'est
anything
pas
like
une
this.
situation normale.
This is not a normal
On n'a
situation.
jamais vu quelqu'un qui change d'idée à tous les 5 minutes, qui mène
But we've
les
never seen
États-Unis.
anybody who changes
Et
his
ça
mind every
crée des
5
problèmes
minutes.
partout,
This
pas
creates
seulement au
problems
Canada, là.
everywhere, not just in Canada.
De donner une entrevue à la BBC à Londres, et puis ils ont des
Giving
problèmes
a
là-bas aussi, en Europe.
BBC
Partout dans le
interview
monde. Alors,
in
écoutez, il va faire de
London.
son
There's
mieux.
problems in
Je le
Europe.
connais bien. Je
He'll
suis
do his
très
best.
confiant.
I know him well, and I have a great faith in him.
It's a tough job. But you don't get in this job to have an easy job. I was on Parliament Hill for 40 years, and it was fun. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Be careful.
That is former Prime Minister Jean Chrétien arriving to Rideau Hall. You can see big amount of media around him telling reporters that the world is excited in his view. There's lots of interest in Mark Carney swearing in and that he is supportive of him. We are standing by now for Mark Carney's arrival. 20 ministers, 20 people have arrived so far. I think we're looking at a cabinet of at least 22 or 23 people, which is substantially down from 37 that are currently in cabinet, but more than the kind of 15 to 20 that the Carney camp had indicated a few days ago would be the case. Some big names staying in cabinet: Mélanie Joly, Dominic LeBlanc, François-Philippe Champagne, Stephen Guilbeault, Bill Blair. 3 new faces that I could identify very easily that came in: Ali Assassi, who is an MP in the Ontario, the GTA, Ariel Keabaga, who is an MP for London, and Cody Bloy, who is an MP out in Nova Scotia. Those are the 3 new faces. I am here with Nick Nanos, Kathleen Monk, Scott Reed, and Lisa Raitt as we await the arrival of, I believe, the last person to arrive, which will be Mark Carney. We're about 25 minutes away from the official start of the swearing-in ceremony. Scott, I'm going to start with you on who we now have seen arrive. What does it tell you?
Well, it tells you that there is change. And look, there's going to be a big wrestling match today for the headline. You know, will it be just another Liberal cabinet, or is it the first Carney cabinet? Is it change or is it not? And I think, to be honest with you, Carney's going to win that arm wrestle because He's got all the advantages. There are a bunch of changes here in terms of faces and the size of cabinet, but also it will come down to that focus. A new prime minister with a new focus, very purpose-built, mission-made to take on Donald Trump. That's what we're going to hear. And then, as you point out, it's going to be anchored by announcements. I remember when Mr. Martin, my old boss, took over from Mr. Chrétien, who we just saw, we made 13 announcements on the same day that we took office. You have the machinery of government behind you, but he has it for at least another week or so. So you can power the coverage and you can drive the message with that institutional fortitude. And I think you are going to see him reinforcing not just change, but change, and as they've said, change and focus. Focus on Trump.
And here he
focus on the
is.
mission
Sorry,
ahead.
Scott. I'm just going to interrupt for a second and make sure our audience knows that that is Mr. Carney now, making his way by himself, not accompanied by his family. Very different arrival, if I recall, from a decade ago when everybody walked up that driveway with their families. Obviously, a very different time right now and a different period electorally because we're headed to an election. Mark Carney, hold on, let's listen in. He is saying something.
Our message, we're a very focused government, focused on action. We're going to get work.
En français,
Straight to work.
en français.
Straight to work right away.
En français.
Nous sommes ciblés. On met l'action à partir
Action oriented.
Et il faut
Starting now.
faire la cérémonie et quelques remarques.
Well, have to have the ceremony now. I will make a few remarks afterwards.
Sorry, Scott, I cut you off there, but he delivered the message himself from the mouth of the incoming prime minister, focused on action, action-oriented. Your take on that, and then I'll swing over to Lisa.
Well, that contrast, that in itself signals change from Trudeau, to the degree to which it felt like cabinet had gotten swollen. The agenda had gotten spread out. The focus had sort of drifted. Now we have the threat of Trump. It tends to stir the attention. And so Carney is taking advantage of that challenge, taking advantage of that crisis and saying, listen, that is our mission, that is our focus, and we're going to move at it, and we're going to move at it hard. And I think the day will be dedicated to that.
Lisa, your thoughts on what we've seen so far and what we just heard from Mr. Carney himself?
Well, definitely high stakes. I mean, if he's promising action, if he's promising that they're actually going to be able to get something done, then he's putting the pressure on himself to deliver. And if he doesn't deliver, it's going to be something that is going to be really difficult for him because excuses aren't going to actually work in this environment when you're saying you're going to get something done. And as a result, he's setting his own path in terms of where people are going to criticize him. I agree with Nick. I think that the reality is if he's going to Europe, he must have a deal cooking, because if you come back from Europe empty-handed, it's going to be a problem. But my understanding, Vassy, is that they wanted to actually get the swearing in and the cabinet all done earlier this week. They wanted to get the actual call for the election earlier. And guess what? They couldn't, because you run into the great brick wall of bureaucracy. It's not easy to get stuff done in Ottawa. I mean, that is an understatement. But now he's setting his own timelines that he's going to have to adhere to and hope that everything goes in his direction. Otherwise, he's going to get hammered with same old, same old. So risky for him to start saying stuff like this, bold, but he's going to have to deliver the goods.
Kathleen, your read?
Well, with great respect to my great respect to my friend Lisa, who actually has been in cabinet and knows this. Let's just call it what it is. It's been 5 days. I mean, this is a remarkably fast transition. Mr. Carney became leader on Sunday night, and it's Friday morning. I mean, it is moving at record speed. The history books will show that previous leaders, people like Kim Campbell, took much longer than this to actually be sworn in and establish a cabinet. So looking at the history books, this is a fast transition. Why? Because we are in a really difficult, complex political landscape right now. Carney has to do a number of things. He has to not only establish his cabinet, staff up his PMO, he also has to prepare for an election campaign, all while fighting an incredible onslaught of attacks and incoming fire daily from President Trump and the threat of an economic warfare. So he's got a lot on his plate, but I mean, I think we can't deny that this has moved at incredible speed. I think that it is, like Scott said, going to come down to the framing. Is this a new cabinet or is it the same old, same old? But when you you cut your cabinet literally by approximately 15 positions, I think that is dramatic. That alone says it's a leaner, tighter machine focused on one thing, and that is the threat of economic warfare from the United States.
I think the primary way, given what we just saw, Nick, with who arrived, that they're going to try and deliver that message that Kathleen mentioned is through the size of cabinet, because I don't know if you're going to be able to deliver it through the fact that all your big ministers remain.
Yeah, you know, the thing is, we would always talk about in advertising, you know, just focus on a couple things. There's a new prime minister, smaller cabinet. But two things that we really have to also talk about, you know, are the Liberals ready for an election? Do they have the candidates in place, you know, to wage war against the Conservatives who've been preparing for a very long time and have a big war chest and a very good organization? So it's not enough just to build on the goodwill of what might be in the polls right now, which makes them competitive. They've got to have boots on the ground. The other question, maybe I'll be the skunk at the party, why bring Jean Chrétien here? This is not a Liberal Party event. I could understand if Liberals were gathered here that they'd like to see the former Prime Minister because he's very popular within the Liberal family. But if you're trying to send the message that you're moving in a new direction and there's a new leader and a smaller cabinet and a new focus, why do you bring someone from the past? I think that's a bit of a head scratcher for me.
Maybe my guess would be, Scott, and I'll get you in on this, that lately Chrétien has been saying stuff on Canada, U.S. and Trump that has gone like a little bit viral, and probably maybe to build on that, I don't know.
Look, let's not, you know, get too lost on our cornflakes here. He's there because he's a former prime minister, the same reason David Johnson there is a former governor general, and this is a ceremony at Rideau Hall. That being said, I'm not in the same place in terms of the signals that it sends as Nick, because I also think it sends a it sends a signal about a return to a time when Canada did stand up in a very forceful way to the United States with respect to the Iraq War. That's embodied and personified by Mr. Chrétien. It also sends a signal of a return to a time when finances and focus were very much associated with the Liberal brand, with the job that Mr. Chrétien did, my old boss Paul Martin, in balancing the book. So that's small beer, man. That's not going to be the focus. The focus of the day is going to be the cabinet, the words that come out of Mr. Carney's mouth as Prime Minister for the first time, and the focus on taking on Donald Trump. And, you know, they're going to reinforce that frame today. And my guess is we're going to see a flurry of actions in the next 4, 5, 6 days. And then, bang, the writ drops and we're into a campaign that'll be fought around one issue and one issue only, and that is who can best take on Trump. And Poilievre's going to have to figure out how he enters that equation, because so far he's been scrambling to get inside.
Nick wants to respond.
Okay, why don't we just deliver Pierre Poilievre his first attack ad by having Mark Carney and Jacques Chrétien beside each other? Like, really? Come on.
Well, I guess there's two ways to look at it.
You think Jean Chrétien's polling poorly these days? I don't know, man.
I know. Well, maybe not in your neighborhood, but we're talking about Canada.
Lisa, your thoughts, just jumping off of what Nick and Scott are saying about the messaging around this again.
Well, I don't think it's a secret that Mr. Chrétien and his cabinet ministers were kind of frozen out by the Trudeau regime, quite frankly. And as a result, this is a signal to those Liberals out there who would be more on the blue side, more centrist Liberals, that they're back. I think that's all that it is. And it's great to see Mr. Chrétien in good health. I want to go back to something, though, about this cabinet and how it's so incredible that he's cutting the cabinet in half. So it's not, because these cabinet ministers may be taking on new portfolios, but there is no supply, they have no money to spend, and they don't have to go to parliaments, so there's no legislation. So that's 2/3 of their job is done. So there's no 2/3 of their job. They can take on as many portfolios as they can fit on their letterhead, because the reality is they don't have a lot of work to do except to nod and rubber stamp whatever policies the Prime Minister is going to be putting in place. That's it. So they're going to do that for a week. So I wouldn't give great praise to Carney for cutting his cabinet in half. He could have cut it down to 4 people, for God's sake. It really doesn't matter, because we're heading into an election.
I think that the symbolism, though, here is what it's all about. And that can be debated 100%, Kathleen. I think that they just, you know, even the way that Carney spoke, like the word focus is on purpose, because his criticism of, and largely other parties' criticism of the Trudeau government is a lack of focus.
Yeah, and if you just juxtapose the images from 2015 10 years later to the images today. It was a bright, sunny day in 2015. As you said, families walked up, to the Governor General's residence, arm in arm. There was a mass of people. Carney was there singularly. The weather's kind of cooperating with him. It is good weather today in Ottawa, for Ottawa at least, but it's not as sunny and bright as it was that day back in 2015. And that focus that he's driving, that kind of, austere, like laser focus on dealing with Trump, it kind of came across in his comments as he walked into the GGs today.
Yeah, whether the message lands is a different story.
That's right.
I want to go to Rideau Hall again, where my colleagues Michael Couture and Colton Prale are both stationed for us. Colton, I'll start with you. Your observations as you stood there. You're right there when Mr. Carney was talking and as the ministers walked up. I think we have Colton.
And even the new Liberal MPs who came into this were Liberal MPs that most of us who follow the Hill very closely are immensely familiar with. These are, by and large, people that we've seen, handling press, being the ones to stop and speak with media. And so I really wonder how much change it is that we are actually seeing in this. I thought it was quite interesting that we saw David Johnston. We also saw Michel Jean, former Governor General as well, heading into this. There is a little bit of that, kind of as Lisa put, push to recenter on not just the new direction of this party, but the past of this party as well, the past before Justin Trudeau, and a return perhaps to a little bit more of a centrist Liberal party. I think that was the thing that stood out to me the most among these guests of honors that we're seeing arrive other than the cabinet ministers.
Mike, what about you?
Yeah, I think, picking up on what Colton is saying, I think, when you consider the size right now. I mean, we were all being told possibly 15 to 20, and now I think we're counting over 20 at this point. So this isn't that much of a slimmer cabinet. It is significant when you come down from 37 ministers, including the Prime Minister, and really the signals that they're trying to send with who they're putting in what position, making sure that these people have their hands on it and really combining a lot of these ministries and moving some people out of positions like Stephen Guilbeault, who was Environment and Climate Change Minister. I think moving him, giving him a bit of a break from that, but at the same time keeping him in the fold, I think is an interesting move as well, Vassy, when you consider how much of a lightning rod he's been, especially to somebody like Danielle Smith, Alberta's Premier, and out west as well. Keeping somebody like Wilkinson, Jonathan Wilkinson as Natural Resources Minister, I think will be key when you consider how much that will be central to these discussions with the United States. We know that President Trump wants Canada's natural resources. He said as much, and to have somebody like Jonathan Wilkinson, who does have a lot of experience in that field in business. We also understand that he and Mark Carney have been friends for a number of years. He's been a very vocal supporter of Mr. Carney as well. So that doesn't surprise me, but some of the new faces I think are a bit of a nod to the regional representation when you consider that Cody Bloy is somebody from Atlantic Canada. They need to try and make sure that they are extending an olive branch out east as well. And it'll be interesting to see going forward when Mark Carney talked about action-oriented. That really business speak. When a lot of people look at this, we, as a country, are now going to be run by somebody who has a long time and a lot of experience in business. So the possibility of this country being run more like a business, I think, are what Canadians might be able to look forward to, Vassy, as well as that action-oriented, getting down to work, and to the point that a number of people on the panel have been making. They don't have a choice but to do that right now. They have to make sure that they are at the task at hand, because we know April 2nd is coming very, very quickly. And following that conversation and that meeting yesterday with Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary in D.C., there were positive signs, but at the same time, they need to make sure that they are having those conversations at the table, and that you have to wonder how soon after today, how soon after the writ is dropped, will we possibly see Mark Carney take a side trip from the campaign to go to D.C.? Will he be seen with Donald Trump? Will he go into the Oval Office? We know that Carney had said in his conversations and in some of what he said publicly, he will only do that and if the meeting is respecting Canadian sovereignty and making sure that that issue is off the table. So I think, we will see those types of lines going out today, and that type of, focus of this cabinet as well, Vassy.
That's Mike Licouture and Colton Pearl on the grounds. They're outside at Rideau Hall. You're looking live inside Rideau Hall, where the swearing-in ceremony is supposed to get underway in 10 minutes' time. I got to tell you, I've covered about 1 million of these at this point. The fact that there's about 10 people in the room does not bode well for that timeline. So we will keep our fingers crossed and keep our eye in that room. I'm here with Nick Nanos, Kathleen Monk, Lisa Raitt, and Scott Reed. I think, jumping off, Nick, what Mike mentioned, I mean, like, we're talking about this in a way as though this is like a brand new cabinet. It's like there's an election a week and a half away, right? Like there's many differences between now and 2015. 2015, they just won a massive mandate and they were beginning a 4-year term. This is something that effectively will be in a campaign 10 days from now.
Yeah, and I think, there's been a lot of talk about action and lots of action and stuff like that. He's never been elected to anything. And this government doesn't really have a mandate, right? This new government and this new cabinet doesn't really have a mandate. It's a caretaker from the previous administration. I think I would be surprised if this new Mark Carney cabinet decides to do a lot in a short period of time or have a bunch of announcements. I think if it's going to be about focus, focus of the cabinet and a streamlining of the cabinet, focus of his efforts and energy, I would expect only a couple big things to be announced and not a lot, because people are going like, what's up with this? There's going to be an election. What are you doing stuff? You haven't been elected. And, Canadians have not had a chance to render their vote and either to support or not support what Mark Carney will end up proposing.
My guess, I don't know, I maybe guess a little bit differently, Scott, in that I think that they will want to convey, maybe not 13 in the first day, but they will want to use the ability to govern to their advantage politically, just like we saw in the Doug Ford campaign, for example.
Yeah, and I agree with Nick in that you're not going to see a cascade of announcements about a wide variety of topics. That would make no sense. But you may see a handful of announcements, and some very high profile and focused, all around the subject of our relationship with the United States, our ability to sustain and protect our economy. I mean, if he goes to Europe, well, he's going to Europe to get a deal. If he goes to the Oval Office, he's going to make a point. So that's what I think, you're going to see actions of that sort, or the possibility of those actions. What are you going to do with respect to efforts to protect Canadian industry and workers? Will we see, without the House in session, will we see an announcement of what his program would be in the next legislative session to provide those kind of support? And people have talked about, COVID-level support programs. I don't know if it would be that large, but saying to people, listen, if Trump is going to impose hardship on us, then government is going to be an instrument to help sustain and protect you, not just broad industry, but individual workers as we bear that assault.
Strategically, Lisa, you've got, let's say, 10 days between now and the election call. How do you use it to your, I guess, political advantage in that interim, in your view?
Yeah, I think the biggest decision they have to make is whether or not he seeks an audience with Donald Trump, because it could either end spectacularly well or he could get Zelensky'd. And neither of those, you just don't know which outcome you're going to get. So that's the one they're going to have to think about the hardest, I believe, and make sure that they seem to be doing something on the file regarding the United States, short of going down and seeing the president himself. But Vassy, I'm just going to get squishy for a second and say, for the families that are arriving for this moment, I mean, it is a pretty special moment to have your loved ones sworn into cabinet. If for the first time, people who are swearing into cabinet or are getting a new position. When you come in, there's a lovely Canadian Forces Quartet that plays music for you. You're in a beautiful room. I mean, for the moment that they're experiencing right now, it is a really cool thing. I know that we're the ones talking about all the politics around it, but I just want to say to the families who are watching and excited for their loved ones, it is a really cool thing. And enjoy the half an hour that it's going to be calm, because after that, you're not going to see your family member ever again, not for at least 7 weeks.
You could be squishy. Yeah, you could be squishy all you want. I think Canadians are, we can talk about the politics, but we're also in a moment where I think collectively, regardless of political stripe, we're all happy to see the process of democracy unfold in our country with integrity as we watch what's happening south of the border in such a different way. Kathleen, we're just watching, by the way, if you are just joining us. We're a few minutes out, maybe, from the start of the swearing-in ceremony. The room certainly is building up. We had started talking off about what the picks might mean politically, particularly where regional interests are concerned and where an election is concerned, right? Like who are you trying to, I guess, cultivate an audience with, or you know, who do you have electoral interest in? What, based on what you've seen so far?
Yeah, I think we have to look at today's cabinet picks also through the electoral lens, right? Not just the regional and gender, you know, balance. It's actually who has an organization behind them, who can mobilize folks on the ground, volunteers, also who can raise money, right? That is part of this decision. That's why you see people like Melanie Joly, Francois Philippe Champagne staying in cabinet. These are big players. They organize, big organizers in Quebec. They can deliver, and Carney needs to keep them not only happy because they're competent cabinet ministers, but he also needs to keep them because he needs them for the election. Any of the announcements for the next few days, what Carney's going to do is he's going to try to suck up that earned media, right? If I was him, advising him, which I'm obviously not, I would say do not go to the U.S. I think it's a brilliant move going to Europe, not just, as Lisa said, you beat Zelensky's. Also, look at the Prime Minister of Ireland. He didn't fare that well in that meeting either.
UK Prime Minister.
Yeah, there's so many you can list. Like, it's just, it's not, the odds are not on you doing well if you sit down in that Oval Office with Mr. Trump. So I think that that's the wise move. Eat up all the earned media you can. Have a few announcements which will roll into your electoral platform, and get yourself running. I'm not worried about the candidate numbers that Nick cited earlier. Listen, people who are political strategists who run campaigns, we know we can fill those slots very quickly, especially if you're building on momentum like the Liberals are right now. They can fill those slots. So that's not really a metric that I would look at. I would look at dollars in the bank, fundraising numbers. I would look at media mentions, earned media, and if he can sustain this, and if he wins the framing war.
All right, former Governor General David Johnston making his way in. You can see at the front of your screen another former Governor General, Michaël Jean. We are going to take a quick commercial break, but this ceremony is slated to get underway shortly after we return from that break. Our special coverage continues in just 2 minutes. Stay right there.
Welcome along to the Australian Grand Prix
on TSN and TSN+.
I'm Francesco Mutti, and nobody loves tomatoes as much as I do.
So you can enjoy the freshness and taste of Mutti tomatoes. Mutti, one family, one passion. Tomatoes. Shop and get dirty. Get dirty. Get dirty. Get dirty. Shop and get dirty.
You know, retirement doesn't have to mean giving something up. It should mean living life on your own terms. Well, thankfully, if you're a Canadian homeowner, age 55 and better, you can access some of your home's value in tax-free cash with CHIP. That way, you can live retirement on your own terms. Stay in the home and the neighborhood that you love. Because there's no place like home. Right, Rocky?
If you're 55 or older, call now for your free, no-obligation CHIP reverse mortgage guide. With CHIP, you could get up to 55% of your home's value in tax-free cash. Take only what you need in a lump sum or over time with no monthly mortgage payments required. Call 1-866-519-2447.
Maybe it's time for you to consider CHIP too.
Call now for your free no-obligation guide. Call 1-866-519-2447. That's 1-866-519-CHIP. Or visit chip.ca. Call CHIP today and live retirement your way.
Swiss Chalet Seafood Fest is back. Hurry in for Canada's famous rotisserie chicken paired with garlic shrimp, our delicious fish and chips, fish sandwich, or our popcorn shrimp appetizer. All here for a limited time, starting from only $16.99, only at Swiss Chalet.
Limits aren't there to stop us. They're there to challenge us, test us. So when we push past those limits, we discover how far we can really go. The Jeep No Limits event is back. Get up to $8,800 in total incentives on Jeep Wrangler, or up to $6,700 in total incentives on Jeep Grand Cherokee, or lease a Jeep Compass North for $99 a week for 54 months with $1,095 down at 2.49%, 4.06% APR. Jeep, there's only one.
A performance that truly matters. This is what you've been waiting for. Returning to 9 cities across Canada, starting March 21st. Tickets at Shenyun.com.
Whoa,
How'd you get your teeth so white?
You gotta use the right toothpaste.
Dr. C?
Not all toothpaste whiten the same. Crest 3D White removes 100% more stains for a noticeably whiter smile.
New personal best.
Crest.
Are you looking for a walk-in tub for you or someone you love? Well, look no further. A Safe Step walk-in tub is the best in its class. Now, for a limited time, when you purchase your brand new Safe Step walk-in tub, you'll receive a free safety package. And if you call today, you'll also receive $1,500 off your entire order. Yes, $1,500 off. Call today and receive a free safety package plus $1,500 off.
Welcome back to our special coverage of Mark Carney's swearing in. I'm Vassy Kapelos in Ottawa. A few blocks from where I sit at Rideau Hall, we can take a live look inside the room where that swearing in is slated to get underway any moment now. Former Prime Minister Jean Chrétien just took his seat alongside other former prime ministers, or sorry, former governor generals, my apologies, Michael Jean and David Johnston. You've got the Chief of Defense Staff attending, as well as the head of the RCMP, Michael Duhem, and a number of other familiar faces, families, of course, and friends of the ministers who are about to be sworn in. About 24, including the Prime Minister, will make up the final table. And again, that ceremony is slated to get underway any moment now. Colton Prale is just outside that room, outside the front gates. Adrian Clarkson, another former Governor General there. Colton, your thoughts on who we've seen arrive so far? I think I'm just looking now if I could see who that is inside. But in any event, lots of former Governor Generals, former Prime Minister Jean Chrétien, and then, of course, some newly minted. There's Jerry Butts, former Principal Secretary to the Prime Minister, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, now, of course, and Marco Mendicino, another. He's serving as Chief of Staff to Mark Carney. Wow, some of it feels new, Colton, and a lot of it feels like this was 10 years ago.
Oh my gosh, does it ever? Yeah, I mean, you're getting two kind of different messages here, and I think you can see it even in the cabinet ministers who have been brought in into the fold. There is a little bit of change for sure. It certainly feels a little less Justin Trudeau than it could have, but it also doesn't feel all that different. We saw so many familiar faces on the walk-in, so many ministers keeping their job in cabinet. Now, whether they keep the portfolio or not, that part remains to be seen. But in large part, these are faces that we are so familiar with. And if the messaging, as we heard from Mr. Carney, is about focus, it's about action, and it's about change primarily. Some of the question marks I have are around that change. Even if you are changing back to an earlier version of the Liberal Party and you're trying to center that around someone like Jean Chrétien and rebrand what this party is about and return to some of those roots, try to bring back, some red Tories, for example, the question is, how successful can you be if you're also bringing in a cabinet with Chrystia Freeland? You're also bringing in a cabinet with Stephen Guilbeault. Are Canadians going to buy that? I think if we're having this conversation, you and I, around what that political impetus is, whether it's something that is going to be feasible for Mr. Carney, it's certainly going to be on the minds of Canadians. And just going around speaking to people over the last couple of days in advance of this, the biggest thing I've been hearing in my personal life is that desire for change, is that desire for the feeling of something different. And will this backtrack on some of the goodwill that was gained over the weekend at the Liberal convention and the real sentiment that there was change there, certainly among Liberals? Will Canadians feel the same way, seeing so many of the same cabinet ministers, seeing some of the same cabinet ministers in incredibly high-profile portfolios being the ones who are standing there talking about trade issues, talking about tariff issues? Is it going to be believable, or is it going to feel like, as Lisa put it earlier in the show, the same government more or less seeking a fourth mandate? I think that's the real challenge that Mark Carney is going to run into, and certainly that's going to be one of the biggest questions I have for him when he comes out after the swearing in and we get a chance to speak with the new Prime Minister, is just how new all of this actually is.
So if you take a look inside this room as it does begin to fill up, a couple of different scenes emerging, and you are looking live right now inside the room where the swearing in of Mark Carney and his cabinet will take place. On the left, you see a lot of former Governor Generals, including David Johnston, Michael Jean, and Adrian Clarkson, alongside former Prime Minister Jean Chrétien. They seem involved in a pretty specific conversation. That's Nat and Obed. walking in as well. To the right of them, you can see almost at the corner of your eye a series of very familiar faces who are involved in the transition, and some of whom might be involved in the Mark Carney government after, if they are successful in an election. I'm talking about former Justice Minister David Lametti, former MP or outgoing MP Marco Mendicino. David Lametti, I'm told, would serve as a principal secretary moving forward. Marco Mendicino is currently the chief of staff to Mark Carney during this transition period. And then in the middle of them, once it swings back, we'll certainly be able to see, is Jerry Butts. Jerry Butts was the architect of one of the main architects of the 2015 campaign, and certainly by the Prime Minister's side for a number of years thereafter, until he resigned as principal secretary alongside Chief of Staff Katie Telford. They were two of the kind of constants in the first and most of the second mandate of Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. So an interesting mix. Again, the theme of change and focus and action, one that the Mark Carney camp has certainly signified to reporters, or signaled to reporters, that they want to be able to communicate rather today through to Canadians. The room almost at capacity. I'm also joined right now by Scott Reid, Kathleen Monk, Nick Nanos, and Lisa Raitt. Scott, I'll start with you. Your thoughts as you watch this room fill up, and we've got the Chief of Defense Staff walking in, just past David Lametti at the moment.
Well, I'll echo something that Lisa said earlier, which is that lost in all the political calculation is the fact that this is an extraordinary event for people who are participants in it. I remember the day that Mr. Martin was sworn in, being at Rideau Hall, and how exciting it was and how unique it is for the families. Now I'll move to raw politics. Unfettered raw politics. I think the most interesting aspect of what's happening, you want to talk change, one of the things that's changing are the polls in Quebec. And I think there's some interesting dynamics happening with the choices they're making and Quebec cabinet ministers. There are some high-profile folks who are gone, like Mark Miller, but they're keeping Guilbeault, moving him out of the sensitive portfolio of environment, where, you know, they want to signal change from the carbon tax, but maintaining his status as a minister and giving him this position of Quebec lieutenant. He's got a large reputation. He's extraordinarily well known across the province of Quebec. You see the Bloc dropping in terms of support as his focus on Trump, trade, the vulnerability of the Canadian economy to abuse from the United States. Quebec seems to be rallying around Mr. Carney, even though his French is no roaring hell. And it's interesting to me that that dynamic is unfolding. That's one of the most principled objectives of the next number of weeks. Maintain that momentum, sustain it, and build on it, because those are seat-rich changes. When the Bloc drop 10 points and the Liberals move into that space, there's a ton of seats to be had there.
You just really want to know what David Johnston and Jean Chrétien are laughing about at this very moment. But building Nick off of what Scott is...
Netflix shows.
Yeah, maybe,
Squid
I
Games.
guess. Building off of what Scott is saying, is Stephen Guilbeault staying and getting sort of a Quebec lieutenant, but also like an identity, a portfolio related to culture and national identity. That's going to be something interesting to see as well, and the reaction to that, because he is one of the more like the political lightning rods, I guess you could call it, particularly between the Liberals and the Conservatives.
Absolutely. And the thing is, to Scott's point about Quebec, among the more dramatic changes has been in the province of Quebec over the last 6 to 8 weeks. The Conservatives in the Nanos tracking at one point were like in the high 20s. They're now back in the low teens. The Liberals are back in the game in the province of Quebec. And one thing that we didn't know, Vassy, is that for any party to win an election, they need a regional base. And this is why Quebec is critical for the Liberals. Once the Liberals are doing well in the province of Quebec, then they can start to wage war in other parts of the country. And we're specifically, realistically talking about Ontario, because Ontario is really where the battle is going to be, and probably will determine who will be the next government.
I wanted to also ask Lisa about Chrystia Freeland, because we spoke so much about her, in particular in the lead-up, of course, to the Liberal leadership vote on Sunday. She ran, she came in second with 8% of the vote. Karina Gould also ran, ending up with about 3%. No invitation for Karina Gould. Interesting that Chrystia Freeland did get an invite. She will serve as Minister of Transport. What's your read on that?
What's wrong with transport? Why is everybody hacking on that? I loved it when I had that portfolio. I think it's amazing. And if I were to,
no one's hacking on it. She's just interesting. She's there.
It's such a demotion. But listen, I mean, in a time, what's interesting about the transport portfolio is this: is that if anything goes wrong in the transport system, and God, I hope nothing happens terribly horrible. But that is an area in which you're going to have a sure and steady hand. So it's not a bad idea to have somebody who's going to be able to focus and move forward if something terrible does happen with respect to anything to do with transportation. It's just a volatile area. You never know what can happen. So I don't think it's a bad thing. But I'll tell you what the gift is. That gift is seeing Mr. Lametti, Mr. Butts, and Mr. Mendicino all sitting there together, which I know I would dub the carbon tax chorus, because they all sing from the same song sheet when it comes to the carbon tax. And if Mr. Carney wants to separate himself from the carbon tax, he's got a real hard time to do it, especially if Mr. Guilbeault is saying, as of yesterday, look, I think it's a good policy. It's just the Conservatives. They're the ones that spent money and made everyone think bad things about the carbon tax, but it's still good. So is this going to be a carbon tax battle? Conservatives will want it to be a carbon tax battle. And in your front bench, you've got the people who were the most, I would say, vocal and defending it along the way. So it's not a bad day for Conservatives there.
Kathleen, what do you think about that?
Well, I think if Lisa's pointing to the staffers, which she is in terms of Jerry Butts, I don't think Canadians know really who Jerry Butts is. People who are politically engaged, activists, they know who Jerry Butts is. And I do agree with Lisa on this, that it's a weird day to pop your head up. We've all known that, Jerry Butts has been kind of running the Carney campaign behind the curtains. But I don't know if I would, as a staffer, staffers are supposed to fall on their sword, stay in the curtain, behind the curtains. I don't know if I would have shown up today to Rideau Hall like he is obviously in the seats there. That said, what do I find interesting? I mean, we talked about the Quebec issue. When we think of this cabinet, we look at who's going to be named there. We have a number of strong voices. Rachel Bendenin has been elevated. She's from the Outremont region. They're keeping Guilbeault, as you mentioned, but that's because that seat of Laurier Ste. Marie, that often flips between Liberals and New Democrats. New Democrats have been running a strong candidate there. I think they needed to keep Guilbeault in that running for a number of reasons, not only because he's incredibly popular across Quebec, but also that could be a takeaway potentially in that one riding of Laurier Ste. Marie. Obviously, we've already talked about Melanie Joly and Champagne in terms of their representation across the province. But it is true that Quebec is the big enchilada of votes. And next, I would say Ontario and BC. BC is interesting to me because we don't see the Terry Beaches back in cabinet. Sure, Wilkinson is there, but there are other people, big voices, people like Joyce Murray, who are no longer in cabinet, who have been strong fundraisers and people who delivered for the Liberal Party time and time again. So what does the Liberals play in the province of BC look like now? Because they're going to have to win back and defend those seats against Conservative and New Democrats. That's often a three-way play. And to Ontario, obviously we're still seeing a lot of some of the new faces from obviously Atlantic, Cody Bloy, I think it is, as you mentioned, but also some new faces in Ontario. So that'll be interesting.
Yeah, it tells us something, Scott, right? As we continue to watch the room fill up. If you're just joining us now, we are about to get underway at Rideau Hall with the swearing-in ceremony for the 24th Prime Minister of this country, Mark Carney, alongside his cabinet. Your thoughts on sort of the electoral calculations of cabinet as we head into an election, Scott?
Yeah, I'll just pick up on the specific point that Kathleen was making about BC, because I think it's another one of those interesting places because so much has shifted electorally over the course of the last 6 to 8 weeks when we've seen the NDP collapsing in their vote. So the three-way races that Kathleen was talking about might vanish. They may become head-to-head battles with the Liberals and the Conservatives, and that obviously is a massive boost. That's a critical, essential factor for the Liberals that they're going to be competitive in those seats because, honest to Pete, like 8 weeks ago, you thought the Liberals were just going to get wiped out in British Columbia. Now, maybe not so much. And it'll be interesting to see if Mr. Carney has, in the course of the next week, 10 days, a couple of new names, a couple of new candidates that he might roll out in British Columbia. I'd be watching for that. So we've got this dose of people and their jobs in terms of cabinet, but there is a second shoe to drop, and that will be new candidates that he tries to introduce. All of this, however, is traditional detail politics that we pour over. I do think we have to constantly remind ourselves of how unique the circumstances that we're in. We are in this situation where we're almost certainly going to have a single issue campaign. It's going to be all about Trump, all about protecting ourselves, and really it's going to come down to a test of the people at the top of the ticket. Do you trust Pierre Poilievre to do that, or do you trust Mark Carney to do that? Today is going to be all about filling that sense of confidence for Canadians that Mark Carney's the right guy for the right job at the right moment. And I just think you're going to see sustained activity today at the press conference, announcements they make, and then candidates they roll out, policies that they champion, trips that they take, all between now and what's going to be an election call in you tell me, 5, 6, 7, 8 days?
Like basically a week. Like we're gonna, all the things we're talking about are concentrated on essentially the next week. I think we are pretty close to the ceremony getting underway, pardon me, because we did just see Mark Carney's family arrive, including his wife, Diana Carney, who sits at the front row, which I think the shot will show very shortly. There she is on the far right of that row. Nick, talk a little bit about, if we could drill down into what has materialized over the last 6 weeks and where it leads you regionally, especially to focus over the next 10 days and into a campaign.
Well, to Scott's point, if we looked at the polling numbers at the beginning of January, it looked like the Liberals were dead on arrival. The thing is they were 27 points back, and we're trailing basically in every single region of the country another party. Fast forward now, the Liberals are regaining some of the support that they lost in Atlantic Canada, probably poised to hold their gains there, what they have there. Quebec is now looking much better for the Liberals, and to the discussion about British Columbia, British Columbia now has changed, and I think I wouldn't count the NDP out yet. The Liberals are doing better, but I just think as a pollster, I always kind of. I'm uncomfortable doing predictions in British Columbia because it's very complex. The local campaigns matter. There are multiple parties that are competitive. And, it's one of the few regions in the country where there's like 3, 4 parties that can do well and can punch above their weight. And I think the only thing that hasn't really changed is the prairies, which has been a lock for the Conservatives and remains a lock. Just
a quick follow-up question as we wait for the official part of the ceremony to get underway. You look at trend lines all the time, right? Where is this? I mean, there's been so much change so quickly. Is this going to settle out? Is it going to go a different direction? Is it still on the ascent? What is your sense?
I think it's still on the ascent, and it'll probably, unless there's some kind of mess up today, there'll probably be a little bit of a lift for the Liberals. Who knows how big it'll be? The other thing is that we know in our weekly tracking that the proportion of Canadians that would be open to voting Liberal is now starting to trend up. That's a leading indicator. The proportion of Canadians that are open to voting Conservative is starting to trend down. That's a leading indicator for the Conservatives. So, I think we could probably expect at least another lift for the Liberals 1 week, but then the election will start. And you know what, Vassy, the election is a massive reset button, because there will be equal focus between the different party leaders. Like the Liberals, they've got it made right now. They're the incumbent government. They're in the news. If Donald Trump's talking, they're going to be talking to the Liberal governments and who happens to be the Prime Minister. So it's a bit easy right now to kind of puff up your numbers. It's when the rubber will hit the road when the election starts and we see equal coverage between the main federal party leaders, and that's when the real trend line is going to come out.
Lisa, as far as the Tories go, we've been focused very much on what the Carney camp is going to do over the next 10 days. What do you anticipate the strategy from the Tories will be?
I think it's going to be about pointing out the fact that this is a Liberal government seeking its 4th term. I think you would see a lot of tying back, especially in Ontario, given there's so many seats in play there, tying back to the last time Ontario gave a 4th term to a Liberal government. That would have been Dalton McGuinty to Kathleen Wynne, and just focus on those kinds of issues. Do you really want to go down that path again? You've had the experience. It's not a good thing. And let the election go where it is. But as I said before, Jerry and Jody, they can go to whatever they want to go to in terms of ceremonies. But, there's a lot of pictures that link Mr. Butts to Mr. Trudeau, and now Mr. Carney to Mr. Butts, and that's going to be all over the place.
And I think the ceremony is now getting underway. Everybody is standing up. We'll listen in live for a moment.
Excellence, le gouverneur général du Canada et Monsieur Whit Fraser.
You're looking live inside the room at Rideau Hall, where a swearing-in ceremony is moments away from getting underway. Ministers alongside Mark Carney, and there he is taking his seat next to his wife, Diana Carney, along with the Governor General. and her husband, Governor General Mary Simon, all taking their place for this ceremony. The ministers are all stationed to the right of Mr. Carney. And there is the Governor General and her husband, Whit Fraser. The ceremony, will take place like ones that you've seen before, where different oaths are taken. It will conclude
Good morning, everybody.
probably in about
about
30 minutes. Let's take a listen in as this gets underway.
Hall today for the swearing in of the 24th Prime Minister of Canada and the 30th Canadian Ministry. I'd like to take a moment to share with you a traditional activity that was initiated just prior to the beginning of the ceremony. The lighting of the hulik, a traditional Inuit lamp. This lamp is used in the north to bring light and warmth to the home. We light the hulik to mark important events such as today's ceremony. And we are grateful for the presence of Elder Canon Iga Atikutsiak from Arctic Bay, who lit the hulik and will remain and maintain its light and warmth throughout the ceremony. Nakumik. J'aimerais maintenant inviter l'aîné algonquin Verna McGregor à prononcer ses mots de bienvenue.
Verna McGregor of the Algonquin to say her welcome words.
Kwe kakina. Bonjour tout le monde. Hello,
everyone.
Very honored to be here today, and I'd like to welcome you to our traditional unceded lands here, and I'm very honored, Your Excellency, for the invitation. I do many openings for constituents in Ottawa here, but I always talk about the significance here because this is so special for us as Algonquin. We're known as the Mamaninawak, the nomads, and we're known for the birch bark canoe. And we would meet here in the summer prior to contact to talk about what's going on the land. But this confluence here is very special because it represents balance of the four directions, the four seasons, the four stages of your life. And so, and I find it interesting that Parliament and Rideau Hall and all the government headquarters are located here, because I think this is special too as well for leadership. And I'm honoring the new leader today too as well. And I was thinking about you today. I said it's like the geese, and you have the head, the person at the head, Ganiganich, and they face the head waters. And I think we're in for always challenges, but even more so today. So I'm going to honor you and all of you with a little opening prayer and thanking everybody. And so I say, miigwech. Ojenya gashkito, Jama Dose Koshe Nongo, Mame Kakina, Niganich. Shwemishnon in Abigas, Miguach Oje Kakinaga Gishen Don Oje, Mam de Gay, Nindekimenon, Shkaiki Question Kason in the Kimenon. We don't Kakina Pamazaje Konje Nagado Amdan Kakina Guchin in the Kimenon, Mam de Gay Nishnabe Ki, Miguach Oje Kakina Ete Kishigo. Kizis to be Kizis, a Shichanungshuk, we don't con an Okamasnan on Jay and Agado Abdan, Kakina Gutya, Nibi, a Shichnimishomsanan, Kizis on Jay and Agado Abdan, Kakina Gutya, Pamad Sajik, the Niswagonshe, Migwech on Jay Nasewen, Kaki Mijin, Chimino Pamad Zian on Jay. We don't quite Kakinan and Gino and Daganak, Nimishomsanan, the Gokmisnan, a Shichnidon, the Niz on Jay, no Gomonje, the Bashkadagma, Kamashed, the Niswagonshe. A Shitkakinan and Gino and Daganak, a Wessi Sak, Mitigog, Mijaski, Mashkiki, Kakina Gagijendan. Kacheshquat Negue de Seaman, Kego Gajeman, Doshitkan, and Oshkush Negue de Seaman. We don't quite Kakina, Mam de Gay, we wisen a jig, the Mogs a jig, Akas a jig. Kaye, we make God with jig, no comb, Chuana, Kiwatch, Chimino, Pamadzu watch. Miigwech. I say miigwech 4 times to honor again the 4 directions, the 4 seasons, the 4 stages of our lives. We come from spirit and we return back to spirit. We come from the earth, we return back to the earth. And in my prayer, what I'm saying is I'm thanking everybody to coming together here. And always a reminder to as well to look after the earth. Because again, one of the teachings is that we were all given the original instructions to look after the earth, because we all share the earth, we share the water, we share the air, and the fire of the sun, our internal fires. So that's why, again, Carney, the one in front, it has a big responsibility. And that's why we're having this ceremony today. So, miigwech everybody, and have a good day. Merci. Merci à tous.
Thank you, Elder McGregor. Merci, Annie McGregor. Mr. John Hannaford, the Clerk of the Privy Council and the Secretary to the Cabinet, will now seek the Governor-General's consent for the administration of the Oath of Allegiance, the Privy Councillor's Oath, and the Oath of Office to the Prime Minister-designate.
Excellency, the Prime Minister-designate has accepted your invitation to form a new government and is prepared to be sworn in. Excellence, le Premier ministre désigné a accepté votre invitation de former le gouvernement et est disposé à servir
to begin the ceremony for the swearing.
The Prime Minister-designate will please come forward to be sworn in. Le Premier ministre désigné est prié de s'avancer pour prêter serment. Mr. Mark Carney, Mr. Mark Carney.
Moi, Mark Carney,
I, Mark Carney,
fidélité et sincère allégeance à Sa Majesté,
allegiance, sincere loyalty to His Majesty, King Charles I and his succession.
Do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty, King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. Moi, Mark Carney.
I, Mark Carney, I solemnly swear and sincerely swear that I shall act in loyal servitude to His Majesty of the King Charles I for the Privy Council, and I will expedite faithfully and truthfully I will speak out my truth opinion sincerely on anything that happens in the Council. I will keep secret all that is revealed to me in this capacity, and everything that is done will be done secretly in the Council. I will act in all circumstances in faithful and loyal servitude to His Majesty.
I, Mark Carney, do solemnly and sincerely swear that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will, in all things, to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in Council. Generally, in all things I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. Moi, Mark Carney.
I, Mark Carney, I solemnly swear and promise sincerely, to the best of my knowledge and competence, that I will faithfully and honestly carry this authority and will deal with the responsibilities that have been done to me as Prime Minister.
Do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trust reposed in me as Prime Minister.
And with that, Mark Carney becomes the 24th Prime Minister of this country. You can see him there taking the oath, as well as now signing We've got a close-up shot of that. Next to Governor General Mary Simon, the clerk of the Privy Council, of course, also involved John Hannaford. And now, after this part of it, after the swearing in for the Prime Minister himself, we will move on to a series of ministers. And I can tell you, as we watch this signing take place,
the Privy Council are signing the oath books to formally witness the swearing in of the Prime Minister, but they're also signing the instruments of advice nominating the new Canadian ministry.
And that new Canadian ministry does include a move for François-Philippe Champagne to the Ministry of Finance. Dominic LeBlanc moves away from that position and becomes the Minister of International Trade, as well as what's known as the President of the King's Privy Council for Canada. Anita Anand, who decided just a few weeks ago to come back into politics after saying she would not run in this election, becomes the Minister of Industry, taking over the portfolio for François-Philippe Champagne. Stephen Guilbeault not only becomes the Quebec lieutenant from being the Minister of Environment and Climate Change, but also takes on a new portfolio known as Minister of Canadian Culture and Identity, as well as overseeing Parks Canada. Chrystia Freeland, who contested the Liberal leadership against Mark Carney, does remain in cabinet. She becomes the Minister of Transport, but additionally, the Minister of Internal Trade. Internal trade has become a focus in particular, although discussed for decades, a focus in particular since Donald Trump started threatening tariffs. And she will be tasked with breaking down barriers associated with them. In an attempt to grow our economy against the backdrop of those threats. The Prime Minister now receiving a round of applause and a standing ovation from the room, which includes both his brother and his wife, and of course all the other ministers and their families as well. Mark Carney shaking the hand there of Whit Fraser, Governor General Mary Simon's husband, and Governor General Simon assuming her seat right next to the Prime Minister. The rest of the ceremony will now get underway. We'll take a listen in.
The swearing in of the 30th Canadian Ministry.
Come forward to be sworn in. Les ministres et les ministres désignés sont priés de s'avancer pour prêter serment. L'honorable Dominic Leblanc, ministre du Commerce international et des Affaires intergouvernementales et président du Conseil
Minister of International Trade and Interprovincial
Minister of International Trade and Intergovernmental Affairs and President of the King's Privy Council for Canada.
Moi, Dominic Leblanc, je promets et jure solennellement et sincèrement qu'au mieux de ma compétence et de ma connaissance, j'exécuterai loyalement et fidèlement les pouvoirs et je m'acquitterai des responsabilités qui m'ont été confiées en qualité de ministre du Commerce international et des Affaires intergouvernementales et président du Conseil privé du Roi pour le Canada. I, Dominic LeBlanc, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of International Trade and Intergovernmental Affairs and President of the King's Privy Council for Canada.
Minister Dominic LeBlanc, who represents a riding in New Brunswick, the first cabinet minister to be sworn in. He has been at the helm of the Finance Department for the last number of weeks, but he has served in a number of different capacities in cabinet under former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. He retains the portfolio of intergovernmental affairs. He was kind of the chief negotiator, if you will, between the federal government and provincial governments for the last number of years. But he now moves from finance to international trade, which does allow him to, I guess, stay at the forefront of negotiations with the United States. He was in Washington just yesterday, meeting with Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick and Ontario Premier Doug Ford, and he seems to be the chief conduit between the White House, at the moment at least, and the federal government. It was supposed to be Mélanie Joly, but I don't believe she's there. She's still in Charlevoix. So she will be sworn in a little bit later today.
Development is unable to join us this morning, but will be sworn in at a later time this afternoon. Maintenant, l'honorable François-Philippe Champagne, ministre des Finances.
The Honorable François-Philippe Champagne, Minister of Finance.
François-Philippe Champagne, who represents the riding Jean Chrétien did in Shawinigan, Quebec, becomes the finance minister. He previously served as industry minister. Anita Anand will take over that portfolio. François-Philippe Champagne, years ago, almost a decade ago, served as parliamentary secretary to then finance minister Bill Morneau, so he certainly has some experience with the file more generally, but he too will remain alongside Minister Joly and Minister LeBlanc at the helm of the Canada-US file.
That I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trust reposed in me as Minister of Finance. Thank you. Prime Minister.
Minister Champagne and Minister Joly were widely rumored to be considering a run at the Liberal leadership themselves. Both announced they would not to focus on the Canada-US file, but very quickly thereafter endorsed Mark Carney in his leadership bid. Minister Champagne was also alongside Minister LeBlanc yesterday in Washington for that meeting with Howard Lutnick. Minister Joly will be sworn in a bit later today. She is having some difficulty getting back from Charlevoix, Quebec, where she hosted other G7 foreign ministers.
Anita Anand, Ministre de l'Innovation, des Sciences et l'Industrie.
I, Indira Anita Anand, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Innovation, Science, and Industry. Moi, Indira Anita Anand, je promets et jure solennellement et sincèrement qu'au mieux de ma compétence et de ma connaissance, j'exécuterai loyalement et fidèlement les pouvoirs et je m'acquitterai des responsabilités qui m'ont été confiées en qualité de ministre de l'Innovation, des Sciences et de l'Industrie.
Anita Anand, the MP for Oakville, who about 6 weeks ago said she would not be running again, changed her mind just a few weeks ago. Last Friday, I believe, she stood next to Mark Carney in her riding. She endorsed Mark Carney in his bid to become leader of the Liberal Party, and she becomes the Minister of Industry. She has served also in a wide variety of roles. She was most recently Minister of Transport, right before then Minister of President of the Treasury Board. She also, during the pandemic, which many of you watching might be most familiar with, served as Minister for Procurement. She was in charge of getting vaccines for this country and one of the most kind of front-facing ministers during the pandemic. So once again, she becomes the Minister of Innovation, Science, and
The Honourable
Industry.
William Sterling Blair, Minister of National Defence. L'Honorable William Sterling Blair, Ministre de la Défense nationale.
Blair, National Defense.
I, William Sterling Blair, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of National Defence. Thank you, John.
Former chief of police for Toronto, Bill Blair, keeps his role, the first minister we've seen so far to retain his position as Minister of Defence. He's been in that role since 2023, which he assumed from Anita Anand, in fact. A very significant portfolio at this moment in time, given the scrutiny over Canada's own defence spending. All leadership candidates in the Liberal leadership race had promised to accelerate the timeline put in place to meet NATO spending targets. Bill Blair himself talking about how that goal can be reached before 2032, which is the deadline or the outline put forward by the government last year. So a lot of focus on that portfolio going forward, too.
L'Honorable Patty Hajdu, Ministre des Services
Hajdu.
des Autochtones.
Indigenous Services.
I, Patricia Haidu, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Indigenous Services. Moi, Patricia Hajdu.
Patricia Hajdu, solemnly and promise, swear solemnly and sincerely, that to the best of my knowledge and skill I will execute truly and faithfully the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Indigenous Services.
So Patty Hajdu also retains her portfolio. She represents eroding in Thunder Bay in Northern Ontario. She also served in different capacities over her time in government, including during the pandemic as Minister of Health. She retains the portfolio of Minister of Indigenous Services. Gary Anandasangari also retains his portfolio of Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations, but adds to it that he will become Justice Minister and Attorney General of Canada. So a little bit of a shuffling there of the way in which these ministries will work, at least, through an election, which of course could be called imminently. So Patty Hajdu, again, retaining her portfolio as Minister of Indigenous Services.
The Honourable Jonathan Wilkinson, Minister of Energy and Natural Resources. Honorable Jonathan Wilkinson, Ministre de l'Énergie et des Ressources Naturelles.
Minister of Natural Resources, Energy and Natural Resources.
I, Jonathan Wilkinson, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully and to the best of my skill and knowledge execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Energy and Natural Resources. I,
Jonathan Wilkinson, solemnly and sincerely promise and swear, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, shall faithfully the powers and trust reposed in me as Minister of Energy and Natural Resources.
Jonathan Wilkinson also keeps his portfolio at the helm of energy and natural resources. A lot of renewed focus on that, as well as the conversation turns in light of Donald Trump's tariff threat to a diversification of markets, the possibility of getting energy like oil and gas or critical minerals to different markets other than the United States. Interestingly, Jonathan Wilkinson becomes the sole representative, I believe, if I've done my calculations right, of British Columbia on this current cabinet, which has shrunk in size from 37 to 23 plus the Prime Minister. So Jonathan Wilkinson, who represents, I should say, North Vancouver, shaking the hand there of Stephen Guilbeault, former Minister of Environment. As he takes his seat, he will retain his portfolio helming energy.
The Honourable Jeanette Petitpas-Taylor, President of the Treasury Board.
Moi, Jeanette Petitpas-Taylor.
I, Jeanette Petitpas-Taylor, solemnly and faithfully swear that to the best of my skill and knowledge shall execute faithfully the powers and trust reposed in me as President of Treasury Board.
I, Jeanette Petitpas-Taylor, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skills and knowledge, execute the powers and trust reposed in me as President of the Treasury Board.
Jeanette Petitpas-Taylor, who represents a riding in New Brunswick, in Moncton, in fact, retains her position as well as President of the Treasury Board. She hasn't been in that position for all that long, but she retains that role that oversees kind of the purse strings for government. She also served in a previous life, you could say, or in previous years as Minister of Health. So Jeanette Petitpas-Taylor assumes her position as President of the Treasury Board. She will retain that position, you could say, of course. And up next, we've got Stephen Guilbeault. Big shift here. He goes from being Minister of Environment and Climate Change to something called Minister of Canadian Culture and Identity, Parks Canada, and Quebec Lieutenant.
Canadienne, Parc Canada et Lieutenant du Québec.
And Quebec Lieutenant.
Minister of Canadian Culture and Identity, Parks Canada, and the Quebec Lieutenant.
Moi, Stephen Guilbeault, je promets et déclare solennellement
solemnly and swear that I will truly and faithfully, to the best of my skill and knowledge, will execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Cultural Identity, Parks Canada.
Do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Canadian Culture and Identity, Parks Canada, and Quebec Lieutenant. Thank you. Merci, John.
Quebec MP Stephen Guilbeault assuming a brand new portfolio. One of the more significant shifts in cabinet, he moves away from environment and climate change. He's a well-known environmentalist from Quebec, I should say, who has led the file on environment and climate change and the policies pursued by the federal government, some popular, others like the carbon tax not. Mark Carney, of course, promising to get rid of the carbon tax as soon as he assumes office. Stephen Guilbeault becomes the Minister of Canadian Culture and Identity. We'll look to find out this afternoon exactly what that means. He'll oversee Parks Canada and will also be the government's lieutenant.
Christian Freeland, Ministre des Transports et du Commerce intérieur.
I, Christian Freeland, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Transport and Internal Trade. Moi, Christian Freeland.
I, Christian Freeland, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers reposed in me as Minister of Transport and Internal Trade.
Chrystia Freeland, who previously served as Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister under former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, becomes Minister of Transport and Internal Trade. She ran against Mark Carney for the leadership of the party. She came a distant second, but ultimately did run against Mark Carney. They were friends, though. Before that, he is, in fact, the godfather of one of her children, and it looks like they remain friends after. She makes it into cabinet. Their other competitor, Karina Gould, did not get an invitation. She previously served as government House Leader, and she will be replaced by Ariel Kayabaga, who represents a London, Ontario
The Honourable
riding.
Kamal Kara, Minister of Health. L'Honorable Kamal Kara, Ministre de la Santé.
Minister of Health.
I, Kamal Kara, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trust reposed in me as Minister of Health.
Kamal Kara moves from the ministry that oversaw diversity, inclusion, and persons with disabilities to Minister of Health. She represents a riding in Brampton. She is one of the top fundraisers as well for the Liberal Party. I'm told actually only below in fundraising capacity the leadership candidates themselves. She, before that, served, I believe, during the pandemic as a minister who oversaw long-term care and some health-related portfolios. So she moves up to the portfolio of health. That's Kamal Carroll. She represents a riding in Brampton, so in the Greater
Toronto. The Honourable Gary
area.
Anandasangri, Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada, and Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs. L'Honorable Gary Anandasangri, Ministre de la Justice,
the Honourable Minister of Justice and the Minister of Crown Indigenous Affairs.
I, Gary Anandasangri, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trust reposed in me as Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada and Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs. As Minister of Justice, I will see that the administration of public affairs is in accordance with the law. As Attorney General of Canada, I will uphold the Constitution, the rule of law, and the independence of the judiciary and of the prosecutorial function. Moi, Gary Anandasangri, je promets
do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, will execute the powers and trust reposed in me as Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada, Crown Affairs and Northern Affairs. And as Minister of Justice, I will ensure the observance of the law, and as Attorney General, I will ensure the Constitution is respected, and rule of law, and judicial independence, and the prosecutorial independence.
Gary Anandasangri, keeping his portfolio that oversees Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs, but adding to it a significant portfolio. He'll be the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada. He represents a riding as well in the Greater Toronto Area, just east of Toronto, in Scarborough, in fact. Shaking Whit Fraser's hand there and the Governor General, and he'll now sign his name as well. We're still awaiting about half of cabinet, so we're about halfway through at this point. Rechi Valdez, who previously served as Minister of Small Business, will come up to take the oath shortly. She will now become the Chief Government Whip.
The Honourable Rechi Valdez, Chief Government Whip. L'Honorable Rechi Valdez, Whip du Chef du
Chief
Gouvernement.
Government Whip.
I, Rechi Valdez, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Chief Government Whip. Moi, Rechi Valdez, je promets.
I, Rechi Valdez, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Chief Government Whip of the Canadian Government.
Rechi Valdez, who also represents a riding in the Greater Toronto Area, this time west of Toronto in Mississauga, moves from the minister who oversees the government's dealings with small business to Chief Government Whip. She takes over for briefly Mona Fortier, but before that, Ruby Sahota and Steve McKinnon, who have both served in that role as well.
L'Honorable Stephen Garrett McKinnon, Ministre de l'Emploi et des Familles.
Minister of Labour and Families.
Minister of Jobs and Families.
Jobs and Families.
Moi, Stephen Garrett
McKinnon, Stephen McKinnon, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will faithfully and truly, to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers trust reposed in me as Minister of Jobs and Families.
I, Stephen Garrett McKinnon, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Jobs and Families.
Steve McKinnon, who represents a riding over in Quebec in Gatineau, rather, just over the other side of Ottawa. He's been in office since 2015, served in a number of different roles, most recently a similar portfolio, but he gets a different name. So it's going to be called the Minister of Jobs and Families. The portfolio was previously called Employment, Workforce Development, and Labor. So he kind of, I imagine, would retain the same responsibilities, but there is a shift in the naming convention there, which I imagine has some political or strategic significance, which we'll be talking about with the panel later. That's Steve McKinnon. He is the Minister of Jobs and Families.
L'honorable David Joseph McGuinty, ministre de la Sécurité publique et de la Protection civile.
Of Public Safety.
Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness.
Moi, David Joseph McGuinty.
I, David Joseph McGuinty, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trust reposed in me as Public Safety Minister and Emergency Preparedness.
Joseph McGuinty, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and the trusts reposed in me as Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness. Thank you very much.
David McGuinty, who has been Public Safety Minister just since the end of last year, will keep that role. He was involved in a lot of negotiations with the United States when the threat of tariffs was directly linked to action at the border. Of course, since then, it's become pretty apparent that it wasn't just about that, but he has kind of been the lead on that over the last few months. He represents Ottawa South here in our nation's capital, and he is, if the name is familiar to you, likely that's because it is, the brother of former Ontario Premier Dalton McGuinty.
The Honourable Terry Duguid, Minister of Environment and Climate Change. Honorable Terry Duguid, Minister de l'Environnement et du Climat.
Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
I, Terry Gordon Duguid, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Environment and Climate Change. Moi, Terry Gordon Duguid,
do solemnly and sincerely swear and promise that I will, truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Terry Duguid, an MP in Manitoba for Winnipeg, the riding of Winnipeg South, to be specific, becomes the Minister for Environment and Climate Change, taking over the portfolio from Stephen Guilbeault. He also was, just before Christmas, named Minister of Sport and responsible for Prairie's economic development. It looks like those regional economic development agencies, or at least the overseeing of them by a minister, has collapsed. They're no longer assigned. There's one rural economic development, but the more regional economic development portfolios have been, I think, folded away or folded into something else. Terry Duguid becomes the Minister of Environment and Climate Change. He just became a minister a couple of months ago. He also is the co-chair, or at least was most recently the co-chair of the
Minister
Liberal
of Housing,
campaign.
Infrastructure and Communities. Honorable Nathaniel Erskine-Smith, Minister de Logement, de
Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
I, Nathaniel Erskine Smith, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Housing, Infrastructure, and Communities.
So Nathaniel Erskine Smith keeps the exact same portfolio, same name, all of it. He took over housing from Sean Fraser, who decided to leave politics. He became the Minister of Housing just at the end of last year. He represents a riding in Toronto, the riding of Beaches Eastwick, just on the east end of Toronto. He also ran for the Ontario Liberal leadership not too long ago. He retains his position as the Minister, effectively, of Housing. Housing, of course, and lack of affordable housing, a huge issue prior to Donald Trump becoming the big issue.
L'Honorable Rachel Bendayan, Minister de l'Immigration, des Réfugiés et de la Citoyenneté.
Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship.
Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship.
Moi, Rachel Bendayan, je promets et déclare
I do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, to the best of my skill and knowledge, I will execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship.
I, Rachel Bendayan, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship. Thank you.
Rachel Bendayan, who has represented the riding of Outremal since 2019 in a by-election where she was able to flip the seat, which had previously been held by the leader of the federal NDP, Thomas Mulcair. She moves over from a portfolio she had just since the end of the year, just since December 20th, Minister of Official Languages. She now becomes the Minister of Immigration. She takes over for Mark Miller, who was dropped completely from cabinet, also a Quebec MP and a fixture in cabinet for a number of years. Also happens to be a close personal friend and ally of former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. So Mark Miller out, Rachel Bendayan, the MP for Outremal, named Immigration Minister.
L'Honorable Elisabeth Bière, Ministre des Anciens Combattants,
Minister of Veterans and CRA.
Minister of Veterans Affairs and Minister responsible for the Canadian Revenue Agency.
Moi, Elisabeth Brière, je promets et
I do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers trust reposed in me as Minister for Veterans Affairs and a minister responsible for CRA.
Do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Veterans Affairs and Minister responsible for the Canada Revenue Agency.
Elisabeth Brière is the MP who represents Sherbrooke. She has done so since 2019. She became the Minister of National Revenue in that cabinet shuffle at the end of last year. A little bit of a change here, the naming of the portfolio as well as the addition of another one. So she now is the Minister of Veterans Affairs, and the combination is she's also the Minister responsible for the Canada Revenue Agency. So a naming convention change as well. So now instead of being the Minister for National Revenue, she's overseeing the or responsible, rather, for the Canada Revenue Agency, the CRA, and she adds Veterans Affairs to that portfolio as well.
The Honourable Joanne Thompson, Minister of Fisheries, Oceans and the Canadian Coast Guard. L'Honourable Joanne Thompson, Ministre des Pêches, des
Minister of Oceans, Fisheries and Canada Coast Guard.
I, Joanne Thompson, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Fisheries, Oceans, and the Canadian Coast Guard.
Joanne Thompson, who represents a riding in Newfoundland and Labrador, one of the few MPs in Newfoundland and Labrador who have actually decided to run in the next election, moves from the Ministry for Seniors, where she has been just since the end of last year, over to the Ministry of Fisheries, Oceans, and the Canadian Coast Guard.
Ariel Kayabaga, Leader of the Government in the House of Commons and Minister of Democratic Institutions. Ariel Kayabaga, Leader du gouvernement dans la Chambre du Commune.
The Government, House of Commons, and Democratic Institutions.
I, Ariel Kayabaga, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. Moi, Ariel Kayabaga, je jure fidélité.
I do solemnly and sincerely shall be a faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of the Canadian Ministry.
I, Ariel Kayabaga, do solemnly and sincerely swear that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty Privy Council for Canada, and I will in all things be to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council faithfully, honestly, and I truly declare my mind and opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that I shall be secretly treated in council. Generally, in all things, I shall be a faithful and true servant out to do for His Majesty. Moi, Ariel Kayabaga, je jure solennellement et sincèrement
do solemnly and sincerely swear that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council faithfully, honestly, and truly. My mind and opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or shall be treated secretly in council. Generally, in all things, I shall do things as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty.
I, Ariel Kayabaga, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as the Leader of Government in the House of Commons and the Minister of Democratic Institutions. Moi, Ariel Kayabaga,
I, Ariel Kayabaga, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will, truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, shall execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Government House Leader in the House of Commons and Democratic Institutions.
Ariel Kayabaga, has been a member of Parliament representing London, Ontario since 2021. She is one of the 3 new faces in Cabinet today. She takes over as the Government House Leader and Minister for Democratic Institutions from Karina Gould. Karina Gould ran against Mark Carney to become the leader of the Liberal Party. She finished in 3rd place. She is no longer in Cabinet. Ariel Kayabaga takes over for her in that portfolio. Once again, she'll be the Government House Leader, so she'll do the negotiations when Parliament resumes. If she retains that position, and if actually Parliament resumes and everyone comes back, because right now with the timing of an election, that is likely not going to be the case.
Cody Blois, Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food and Rural Economic Development. Cody Blois, ministre de l'Agriculture,
Minister of Agriculture, Agri-Food,
économique rural.
and Economic Rural Development.
I, Cody Douglas Blois, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. I, Cody Blois, do solemnly and sincerely swear that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will in all things be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. I, Cody Douglas Blois, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully and to the best of my skill and knowledge execute the powers and trust reposed in me as Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food and Rural Economic Development. Thank you very much. This with you.
Atlantic Canadian MP Cody Blois there. He represents a riding in Nova Scotia, takes over the portfolio of agriculture from longtime MP Lawrence McCulley, who actually was in office since 1988. He determined that he would not run again in the next election, and he combines with that portfolio rural economic development, which fell under Goody Hutchings, Newfoundland and Labrador MP, who also is not running. So the two of those portfolios have now been combined under Cody Blois, who becomes a minister for the first time. That's why his oath, as well as Ariel Kayabaga's and the next individual, Ali Assasi, their oath is a little bit longer than everyone else's for that reason.
Ali Assasi, Minister of Government Transformation, Public Services and Procurement. Ali Assasi, Ministre de Transformation du Gouvernement.
Government Transformation, Public Services and Procurement.
I, Ali Cyrus Assasi, do declare that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors. I, Ali Cyrus Assasi, do solemnly and sincerely swear that I shall be a true and faithful servant to His Majesty King Charles III as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council for Canada. I will, in all things to be treated, debated, and resolved in Privy Council, faithfully, honestly, and truly declare my mind and my opinion. I shall keep secret all matters committed and revealed to me in this capacity, or that shall be secretly treated of in council. Generally, in all things, I shall do as a faithful and true servant ought to do for His Majesty. I, Ali Cyrus Assasi, do solemnly and sincerely promise and declare that I will truly and faithfully and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Government Transformation, Public Services, and Procurement. Thank you.
Ali Assasi, who represents the riding of Willowdale near Toronto, another kind of GTA area riding since 2015, is the third and final new member to be, or new minister rather, to be sworn in. He becomes the Minister of Government Transformation, Public Services and Procurement. That is a new name, at least in some respects. It's sort of a combination of The Ministry of Citizen Services, which was established back in July of 2023, Terry Beach served as minister in that capacity. He has been dropped from cabinet. Procurement and public services were all together, but this idea of government transformation, that is new. We'll be looking to hear exactly what that signifies or the intent behind that naming change as well. But Ali Assassi, the
Governor General,
MP for Willowdale, becomes a minister.
The Council will now sign the oath books to formally witness the swearing in of these ministers.
The Governor General there, Governor General Mary Simon, signing her name to her left, John Hannaford, the clerk of the Privy Council, to her right, the new Prime Minister, Mark Carney. Mark Carney will also add his signature to that. The whole ministry comes in at a total of 23 ministers in this cabinet, including Mark Carney. That makes 24. Once the ceremony concludes, we are told that there will be a cabinet decision taken. And that announcement will come from Mark Carney. The content of that decision will be communicated from Mark Carney after the conclusion of this ceremony and the conclusion of that process. So we will, of course, stay on live throughout all that and bring it to you. 3 new faces in cabinet and some other shuffles as well.
Merci, thank you. The Governor General will now entrust the Great Seal of Canada to the custody of the Registrar General of Canada. Le gouverneur général confiera maintenant le Grand Sceau du Canada à la garde du
present the Great Seal of Canada to the Registrar General of Canada.
I now invite Métis Elder Vita Westlake to offer closing words. J'invite maintenant Aîné Métis Vita Westlake à prononcer.
I now invite our Métis leader to say a few closing remarks.
Tansi, we'll close with a prayer of gratitude. We thank you, Creator, for this day and for the democratic processes that have provided us with strong leadership, a new Prime Minister, and a new Cabinet. We acknowledge and express gratitude for Canada and the Canadian values that sustain all of us, that provide us with freedoms within these values to help us become our best selves. We acknowledge and express gratitude for the Indigenous peoples of Canada who have always been the caretakers and protectors of our lands and waters, and who, generation after generation, have welcomed newcomers to their territories and provided them with a place of safety, security, and peace.
We acknowledge and express gratitude for the ongoing commitment of Canadians to one another, to provide each other with necessities in times of need, for our commitment to education, social supports, and health services for everyone. We thank you also for the inclusivity of our cultural mosaic and our ongoing commitment to fight racism and discrimination wherever we find it. We acknowledge and express gratitude for our children, our families, and communities. We thank you for all of those who work tirelessly to ensure that our borders, our waters, and lands are healthy, protected, and that we are safe. We thank you for those who work tirelessly in the areas of climate change and climate change adaptation. As we welcome a new Prime Minister and a new Cabinet, we ask that you guide their steps and those of all of us in the days ahead as we work for the well-being of Canada and Canadians and for the well-being of our lands, waters, and the living beings living with us here on these, their traditional territories. We ask that our circle be strong, that our nation be healthy, strong, safe, and secure. Team Miigwech for all that you have given us. Merci.
Mesdames et messieurs,
ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you can and join Michel to sing the national anthem and keep your places while the major people leave. Thank you for participating.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for being here today. Will you please rise if you are able to join Michael Carney in singing of the national anthem today? And following the anthem, please remain at your places for the departure of Their Excellencies, the Prime Minister and members of the 30th Canadian Ministry.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits et ta valeur de foi trempée protégera nos foyers et nos droits, protégera nos foyers et nos droits.
Our national anthem brings to a close the swearing-in ceremony for Mark Carney, who becomes the 24th Prime Minister of Canada, and his cabinet, who are now making their way outside. The size of the cabinet smaller than under Justin Trudeau. It goes from 37 ministers to 23, plus Carney himself. We do anticipate we will hear from the newly minted or newly sworn-in Prime Minister momentarily when he takes questions from reporters. As people file out there, I will head to my colleague, our senior political correspondent, Michael Couture, who is on the grounds just outside that room on Rideau Hall. I'm looking with great interest, Mike, at the press release that the government put out, that the Carney government now has put out. The quote that they offered from Mark Carney: "This team is built for immediate action and focused on protecting Canadian workers, supporting their families and growing this great country. We are changing how things work so our government can deliver to Canadians faster. And we have an experienced team that is made to meet the moment we are in. Our government, they write, is united and strong, and we are getting right to work. What do you think they hope the message around this cabinet sends to Canadians?
Yeah, I think it's just that this is essentially now going to be run not necessarily like a corporation, but certainly making sure that they are making these types of decisions based on good services for Canadians, but also protecting Canadian interests. That, I think, is clear in what he's been saying when he stopped earlier on before heading into Rideau Hall, talking to reporters and really trying to make sure that they are actioning those three things that they had said that they wanted to make sure: change, focus, and action. Clearly, these are the types of things, Vassy, that I think we sort of see more in a company than in a government, and especially the previous government. I would also note that in that ceremony, I thought what was interesting was body language. Mark Carney shaking a lot of hands and doing a lot of holding of elbows, as opposed to what we used to see when ministers were sworn in with Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, oftentimes a big hug or some sort of emotional embrace with the minister. I think that Carney is really trying to sort of send a message to Canadians that this is how he's going to run this country and this is how they're going to go forward. I wanted to pick up on what you were mentioning when we had Ali El-Sassi introduced, and that sort of issue of Minister of Government Transformation. I put in a word to someone that is inside the Prime Minister's office of Mark Carney, and here is what they sent to me. The minister will begin a rapid change and modernization of the government, creating a new tech and AI-enabled advantage for Canada, also talking about improving the quality, efficiency, and productivity of Canada's incredible public service. And they're saying they're going to invest and ensure that our government and critical federal infrastructure are more resilient in the face of economic threat from the United States. So there again, I think trying to sort of give an idea to Canadians, especially when they say talking about the efficiency in the public service. That is something that Mark Carney has talked about during the campaign. A lot of people in the public service are concerned about how many jobs may be consolidated and may be lost, but it's clearly he is trying to make sure that the government is run like a machine now and run very efficiently, especially in the face of what we're seeing, as I had mentioned there in that last note, in the threat against Canada from the United States. So it'll be interesting to see how he picks up on that message when he comes out here to speak to reporters and essentially to Canadians his first time as the Prime Minister of this country.
Well, specifics will also be interesting, right? Because part of what he promised during the campaign was what he is calling like balancing the operational side of the budget, which is definitely not the sort of way that budgets are formulated at this moment in time. And he said, he'd retain all the big program spending that the government is currently doing, but address the inefficiencies, as he called them, through the public service. No specifics at this point on what kinds of cuts that would entail or what that looks like, but clearly an indication, as you point out, with the renaming of that ministry, the addition of that sort of portfolio, that it will be something that he intends to talk about, though, again, we don't have any specifics. Speaking of what he might talk about, it's been a while since he's taken questions from reporters. The people who are watching us right now can see to the right of you that there is a podium set up. We do anticipate we will hear from Mark Carney himself. What kinds of things do you anticipate he'll be asked?
Yeah, I think specifically around what he intends to do in this week or so, that I think a lot of people believe that he will be in government. I say believe because, widely believed and widely expected that, Parliament will not come back on March 24th as it is expected to or supposed to from prorogation. But I think specifically asking about what are you going to do in the face of Donald Trump? Are you going to try and get an audience with him? There is also these reports out there that he is planning some sort of a trip to Europe in the next week or so. We're trying to make sure, what that will actually entail. What is he trying to do? And what message would he be sending to the rest of the world in making that his first foreign trip, going to places like possibly the UK or France or even Italy? Unclear exactly where the schedule may take him. But what is that saying about what Canada is trying to do in our place in the past, we know that relations with the United States were so tight that oftentimes the first foreign visit of a president or of a prime minister would try and be to go to the United States. But obviously, these are different times now, Vassy, and I think that would send a message if he does do some sort of a trip like that, that Canada is looking beyond our shores for friends and trying to make sure that they are rallying a number of our allies, including the UK and France, to try and be on the same page and try and diversify our trade as well. We know that the Canada-UK trade agreement is still in the midst of trying to be negotiated, and that type of sort of reaching out could be that type of message sending to the rest of the world that, look, Canada is trying to find friends and trying to solidify those other allies around the world that maybe in the last few years Canada has strayed from because we have had that close relationship economically and politically with the United States, but certainly one that has been strained not only in the last couple of months, but a number of years under Donald Trump.
Okay, Mike, I'll leave it there. We'll check in with you over the next little while. I am here with Scott Reed, Lisa Raitt, Kathleen Monk, and Nick Nanos as we await Mr. Carney's entrance to that podium or walk up to that podium. Nick, I'll start with you. The list is out now. We know who's on it, the new faces, the people who retain their portfolios. What's the headline out of this cabinet choice for you?
I was smiling when you said list because I thought it was going to be like Santa Claus, like the list is out and who's on it and who's not. You know what I saw here was what I'll call a proto-platform, right? When it comes to the cabinet picks and stuff like that. This in the context of Europe, you know, one part being diversification and where the future is. Second part, you know, jobs, Minister of Jobs, and also government transformation, those being kind of probably the top three things for the new Carney administration. But, you know, the thing is really what today is about, like new prime minister, check, smaller cabinet, check. And here are our three priorities, whatever they might be. And you know, I think if he can stay on message, that'll be good. But he's going to start to get tough questions because now Mark Carney is prime minister and he's got to answer questions and he's going to have to explain what he's going to do over the next week. And to Mike's point, what will happen on the Donald Trump file? Why Europe so quickly? And he'll have to have those answers. And the other question will be like, someone's going to say, when's the election going to be?
Yes.
And
where are you running? We still don't even know that.
My top question. That's what I'm most interested in. Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
Like, where are you running?
Yeah.
And yeah.
Well, we'll carry those questions and answers live as soon as they happen. Kathleen, what's your takeaway from what you see?
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, in terms of the new faces that he's bringing in, Cody Bloy, I don't know, Bloy has a big shoes to fill. You know, Goody Hutchins, Lawrence Macaulay, you know, Darren Fisher is out of cabinet. He comes in, so got to represent that kind of traditional liberal stronghold of Atlantic Canada. Also interested to see, you know, some of the other new faces. The new Minister for Government Transformation coming from Willowdale, another new minister coming from London, Ontario. London, Ontario is a very typical, sometimes three-way, sometimes, you know, big race. Very kind of can be blue, orange, sometimes red. So to see those ministers come in, but I'm most interested, as I said, is where is he going to run? When is the election going to be? You know, is he going to do anything like potentially roll out a speech from the throne, not at the House, but what else could he do? A budget, some kind of signaling about what his economic agenda could be. You know, when will the election be? Will he run in Don Valley West, as some people are saying, or is it going to be a safe seat in Toronto, another place in Toronto, or possibly the Yukon, as has been rumored?
Lots of questions. I hope they all get answered in a few minutes. Lisa, I was reading to Mike sort of what they put in the press release, which every government does, right? When they release the list of who's in the ministry, and it gives you a sense of, I guess, what they had hoped to accomplish. It also said this team reflects the ambition that makes Canada strong, and it will work each day to protect workers, families, and businesses. It will take action to unite Canadians, defend Canada's sovereignty in the face of unjustified trade actions by the U.S., make Canada an energy superpower in both conventional and clean energy, create new trade corridors with reliable partners, and build one Canadian economy, the strongest economy in the G7. Sounds like Mr. Carney wants this to be all about the economy.
Yeah, and they're going to do all that over 10 days because that's as long as this cabinet's going to be together. So take it for what it is. I would give this advice for anyone who wants to take it. Anything that rolls out of this cabinet, that rolls out of this prime minister, as official policy or something they're going to do, the AI stuff that was mentioned, these are all just election campaign promises. That's all that they can be. They have no supply of funds. They don't have a parliament to make changes. They're going into an election. I think that's pretty clear and apparent. So over the next 10 days, we'll hear about what the government wants to do. And they have absolutely, well, I can't say absolutely, they have very little power to actually implement. And I say I can't say absolutely because I don't know what they're going to come up with. But the AI stuff, they can't implement that. There's no money for that. There's a whole bunch of things that they can't possibly do. So take a look at the cabinet. What do we have? We are heavy GTA cabinet. Oh my gosh. Scarborough, Willowdale, Brampton, Mississauga, 3 downtown Toronto. I mean, that is where a battle is going to be. London, as Kathleen points out, Ottawa. This is where we're going to be seeing scrambling for votes. The other thing I would take away, I think he picked some of the most gifted communicators. To be honest, Stephen McKinnon, great communicator. Happy to see him back in cabinet, quite frankly. And then the last thing I would say, and I don't speak very knowledgeably about Quebec, but when I saw Mr. Guilbeault's, Minister Guilbeault's new title, all that said to me was Stephen Guilbeault is going to be the one in Quebec fighting against Pierre Poilievre as he campaigns on getting rid of the CBC. That's the clearest signal that I got in terms of what's going to go down and what that means on cultural identity. So it's an election-ready political cabinet meant to be able to get votes from Ontario and Quebec. And let's see where it goes in 10 days.
The regional stuff on Ontario and Quebec, like particularly the GTA, stuck out to me as well, Scott. Your thoughts on, I thought the two most significant name changes were government transformation and national identity and culture. What are your takeaways there?
Yeah, I think they were notable, and it gives you an indication of managerial impulse on the part of the new prime minister. Let's make things work. Let's get things done. Let's move away a little bit from the flamboyance and the big promises and the enlarged rhetoric of the Trudeau era. And then on the other hand, a raw political play, because I think, Lisa's right. We're going to see the issue of RADCAN galvanize people across Quebec, and we're going to see Minister Guilbeault talk a lot about that. But, I also want to mention this, like, in addition to all the stylistic changes in terms of his managerial manner, like, we shouldn't overlook the fact that we are watching something we haven't seen before in history, right? Like, we've not had a prime minister come into office with no prior political experience, take that oath and lead that cabinet. That's never happened. We've not seen someone try to dig their party out of a deficit of 26%. Never happened before to be this far back. We've not seen someone, have to try to face down an American president who is hell-bent on not just destroying our economic relationship, but seems to want to trample on our flag and actually annex our territory. So we've got a historic moment here, and Carney, it's such an unprecedented set of circumstances that I really wonder if the Conservatives are going to have to up their game. They have so many advantages, obviously. They still have got to be the odds-on choice to win the next election. But I think they're going to have to up their game from sneaky Carney and elite Carney and globalist Carney, and Carney's just like Trudeau. We're in an unprecedented historic circumstance here with Trump and with a bunch of issues that are coming together. And I think they're going to have to figure out how they fit into that ahistorical moment with something a little bit more novel than the recycled tactics and bumper sticker slogans that they've used.
Okay, I want to get everyone to respond to that. I do have to take a quick commercial break. And we'll also hear from the Conservative leader himself a little bit later on this afternoon, I anticipate. On the other end of that break, our panelists will be back as we await Mark Carney's entrance, or exit, I should say, from Rideau Hall, and he will take questions from reporters. We'll take you there live as soon as that happens. We're back in a moment with our special coverage of Mark Carney swearing in.
Senna, from the Senna flower plant, is an effective ingredient in Senecot laxatives, gently relieving occasional constipation. Senecot helps you achieve poophoria. Using the power of natural senna, it works overnight to promote bowel movement and helps you poop. If it's hard to pass, try Senecot S. It's Senna plus a stool softener that hydrates and softens poop and keeps it moving comfortably. Achieve poophoria with the gentle overnight relief of Senecot.
We're all busy, but sometimes we put off the important things, like helping to provide financial protection for your family. If the
the worst happens.
Welcome to Cover Direct. You're speaking to Sally. How can I help you?
Hi, your commercial for family life insurance says I can get coverage over the phone with no complicated forms.
Yes, that's right. You can arrange everything in just one phone call. If you're a Canadian resident aged 18 to 70, you can apply for up to $1.5 million in coverage and help give your family some peace of mind.
Great.
You won't need a medical or a blood test to get approved. You just need to answer a few health and lifestyle questions.
Sounds great.
If you choose $100,000 of coverage, it could be as little as $10.87 a month for the first year. That's just 36 cents a day.
That's less than I thought.
Family life insurance is exclusive to Cover Direct. You can't buy it anywhere else.
Sounds great. I'll go right ahead.
We're Canada's most trusted direct life insurance provider. To get a free, no-obligation quote, call one of our trusted insurance advisors today at 1-844-934-3220 or visit coverdirect.ca.
Swiss Chalet Seafood Fest is back. Hurry in for Canada's famous rotisserie chicken paired with garlic shrimp, our delicious fish and chips, fish sandwich, or our popcorn shrimp appetizer. All here for a limited time, starting from only $16.99, only at Swiss Chalet.
We're just taking advantage of what Mother Nature's been doing right from the get-go. These grasses all evolved under a grazing dynamic, and we're trying to really mimic what the buffalo did. And it's just going to feed this whole landscape and a society.
Representation in media is important.
There's a lot of people with disabilities that don't feel seen.
I'm a music producer. Having a disability, it's not really shown in the industry.
I make media representing women in wheelchairs.
AMI is a broadcaster that strives to change the way people think about disability.
I'm a very loud and proud deaf woman, and I want to be able to make a difference.
Watch inclusive and accessible content on AMI TV or stream now at AMIplus.ca.
Welcome back to our special coverage here on CTV of Mark Carney's swearing in. He has just become the 24th Prime Minister of this country. Cabinet was also sworn in, a new-ish cabinet, you could say, new technically very much so. 23 different ministers, 24 the total size of cabinet. When you include Mark Carney, that's down from 37, the most recent tally under former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. We are minutes away, I anticipate, from taking you live to Rideau Hall. I believe we can show you the shot right there. Mark Carney himself will be speaking. Some of the ministers, I believe, behind him any moment now. And when that happens, he will take questions from reporters as well. We are told we will take you there live. I am here with Scott Reed, Lisa Raitt, Nick Nanos, and Kathleen Monk. Before we went to break, we were talking a little bit about opposition positioning. And in particular, Scott had raised the Conservatives and where this heads from here if, in fact, an election is called in the next 10 days. Your thoughts on their positioning, why we've seen the polls go the way we have over the last 6 weeks, and what you anticipate, Nick?
Well, I'm not sure there's very much that the Conservatives can do in the next 7 days because it's going to be like the Carney show, right? Especially with his trip to Europe. So he's basically stacked it up to basically jam the news. I think this is a bit of a Doug Ford strategy. He's going to go to Europe. He's got to come back with something that might annoy President Trump, and then Trump will start engaging Mark Carney. I agree, Kathleen, there's not going to be a meeting face-to-face because that would be way too risky for Mark Carney. But I think for the Conservatives, they're probably going to have a bit of a holding strategy in the short term, basically to try to connect Mark Carney and this cabinet to the previous administration and to show that it's not really big change. But it's going to be a change election because we have a new person that's Prime Minister, and we have also Pierre Poilievre and the Conservatives that are poised on the time for change. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens.
Kathleen, we do anticipate we'll hear from both the leader of the federal Conservatives as well as the leader of the NDP in the next few hours to get their reaction. What are your thoughts on their positioning ahead of an election call?
So quickly on the Conservatives, I think, I want to give them a bit of credit here because for 2 years they ran a very effective strategy, but the whole script has been rewritten by, the reality TV president, Donald Trump. He has rewritten the script and they're struggling with their pivot. But they have the money, the resources, the research, the army behind them to probably do so. But they certainly have not figured out what that message is yet. You can see them struggling in the ads that they're putting out there and how the leader is responding. So they're going to need to settle on something quick. The challenge, as Nick has just pointed out, that all of the oxygen, all of the media oxygen will be sucked up by Mark Carney in the coming weeks. And just because of all the incoming rockets from from Donald Trump. In terms of New Democrats, they have been drowned out. The leader has failed to resonate with Canadians in this, what we are in this economic war. So today, and whenever an election is called, they need to change the narrative. They need to get back on ground that is safe for New Democrats. New Democrats protect people. They've brought in major programs into this country, obviously, like the Canadian Pension Plan, like health care. They have to go back to that we need to be elected as New Democrats to ensure that these two other right-wing leaders don't cut your social programs and that you're protected. So go back to that safe ground about where our values are aligned with Canadian values. And they can only hope to do that, frankly, when there's an even playing field of an election where media and resources are limited in some ways, that attention has to be given to all the party leaders.
We're standing by, if you're just joining us, to take you live to Rideau Hall, where we anticipate we will hear from the newly sworn-in Prime Minister, Mark Carney. He'll take some questions from reporters, and we'll take you to that microphone as soon as it happens. Lisa, I wanted to get you in as well, of course, on sort of, let's start with the Conservatives and kind of the challenges that they face in this moment in time, given what all three of the other panelists, rather, have laid out, and how you anticipate that they will navigate those.
So it's interesting because just because we think that Mark Carney is experiencing a momentum and that he is the change candidate, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to translate down to votes at the door. And the why I say that is on Sunday last week, the same day as the Liberal leadership race concluded, Pierre Poilievre had a really big rally in southwestern Ontario and London, Ontario, 2,500 people. They came out to see him. And, the call went out to all of the ridings saying, please come out for the rally. And people showed up. And I think that motivated vote is going to be really important. It's a vote that Conservatives know that they have to place. And as a result, there's going to be, as you say, great efficiency in our vote. We're going to get it all out. What does the party have to do? Two things. First of all, they have to continue to hammer on that this is a Liberal government seeking a fourth mandate, because that is the fact. The second thing they have to do is to illustrate and show as best they possibly can that Mark Carney may say he wants to get rid of the carbon tax, but maybe he actually doesn't want to do it, and that you can't trust him to actually do it because he doesn't think it's a bad policy. He just thinks that you were told a bunch of stuff by the Conservatives to change your mind. You're not really feeling the pinch. And I think that's where they have to go.
I think my guess would be, Scott, and I could be wrong, but I think they'll try to get the carbon tax thing. I think they would acknowledge, the people around Mark Carney, that it has been a huge vulnerability, and they will try to get that from a policy perspective done if they can, because I understand there were some challenges around not being in Parliament. Try to get it done as soon as possible to remove that as a tension point.
Sure.
Or try to remove it.
They'll try. I mean, look, just in response to what Lisa was saying around carbon tax and fourth Liberal government, I agree. I don't see those as two things. I see those as one thing. That's one thing that the Conservatives have to do, which is to bring Mark Carney down to earth and try to beat him up a little bit and make it harder on him. Sure, they got to do that. But they have to do one other thing. Let's be honest. Because we are in such an unprecedented moment, because we are under such an unprecedented attack from Donald Trump, because it affects people's jobs and livelihoods, ultimately, I cannot believe that the person who wins this election will not also be the person that Canadians have the most confidence in to manage the Canada-U.S. file. And Pierre Poilievre is going to have to pass that test. He's going to have to beat Mark Carney on that specific test. That's not going to be done with an ad that criticizes Mark Carney or that just pounds away on the carbon tax and Trudeau. They're going to have to meet that specific test. I'll say one other thing, because I disagree with I think with most people here. I know that going to the Oval Office is a risk. I know that sitting down next to Trump, it could go crazy, could go haywire, could turn into a UFC cage match. But the river to re-election runs through the White House. I can't imagine that there won't be a moment in the middle of this campaign, especially with April 2nd coming up, where Carney as a new prime minister doesn't end up face-to-face, man-to-man, haircut to haircut with Donald Trump. And I wouldn't be all that afraid of being Zelensky. What does that mean? If he treats him disrespectfully, Carney can tell him to go fly a kite and Canadians will cheer. If he could come away with some kind of détente, some kind of a deal that saves jobs, well, then that's a win. I'm not sure it's the slam dunk crazy nut bar risk that people are portraying it as.
Okay, I go ahead quick, and then I want to play something because Marco Rubio just commented.
You know, if you think of Donald Trump, you know, why would he even meet someone who hasn't been elected prime minister? Like, let's face it.
Well, he's a new prime minister. I mean, this is the way our system works.
Donald Trump's going to say, you've never been elected dog catcher. Why would he, you know, Donald Trump is the president of the United States. You know, the thing is, you know, I still think, Scott, it would be a big risk. You know, maybe it could work out, maybe it not. But I think it would be the advantage of Trump, who wants to disrupt things, would want to take a shot and kind of try to influence the outcome of the next election.
You're 25 behind. You're 25 points behind.
Yeah.
5 weeks ago, you're 25 points behind. Take a risk. Spin the wheel. Grab the brass ring.
Okay, speaking of that, while we wait for Mark Carney to step up to the microphone, over in Charlevoix, Quebec, G7 foreign ministers have been meeting. Melanie Joly actually couldn't make the swearing-in ceremony because she couldn't get back in time. She remains foreign affairs minister. Secretary of State Marco Rubio was just at the closing press conference and was pushed by reporters on the threats to Canada's sovereignty, which he had said going into this meeting he did not want to talk about or did not want to be the focus of the agenda. Have a listen to what he said in response.
I know that we're not speaking about Canada becoming the 51st state at this meeting, but I'm asking you now, do you consider what the president has said about Canada becoming the 51st state? Is he serious?
You know, I'll tell you how that came about, okay? He's in a meeting with Trudeau, and Trudeau basically says that if the U.S. imposes tariffs on Canada, Canada couldn't survive as a nation state, at which point the president said, well, then you should become a state. And that's where this began. That said, the president has made an argument for why. He says he loves Canada. He says he made an argument for why Canada would be better off joining the United States from an economic perspective and the like. He's made that argument repeatedly, and I think it stands for itself.
But is it counterproductive? The Trump administration is expecting.
Okay, that's Secretary of State Marco Rubio doubling down on the threats that we've heard from Donald Trump about his view around making Canada the 51st state. Kathleen, I'll get you to jump in. It sort of emphasizes, or it's emblematic of everything we've been talking about how much of an issue this will continue to be over the coming, I mean, gosh knows how long, but particularly from an election perspective over the coming weeks.
I just got one phrase. If this is love, Marco Rubio, what Donald Trump is doing to us, I got a different perspective on what love is. Yeah, I think he's going to continue to dominate. It's not going to, the relationship won't change over the course of whether the election is only 36 days or even longer. Carney will be dealing with this full time, and that's why the polling is so volatile. That's why we see people, you know, they're loose. The universe for the Liberal voters is opening up. It's moving away from Conservatives. They're fleeing back to what it seems like someone who they feel right now is the stable choice, who has the resume and the credentials to go up against what many Canadians consider to be, you know, the madman in the White House.
Do you think that narrative changes at all with more specifics added to what Mark Carney will do, who he intends to be as prime minister? Because he has largely, I mean, he did some media, he did some, you know, questions during the campaign, but Scott, and this isn't like a partisan point, like he just really, it was like the headline around him, the idea of him that clearly I think all public opinion polling now points to resonated. If there's less of just the idea and more specifics, is that a risk, or is the momentum, do you think, in his corner?
Well, it does feel like momentum's in his corner, but you're exactly right. I mean, an idea is always more powerful than reality, especially when you seem to be tailor-made for the moment. And so almost anything you say, anything you do runs the risk that it might disabuse people, that you fulfill their dreams of what that idea could be. So, yeah, there's no question. I actually think that's his biggest challenge, is how do we maintain this focus? How do you maintain this momentum? How do you put, you know, meat on the bones in a 36, 37-day campaign, meeting the media, meeting Canadians, you know, over and over and over again, without polluting, without complicating this critical, simple question that you want people to vote on: who is best to take on this lunatic in the Oval Office?
Oh, okay. Well, and Lisa, your thoughts on that?
Sorry, I don't normally stop talking.
I thought there would be another couple of minutes.
I'm not used to it, Scott. My goodness.
Yeah, what happened? I'm going to go back to the Oval Office point. I think my spidey sense on that meeting yesterday, it did not go as well as the ministers or Doug Ford have said. I think that the Canadian delegation probably got a stern talking to. and may have been told a little bit more about the length of the timeline we're looking at to get to some kind of ground where we're going to be feeling more comfortable vis-a-vis our United States relationship. You know, the fallback on saying it was all about process just to me screams that there's a significant problem there. So Mr. Carney is going to have to deal with this situation in the long term, whether or not he goes in and meets Donald Trump right now, when it seems Donald Trump and all the people around him are just digging in on the issue as being something that they fundamentally believe in from an ideological point of view. I just think it's tough.
Yeah, I think you're right. I spoke to someone who was well briefed on the call, and the meeting yesterday, which was 90 minutes long. Apparently, the tone was much more civil, and it was not like yelling at each other. But at the same time, they walked away very certain that those tariffs on April 2nd, not just applied to Canada, but around the world, are coming. Like, that is their restructuring of trade policy. They intend to implement it, and that they will negotiate on a country-by-country basis after about escaping those tariffs or exemptions. And Canada will likely be near the top of the list, but that's kind of the substance of what they ended up walking away with. I do want to swing over to my colleague Michael Couture, who is on the ground at Rideau Hall, as we wait for Mark Carney to step up to the microphone and take questions from reporters. Mike, I know you're in constant contact with people in and around the Prime Minister. What are they telling you, I should say, about the possibility of a White House trip, if anything?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think a lot is up in the air, especially when you consider whether or not he will be making a trip to Europe first. I think trying to figure out exactly how the next week will play out, that is job number one, and trying to get an idea of where they will go and whether or not they would accept that type of a meeting, I think is an interesting question as well. To Scott's point, could it be a win either way for somebody like Mark Carney to show that he's standing up to Donald Trump, even if he gets to sit there in the Oval Office and potentially undergoes some sort of a berating like the J.D. Vance, the Vice President, and President Donald Trump did do for Volodymyr Zelensky, the Ukrainian president. So interesting to see whether or not that will play out in any way, shape, or form. But Carney has been clear in the last time he has spoken about this. He says he will only take that meeting if there is the clear basis that Canada is a sovereign country. And that is agreed upon going into it. So, hearing what we just heard from Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, it sounds like we're not at that starting point just yet. And it sounds like that meeting wouldn't be possible right now. But that is certainly something that I think people will want to ask Mark Carney when he does come out here at taking those questions for the first time as Prime Minister, as well as a whole host of other questions. And we also understand that there will be some sort of a statement and a possible announcement from him going forward on some sort of initiative and exactly the direction of his country, of his government, and where he wants to take this country. So I think that a lot of people are waiting to hear that, to get an idea of where to go next with questions from Mark Carney, not the least of which is, what does the next week look like, and when are we coming back to Rideau Hall? Because we all know that he has to come back here if he is going to call an election, and we are widely expected that we are not going back to Parliament Hill at all for the sitting of the House of Commons, which is supposed to come back on March the 24th. We're likely getting on campaign buses before then. Vassy?
Yeah, let's lay out some of the markers over the coming hours and coming days, because you mentioned a couple of them. First of all, today, and we should say it looks like there's some action in and around the podium, so maybe Mark Carney is coming out soon. We certainly will listen in live as soon as that happens. After that, there's a cabinet meeting, and then we anticipate that he is headed to Europe next week. Lay out a bit more about what we know is set to come.
Yeah, so following that, and I say following that with that possible, again, trip to Europe that we have not gotten any confirmation on, but certainly strongly hinted at. Then there will be the days of coming back to Canada and governing in some way. And I say governing without the House of Commons back. I think we can all, start with that as a starting point. But what does he do in terms of the Canada-U.S. file to try and send any kind of clear marker, or are other ministers going to go down to the United States again for another meeting, like we saw yesterday with François-Philippe Champagne and Dominic LeBlanc? Now Dominic LeBlanc in that new portfolio, and clearly he will be spearheading those conversations with Howard Lutnick and others in the United States, the Commerce Secretary. And so where does that go from here, I think, is a big question as well, and how his team will try and tackle and really put their hands on the levers of government and make their mark. They don't have a large window to do that, Vassy. I mean, I think that has been underscored by Lisa and a number of other panelists. They have only days now, let's be honest about this, until they can tell Canadians and show proof positive to Canadians that, yeah, we have made change in this government. That's not a huge window. We all know that, yes, those ministers will remain in place. They will be ministers through the campaign. So if they do need to go down to D.C. to take some sort of action on the trade file, they will be doing that. But at the same time, they will have to be campaigning and making sure that they are earning back their seats and trying to return this government back into government as well. It's a minority parliament right now and a minority Liberal government. Are they able to do that? I mean, Nick Nanos would know, seeing the numbers better than I, but certainly can they capitalize on that kind of momentum? Can they leverage any of that? Those are questions for the campaign, but back to your point, in the next 7 days, doesn't have a lot of time to try and make his mark as the Prime Minister before he goes out and asks Canadians to make him the Prime Minister again.
Mike, thanks so much. We'll continue checking in with you, our senior political correspondent. Mike LeCouture on the grounds there of Rideau Hall to the right. You can see that microphone, that podium set up. As soon as Mark Carney steps up to the mic, we will take you there. Nick, I wanted to get your take also on, as we wait, cabinet ministers will come out with Mr. Carney as well. If the singular, primary focus is, of course, navigating the threats from Donald Trump, the shift at the top was kind of interesting. Dominic LeBlanc still stays, the primary, I guess, front person or at the forefront of that file, but is no longer Minister of Finance and becomes Minister of International Trade. François-Philippe Champagne moves from industry into finance, and Anita Anand into industry. What do you read into that, if anything?
Well, I think it's probably a recognition for Dominic LeBlanc, at least, is that Mark Carney believes he's the good point person, or the best point person to interface with Trump. And then, that being his primary focus. And you know what? Dominic LeBlanc is tried and true. He's a political animal. He's trusty. He has a lot of support within the Liberal caucus. So, he's a natural to kind of take on that. And I think in terms of his experience, but also his personality when it comes to Donald Trump. And then Champagne kind of being in finance, I think makes a lot of sense, because I think people always saw him as a potential finance minister. But, I think what this comes down to is, I would say, like a workmanlike cabinet where there are certain people put in different positions to manage different issues. Donald Trump, finances, CBC Radio Canada, right? And stuff like that, where they know where the battle lines will be drawn. And Mark Carney seems to be putting his team in place to deal with those issues that are going to have a material impact on the outcome of the next federal election.
Critically, Dominic LeBlanc and Melanie Joly have really driven the U.S.-Canada relationship. Even if we rewind tape back to December, before Chrystia Freeland's resignation, it was LeBlanc and Joly and Trudeau who went down to Mar-a-Lago to have that meeting. That was the first kind of snub, if you will.
Just LeBlanc. Joly went after.
That's right. But so he's always been driving that relationship. So to cut him loose at this point would make no sense. He has to be there. He's been driving those relations with Letnick, even Bissant to some extent. So he's got to be a part of that mix. The other couple of dates that I wanted to throw out there to build on what Mike LeCouture just said is that not only March 24th, obviously, when Parliament's supposed to come back, but April 1st, we're expecting that carbon tax hike.
Right.
So that legislation or something has to happen before that. Otherwise, that is triggered. Also, obviously, April 2nd, which is Trump's threat in terms of when the next tariff will be layered in.
Do you think, Lisa, there's any way that Parliament does come back? Like, is that a scenario, like, I know that everyone in and around Carney was saying no way, but is that something we should be considering in any way?
I don't know how they would work that. I mean, I'm going to have to give a good think to that, Vassy, and I'll text you the answer later. But right now, I don't know. But I do know one thing, because I've been reminded by a friend that you got to think that Mark Carney is also going to reach out to Mexico, because he has a lot of relationships out there. She's an economist. He's an economist. I mean, there must be something that he can draw on in terms of working with Mexico and make sure that we're kind of on the same page, as opposed to what we seem to be doing right now, which is almost running a different playbook.
Oh, yeah, there have been instances in the past 6 weeks where we've had premiers say, just cut Mexico loose and go at it on a bilateral basis. But, yeah, that's a good point. Scott, your thoughts on, is there any remote possibility that the election isn't called before March 24th?
It's hard to see how that would work. I mean, I struggle with. I've tried to play this out in my mind a little bit and say, okay, well, what if they did compose Parliament and then said, now listen, it's going to be a purpose-built Parliament solely for the reason of introducing a support package for industry and workers that might be sideswept by Trump's actions. We'll do that. We'll, roll off the carbon tax, and then what? Like a commitment that once that package is passed, then we go to the we go to the election trail. It's hard to see. I mean, Jagmeet Singh has said that he will defeat the government at the first available opportunity. The first available opportunity would be a vote on the throne speech. So, I mean, if I was advising Carney, I'd be much more tempted to make a statement of policy, say, here are the 3 things that I'm going to do as my initial pieces of legislation, my absolute priorities when the House is resumed. But first, I got to get a mandate, and we need to know what the battle lines are in terms of taking on Trump. It feels to me like we're calling Parliament hands a bunch of opportunity, hands a bat to your opponents with which they can swing at you.
Yeah, the mandate part especially,
Yeah.
I think Nick strikes out to me. Because he doesn't have a seat in Parliament, I think the Jagmeet Singh stuff is not maybe as certain. Just over the past few weeks, he's made some comments, particularly if the House came back and it was all about addressing the crisis right now. I don't know if he would still stick to what he said last year and bring them down right away. But the idea that you want to go to the electorate so that you're not sitting outside the House of Commons while all this important stuff is debated does resonate.
Yeah, I think for Mark Carney, he's either in control or he's not in control. If the House if he tries to go back to the House, he's not in control. And what is he going to do? Sit up in the gallery, like put a spotlight on the fact that he's not been elected?
Peons in the press gallery? Come on, yeah.
I know. It's a great and fun place to be. But I think for the Liberals, the fact of even potentially being defeated in the House is just a non-starter. Because, why don't you just go back to the House and get defeated? Congratulations, that's the first thing that you've done as Prime Minister, or maybe the second thing or the third thing. But it's just not good politics. And the thing is that all Canadians, we're in election mode. They're expecting an election. Rip the Band-Aid off. Let's go and let people decide what direction that they want to go in.
To Nick's point, I even have the sense that if the NDP, let's say, did keep the government alive, I don't think that's the message the Carney camp want out to Canadians either.
No, I don't think that the Liberals would necessarily want that either, because that would be the key point of differentiation between Carney and Trudeau, right? But just to clarify that point, I'm pretty sure that Jagmeet Singh has said, happy to be corrected, but has said that, in fact, he would support a direct package for workers in light of the upcoming tariffs.
If it came first and then later.
So how they would do that, it's unclear. But some messaging changes to note in Carney's cabinet today. You noted a few of them in terms of government transportation. Another key one that I'm getting a lot of messages about is the Minister of Labour is no more, nor is the Minister of Women and Gender Equity. Those are all folded into a new department, it looks like, Jobs and Families. So that's big
Minister
messaging.
McKinnon, right?
It's a big messaging change to move from the Minister of Labour to the Minister of Jobs and Families. But that's the message that Carney wants to send, that I'm in it for the families, I'm in it for getting Canadians jobs, for keeping those jobs. And
he used the word pragmatic a lot in his speech the other night. I think that's the message he wants to send too. Yeah, I think so. Okay, I'm going to take a quick commercial break. We continue to wait for Mark Carney to come out and take questions from reporters. So maybe we can get some clarity on the stuff that we've been raising. We'll take you there as soon as it happens. I'll take a quick commercial break. We're back with more of our special coverage after that.
Welcome along to the Australian Grand Prix on TSN and TSN Plus. Welcome to Jackpot City. Enjoy classic casino games such as blackjack or take a spin with roulette. Explore our exciting virtual range of the best slots, including the Jackpot City exclusive Mega Millionaire Wheel. Jackpot City, casino games perfectly made for you.
Now I'm in my 50s, I'm all about making the right choices, like eating right and staying healthy. And another thing I can choose is how to look after my family if anything ever happened to me.
Welcome to Senior's Choice, the #1 direct choice for Canadians over 50. How can I help?
Hi, I'd like...
Welcome back to our special coverage. We're back already because the ministers have started to filter out. Let's show you a live shot outside Rideau Hall, where we do anticipate the Prime Minister, the newly sworn-in Prime Minister Mark Carney, will soon take questions from reporters. There is his cabinet lining up behind him. Most, if not all, of them have assembled. It is a chilly day in Ottawa, but not nearly as cold as it has been, and we actually have some sunshine. So he will take questions for about 15 to 20 minutes from reporters. It's the first opportunity reporters have had in a while, I think since the debate, since after the English language Liberal leadership debate, to ask questions. And of course, there are a number of significant changes to ministries, name changes, as well as changes to what those ministers will actually be doing that we'd love some clarity on. We don't have a lot of specifics yet. The press release that announced the naming of cabinet ministers certainly went into some detail as to the message that Prime Minister Carney and his team are trying to send through this. The quote that they attributed to the Prime Minister: "This team is built for immediate action and focused on protecting Canadian workers, supporting their families, and growing this great country. We are changing how things work so our government can deliver to Canadians faster, and we have an experienced team," they write, "that is made to meet the moment we are in. Our government is united and strong, and we are getting right to work." Some of the front bench there, very familiar to Canadians. They retain their positions, kind of leading the Canada-U.S. file. Anita Anand, who was not going to run in the next election, has now decided to, and she becomes the Minister of Industry. She previously served as the Minister of Transport and overseeing internal trade. That job, the second part of that job, goes to Chrystia Freeland, who ran against Mark Carney for the leadership. She's there, I believe, in the family photo or the Assembly of Ministers behind the microphone. She ran against Mark Carney, placing second, a very distant second with about 8% of the vote versus almost 86% for Mark Carney. A lot of speculation heading into today about whether or not she would get an invitation to join cabinet. So she assumes the internal trade file. And now here is Mr. Carney, who is walking up to the microphone, and we will listen in live as he speaks to reporters. Oh, he's not speaking to reporters yet. He's greeting his cabinet. We will listen in live now.
OK. Que la fête commence. Alors, bonjour tout le monde. Hello, everyone. It is my honor to respond to the Governor General's request that I form a government. And it's a solemn duty to serve as Prime Minister at this time of great consequence for our country. The ceremony we just witnessed reflects the wonder of a country built on the bedrock of three peoples: Indigenous, French, and British. The opening and closing prayers evoke the original stewards of this land. They remind us of the deep roots from which we grow and underscore the values to which we aspire. The office of the Governor General links us through the Crown and across time to Canada's proud British heritage. Et la cérémonie s'est déroulée dans nos deux langues officielles.
Took place in both our official languages. Our bilingual identity makes us unique, and the French language enriches our culture.
Canadians have built a dynamic nation that celebrates its diversity, that cares for the vulnerable in society, and that always strives for a better tomorrow. Ce nouveau cabinet,
this new cabinet, is fully aware of our responsibilities to strengthen the foundations of our nation during this crisis. We need to build an even better Canada. It is my pleasure to introduce the extraordinary and well-qualified cabinet that of part of my government and will defend the values that we hold dear. Our government will change our way of working, will focus on the base or the essentials, and adopt an action-oriented approach to deal with the challenges we must face.
So we can deliver better results faster to all Canadians. We have new ministers with new ideas, ready to respond to new threats and to seize new opportunities. Canada's new government is focused on the things that matter most to Canadians: growing more higher-paying jobs, improving affordability, and making Canada more secure. Canada's new government will be action-oriented, driven by a smaller but highly experienced team made to meet the moment we are in. Our leaner cabinet will focus on two priorities in particular. First, protecting Canadian workers and their families in the face of unjustified foreign trade actions. And second, growing this great country by putting more money in Canadians' pockets, by ensuring that government spends less so Canada can invest more, by building millions of homes, by making Canada a superpower in both conventional and clean energies, by creating new trade corridors with reliable partners, and by forging one Canadian economy out of 13. We will relentlessly pursue this positive agenda because Canadians know that negativity isn't strength. They know that negativity won't pay the rent or the mortgage. The negativity won't bring down the price of groceries. Negativity won't win a trade war. We know that by building together, we can give ourselves far more than anyone else can take away. Nous sommes maîtres chez nous.
We are masters of our domain, and our country is Canada strong, and our government is united and strong. We will start immediately with our first cabinet.
Our government is united and strong, and we will immediately get to work with our first cabinet meeting as soon as I respond to a few of your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Merci, Monsieur le Premier ministre. Nous allons maintenant passer à une période de questions de 15 minutes.
We will now have a
suivie.
15-minute Q&A.
Question period, one question, one follow-up. Merci.
Bonjour, Monsieur le Premier ministre.
Hello, Mr. Prime Minister.
Enchanté.
Delighted to meet you. You're due to go to Europe in the coming days. Do you also intend to go to the U.S. to meet Mr. Trump before you call the election? I received an invitation from the President of France to have a conversation on several issues, commercial issues, trade issues, and security in Europe, the Ukraine and Canada. Received another invitation from the Prime Minister of the UK, so it's a good idea to go because we need to diversify our trade partners and strengthen our security. I hope I'll have a conversation with the President of the U.S., but I don't have any plans for the moment to go there.
I received the questions on a trip to Paris and London in a few days. I received an invitation from the President of France to discuss a variety of issues, both economic, commercial, to reinforce those relationships, also issues related to security in Europe, in Canada. Similar discussions will be had with the Prime Minister in the United Kingdom. This is sensible. Security is a priority for this government, reinforcing our security, as is diversifying our trading and commercial relationships. Of course, with both Europe and the United Kingdom, there are many opportunities. And as I said a moment ago in my remarks, there are historic ties. With respect to the President, I don't have plans to go to the United States. I look forward to speaking to him at the appropriate moment. Thank you.
Monsieur Carney, il y a Monsieur Rubio, Marco Rubio, ce matin dans
Marco Rubio in Charlevoix this morning essentially repeated Trump's statement by saying that Canada would be economically better off as a 51st state. As Prime Minister, what do you say to that, to the U.S. Secretary? And he said it on Canadian soil. It's crazy. It's crazy. Simply, it's crazy. That's it. Full stop.
It's crazy.
In English?
His point is crazy. That's it.
Question.
Yeah.
Hi, Prime Minister. Tom Perry with CBC. Can I ask you what your plans are for the next few weeks? Are you going to be bringing back the House? Are you going to be calling an early election? And if so, when should Canadians expect to go to the polls?
Well, they certainly should expect to go to the polls before November. The news today is behind me. An exceptional group of individuals who are serving Canada, united, focused cabinet, focused on action, focused on the issues for Canadians. We are, as I said a moment ago, we will be going to take some decisions which directly meet some of the objectives I set out in my remarks and we've been discussing. That's the news for today. There will be other news in the coming days with respect to ensuring that we have as strong a mandate that is needed for the time. Thank you.
And when you're in Europe, are you going to be seeking assurances from Canada's allies that this country will never become America's 51st state? And when would it be an appropriate time for you to take that message to the U.S. president?
Well, I've been clear. Personally, I've been clear. The ministers behind me, I think, to an individual, when asked, have been clear that we will never, ever, in any way, shape, or form, be part of the United States. America is not Canada. Look at the ceremony we just had. You could not have had that ceremony. You would not have that ceremony in America. Look at the cabinet behind me. You would not have that cabinet in America. You do not have that cabinet in America. We are a very fundamentally different country. So irrespective of any issues economically, fundamentally to our core, to our identity, is one reason why we have a minister, and I will thank Monsieur Guilbeault to be our Minister of Canadian Identity and Culture and bringing in all those aspects and reinforcing them. So before we get to the economics of it, we won't be part of it. And when we get to the economics, and the president is a successful business person and deal maker, we're his largest client in so many industries. As the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Industry, Monsieur Leblanc and Monsieur Champagne have made this point. Clients expect respect and working together in a proper commercial way. So the nature of Canada means we won't. The economics means we shouldn't. And what you will see from this government is focusing on building here at home, building with different partners abroad, and that will reinforce the point. It's good. We're doing it for our own reasons, to be clear, for our own people, for the high-paying jobs. But eventually, the truth will out, and the Americans will understand as well. Thank you.
Our allies, sir, do you want to?
I don't think we need. I don't think we need to hear it from. Nous sommes maîtres. We're masters in our home. We're in charge. You know, we're in charge. It's always nice when people say nice things about you, but we don't need it. We're not seeking it. What the discussions I will have on behalf of the government in Paris and in London will relate to opportunities that both our countries share, as well as our shared history.
Monsieur le Premier ministre, Valérie Gamache de Radio-Canada,
Mr. Prime Minister with the CBC, delighted to meet you. You have no Alberta-based minister, no ridings in Alberta. Is that because you're thinking of maybe running in an Alberta riding yourself?
Vous avez raison que
You're right that I grew up in Alberta,
ma campagne Edmonton.
and I lost my campaign in Edmonton. Now's not the time to announce my riding. So, yeah.
I'm complimenting the journalists from Radio-Canada, and I would like to compliment the very existence of Radio-Canada, and I'd like to reinforce that my government would be reinforcing. It goes back to Canadian identity, culture. This is away from the news, but the broader sense. So I'll finish the answer. I compliment the question. She's recognizing that I grew up in Alberta. I launched my campaign in Alberta. I'm just reinforcing today. Today, the story is behind me. And there will be more news because those behind me will be taking some important decisions this afternoon.
Monsieur Carney, depuis le début de votre point de presse, vous avez 3 fois mentionné les langues officielles. Pourtant, le nom langue officielle n'apparaît pas dans le nom du ministère de Monsieur Guilbeault. Et vous avez remplacé patrimoine par identité canadienne. Est-ce qu'il y a là un message pour le Québec?
Pas du tout. C'est un renforcement de notre identité. La langue française est au sein de l'identité canadienne. Et M.
French
Guilbeault,
language is
il est un ministre exceptionnel.
at the basis of
Il a
impossible to hear.
La responsabilité. Il a encore des responsabilités pour les langues
He has
officielles.
really responsibility.
Cette question d'identité canadienne, c'est plus large de notre langue officielle. C'est plus large de notre patrimoine. Ça existe maintenant. On renforce, on bâtit l'identité canadienne. Ça inclut, ça c'est clé. L'identité canadienne inclut la nature. Et une des responsabilités de M. Guilbeault est de ramasser toutes nos responsabilités en ce qui concerne la nature, la biodiversité, nos océans, et de les protéger et les promouvoir. Merci.
J'ai une question. Next question.
Prime Minister Carney, first off, congratulations.
Thank you.
Second, David Baxter, Canadian Press. April 1st is fast approaching, the date the consumer carbon tax is set to increase once again. You've talked about getting rid of it. How are you going to do it in the next 2 weeks?
Your question, how are we going to do it by the end of the day? That's a great question. And we'll come right back to you on that following the cabinet meeting.
In that order?
Have a better follow-up than that.
Oh, there is a better follow-up, but just to get clarification, you are going to do it by
Then that would be
cabinet
3
order?
questions, and everyone else will get angry.
There we go. We'll go back to it. So you've talked about Trump needing to show Canada respect.
President Trump.
President Trump needing to show Canada respect. You said that again just now. Are you not going to speak with President Trump until he cuts out this 51st state talk?
No. I look forward to speaking with President Trump. Just to be clear, we respect the United States. We respect President Trump. President Trump has put some very important issues at the top of his agenda. We understand his agenda. We understand the importance of addressing the scourge of fentanyl, which is a challenge here in Canada as well as the United States. And I would say that the measures that have been put in place in recent weeks in Canada and Mexico, also the United States, means that we are making tremendous progress. I'll speak specifically for against fentanyl. We understand the importance President Trump places on American workers and American jobs. We want him and his administration to understand the importance we put on Canadian workers and Canadian jobs. And we will look for avenues to work together so that both objectives are met in terms of both our great economies, just as we are doing, and the people behind me have led this, just as we are doing with respect to the scourge of fentanyl. Thank you.
Prochaine question. Next one.
Hi, Prime Minister Carney. I'm Jillian Piper with Global News. I understand that your assets have been put into a blind trust. I wanted to ask you, what is the value of the assets and where did they come from? How can Canadians know that there's no conflict of interest if they don't know where the assets come from?
That's an odd question, or odd way of framing it. The assets are in a blind trust. So, and can I point out that for those who don't follow this, I have 6 months to put, or 120 days to put the assets in a blind trust. I already have put the assets in a blind trust. And once assets are in a blind trust, you don't know, but by definition, you don't know the assets because the trustees take over the responsibility. I would like to reassure you that the assets that I have were earned through employment. Employment income, employment as a public servant, and employment in the private sector. And I would note as well that employment in the private sector is something that the Leader of the Opposition has never experienced. And I would point as well that complying or meeting standards expected of a leader of a party, let alone a prime minister, is something that the Leader of Opposition has not respected either, and I'm speaking directly with respect to his refusal, still at a time of great crisis, to get his security clearance, something I managed to do in 2 weeks. En ce qui concerne mes actifs,
as for my assets,
J'ai eu des jobs dans le secteur privé.
I've held jobs in the private sector.
Des actifs maintenant, et c'est dans une fiducie.
And that's where I accumulated these assets, and they're in a blind trust. I no longer know what the assets are made of. That's the point of a blind trust.
Mes affaires dans une position en ce qui concerne la fiducie.
I arranged my affairs
avant d'être Premier ministre.
Put them into a blind trust before becoming Prime Minister. Before becoming Prime Minister.
120 jours de le faire.
I have 120 days to do it. And the opposition leader is unable. He refuses. He's probably able, but he refuses.
D'avoir sa carte
to get his security clearance.
Après 3 années.
After 3 years. It's unacceptable to me.
Prime Minister, you keep pointing at the group behind you, your new cabinet. There's only 2 representatives from the West. What's your message to Western Canada?
So the numbers in the cabinet are all necessarily smaller because the cabinet is much smaller. And the cabinet is much smaller because it's focused on the issues that are most important to Canadians, meeting the moment, and the moment is a moment of crisis. We have very capable, exceptional members from Western Canada in there, as well as deputies from the West. But it's a factor when you reduce things down. And I'm Prime Minister of all of Canada, of course, and I'm from the West. And I would note maybe as well. And this is a challenge I think we have. I'll just make a general point. Let's take an example of Chrystia Freeland. Okay, exceptional minister, exceptional public service. Chrystia Freeland lives in Toronto. Chrystia Freeland is from the West. Chrystia Freeland is from Alberta. But people get classified in a way that limits the breadth of experience. I could give you many examples of the pan-Canadian nature of this cabinet.
Last question and follow-up. Dernière question et question de suivi.
Ramsey with the Toronto Star. Prime Minister, speaking of your cabinet, the front line of your cabinet and the vast majority of your cabinet were all ministers during Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's time. How does this represent change?
Well, there's a couple of things. One is this first thing, smaller cabinet, more focused on action. Everybody in this cabinet is senior. Everybody in this cabinet is senior, so I don't accept the front line and the implication that there's a front line and another line. The second thing is one of the top issues, of course, is the crisis with respect to the United States and the opportunity with respect to trade diversification. So keeping together those individuals who have been on, and now I'm going to use your term, the front line, but the front line in a commercial battle, keeping together those individuals so that we are seamlessly addressing these issues and seizing the opportunities was very important to us, and that's reflected in the cabinet. But of course, it's reflected fundamentally in their capabilities, which are here for the moment.
And on President Trump, what makes you think you personally would be better fit to handle him than Trudeau was, and why do you think he'll have more respect for you than he did for him?
Look, I'm not going to put myself into to represent that President Trump in any way, shape, or form. President Trump and I, though, we share some experiences. I have been in the private sector. I have worked in the real estate sector. I have done large transactions. I have worked with him during his first presidency at the G20, at the G7. I respect what he is looking to accomplish. And we have built a base through the interactions that we've had, including as of yesterday with the meetings of the Minister of Finance, well, I'll say, because their roles have slightly changed, Monsieur Champagne and Monsieur Leblanc, and Premier Ford with the Secretary of Commerce, as well as the meetings that the Minister of Foreign Affairs had with her G7 counterparts, including Secretary Rubio. So we are building that base. But in many respects, part of my experience overlaps with that of the president. we'll both be looking out for our countries. But he knows, and I know from long experience, that we can find mutual solutions that win for both.
Thank you.
In French? Regarding Mr.
En ce qui concerne
Trump,
M. Trump.
With regard to Mr. Trump.
Alors, lui et moi, nous avons des expériences similaires.
Have
dans le
similar
secteur
experience in the private sector, for example,
l'investissement dans
investment,
le secteur immobilier.
And the real estate sector,
je
for
le
example.
connais, et
I know
j'ai
him.
travaillé avec lui.
And I worked with him, for him, actually.
Pendant son premier mandat.
It was because it was during his first mandate. In order to settle things in the financial sector at the G20. What's important is that Canada has made progress
dans les discussions de M. Champagne, Mme Joly, M.
with
Leblanc,
Mr. Champagne, Ms. Joly, and Mr. Leblanc, along with their colleagues. There's a basis, a foundation. And we need to find solutions based on that. Thank you. That's the end of the press conference.
And that is Prime Minister Mark Carney taking questions from reporters alongside his newly sworn-in cabinet. There will be a cabinet meeting later today. He says his government, for however long it ends up lasting, will be focused on two distinct priorities. The first, protecting workers and families, he said, against the threat of tariffs and economic ruin of sorts from Donald Trump, from U.S. President Donald Trump. And the second on looking inward and, in his words, building the Canadian economy out. A number of other notable points made or bits of news out of that press conference. He did confirm, Mr. Carney did confirm that he will head as Prime Minister to Europe next week, that he will do so on the invitation of French President Emmanuel Macron, who wanted to have a discussion that he mentioned would involve issues around security and economic ties. He also was asked what riding he would run in, when an election call was coming. He would not provide any specifics, just kind of tongue-in-cheek said that there would be an election before November, but then in another instance indicated that there would be other news on that in the coming days. I am back here with Scott Reed, Kathleen Monk, Lisa Raitt, and Nick Nanos. Nick, I'll start with you. Your read on, first of all, the big takeaway for me is I've been 10 years of covering Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. Those are the shortest answers I've heard in a long time. But your takeaway over how that went.
You know, very quickly, three key things. Messaging to Quebec, he talked about being master of our own house. Quebecers understand what that means. It's very different than what I'll say Pierre Poilievre's Canada First. Resonates well in the Radio Canada stuff. Second, the West, you know, saying that he is a Westerner. He considers himself from Alberta. But most importantly for Trump, he's had two messages for Donald Trump. First of all, that he's going to work for and look for common ground between the Americans and Canada. And second of all, talks of Canada being the 51st state, crazy. You know, we talk about short.
It's crazy. That was the shortest answer.
That was the shortest answer. Crazy. And he didn't want to elaborate, didn't need to elaborate. It's kind of like crazy.
Kathleen. Yeah. He said also that he was asked on multiple occasions, to the point all of you brought up, about whether or not he'd meet with Donald Trump, and he said that, you know, that there was no plan for that, no invite at the time, and then later on said, look, we have common ground. I can, you know, we have some shared experience, that kind of thing.
Yeah, and I thought that was an interesting point, that he pulled out his resume, that he's actually worked with Donald Trump in the past, and he's done similar deals as Donald Trump. He has that kind of commercial experience, and then took the opportunity in another question to actually take a jab at the opposition leader, Pierre Poilievre, saying he doesn't have that experience. He hasn't worked in the private sector like Mr. Carney has. But listen, I thought, you know, the first thing that has to be said about that press conference, he took multiple questions at 5 or 6 different outlets by my count. You know, he survived it. And his message, which is the big, you know, when we have people like pollsters and pundits alike saying, you know, this guy's never been elected, he might not be able to do this job, he just showed on his first outing that he can do this job. And he said it was a time of consequence, and that he actually was looking for reliable partners in the world. So I think that's interesting to underscore why he is going to Europe right away. He pulled also from his speech from Sunday night and made this point that he's going to be pursuing a relentlessly positive agenda, in contrast to the negative agenda he's hearing from the opposition leaders, and saying directly that negativity won't pay the rent, it won't lower your grocery prices, and it won't win a trade war. And so driving that message home, I thought, was a polite way of basically taking a jab at Pierre Pierre Poilievre.
Well, I think he's trying to create contrast right off the bat to what everyone was saying. Like, this is day one of the. I mean, day one of the campaign felt like December 6th, but it's really it's really right now though. So certainly while he was, there was some content to what he said, it was political in nature too. Scott, your takeaway?
I was struck by a couple of things, both substance and style. On substance, almost a singular focus on economic issues, on economic management. When you talk about the two priorities he highlighted, both of them fundamentally about the economy, how we manage our relationship with the United States and making certain that we grow our economy and then we return more money to people's pockets. That's like bang on the polling numbers right now. So wasn't a lot of talk about much else. That was the concentration, economic, a managerial focus. And then secondly, with respect to style, as you guys said, I mean, Trudeau would speak grandly of opportunities. He spoke plainly, directly about obligations. He was short and direct and to the point. And again, it brings up the word, in my mind, of managerial. He presents himself as a man who is here to meet this moment, to manage our challenges with the United States, manage our economy, experienced, maybe a little dry, maybe a little gray, but maybe that's just what people need and want in this moment. So I thought both in terms of substance and style, it was very interesting. Last thing, going back to substance, I think he made it crystal clear that the news of the day coming out of the cabinet is going to be the death of the carbon tax. How they execute that, we shall see, but he previewed that unmistakably.
Yeah, he said he was asked, how are you going to get rid of it before April 1st in the next 2 weeks? And he said, before the end of the day, we'll have more news on that. Lisa, the last word goes to your takeaway from that press conference.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the talking points, what that he gave out on his two priorities sounded like what I ran on in 2012. To be honest, it's exactly the same kind of platform. What Mark Carney has to do, though, is he has to separate. He has to actually suspend the belief that the reason why we have to fix the economy is because the previous Liberal government wrecked the economy. And he's got to be able to create distance between those two. I'm here to fix it, but he doesn't want any responsibility or liability for the situation that they find themselves in today after almost 10 years of a Liberal government. So that is going to be tricky footwork. And maybe he did, I think he did fine today. I think he did fine for his first outing. I'm not going to take that away from him at all. But debates are going to be a different thing. And he may have thought that he landed a blow on Pierre Poilievre today, kind of like, whacking at him with respect to his security clearance. You got to have more than that, my friend. It's going to be a lot harder than that when you get into the full battle of this general campaign that's coming.
Okay, I'm going to leave it on that note. Thanks, everyone, for sharing so much of your time in your analysis today. I sincerely appreciate it. Scott Reed, Lisa Raitt, Kathleen Monk, and Nick Nanos, as well as a thanks to my colleagues Michael Couture and Colton Prale on the ground at Rideau Hall. There will still be more reaction to come to the swearing in of the 24th Prime Minister of this country, including the leaders of both the NDP and the Conservatives. We will bring those press conferences to you live when they happen. I'll leave our special coverage there. I'm Vassy Kapelos in Ottawa. Thank you so much for watching. After the break, Todd Vanderheyden will pick it up in Toronto.
Welcome along to the Australian Grand Prix on TSN and TSN Plus.
Whether you're starting your adventure,
seat buddies,
or coming back from it, we know the flight isn't the whole story. It's where your story takes off.
Swiss Chalet Seafood Fest is back. Hurry in for Canada's famous rotisserie chicken paired with garlic shrimp, our delicious fish and chips, fish sandwich, or our popcorn shrimp appetizer. All here for a limited time, starting from only $16.99, only at Swiss Chalet.
Being a dad and granddad means ensuring I've got all the tools to make the right choice. And now I'm in my 50s. That's more important than ever. That's why I'm choosing to look after my family, just in case.
Welcome to Senior's Choice, the #1 direct choice for Canadians over 50. How can I help?
Hi, I'd like a quick quote for Canadian seniors life insurance, please.
If you're a Canadian resident age 50 to 80, you can choose the right amount of coverage for you and your family up to $250,000.
That kind of money would help a lot.
You can choose to apply over the phone now in just a few minutes with no medicals or blood tests needed, only a few health and lifestyle questions.
Okay, great.
Depending on the coverage you choose, it could be as little as $17.02 a month. That's just 56 cents a day.
That's less than I thought. And that money could help cover my funeral costs, settle debts, or help my wife with retirement planning. I'll do it. Now that's done, I can get on with something much more interesting.
To get a free, no-obligation quote, call one of our trusted insurance advisors today at 1-844-808-7120 or visit seniorschoice.ca.
We created these. We're 4 Canadian friends that quit our jobs because we hated our underwear. We couldn't take the chafing, riding up, and constant adjusting. So we spent 12 months creating our own. They're made with a premium modal fabric that's breathable like cotton, but it won't stretch out. And we designed them to contour and support the boys, preventing sticking. We also made it to Dragon's Den and received offers from 4 different dragons. So visit manmadebrand.com to experience ultimate crotch comfort today.
All right, welcome back to CTV News Channel. I'm Todd Vanderheiden. Good to have you with us today. It is a big day for Canada. Some big changes coming for our country, and new history being made as Mark Carney has been sworn in as the next Canadian Prime Minister, the 24th Prime Minister in Canadian history, along with a new slimmed-down cabinet.
I, Mark Carney, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trust reposed in me as Prime Minister.
And with that, it is official. The oath of office administered at Rideau Hall in the capital and the oath book signed. Mark Carney officially became our country's next leader at a swearing-in ceremony that was presided over by the Governor General. There she is, Mary Simon. You can see there, and some funny moments there about where to stand. Of course, there is a lot of protocol sometimes at these events. The ceremony came about 1 hour after Justin Trudeau formally resigned. Mark Carney talking about a slimmed-down cabinet. He mentioned it numerous times later in a speech and answering questions to the media today. Some of the notable changes are a lot fewer portfolios, but there are familiar faces as well. A lot of the cabinet ministers that were in Justin Trudeau's cabinet are back, among them Melanie Joly, who will continue as Foreign Affairs Minister. I talked a little bit about the cabinet being smaller, dropping from 37 ministers under Justin Trudeau to just 24 ministers under Mark Carney.
I, Dominic LeBlanc, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully.
After briefly serving as finance minister and, of course, navigating the tense relationship these days with the United States, Dominic LeBlanc will now be in charge of international trade, intergovernmental affairs. Well, he will continue to play a big role in trying to manage the damaged relationship right now with the United States. But François-Philippe Champagne getting a promotion. He will take over as finance minister. Replacing him at industry is Anita Anand. Former Deputy Prime Minister Chrystia Freeland will now serve as Transport and Internal Trade Minister. For Quebec, Stephen Guilbeault will be the lieutenant from that province, but he's also in charge of Canadian culture and identity, again, as well as serving as Mark Carney's chief lieutenant in that province. Canada's new Prime Minister, take a look, saying he is building a government to meet the moment. Carney saying he's putting together a smaller, experienced cabinet, one that moves faster, secures our economy, and protects Canada's future. And Mark Carney holding a press conference at Rideau Hall as well, answering a number of questions from the media, but taking a moment to talk about what Canadians want these days is not negativity, but rather solutions on the economy. No doubt a comment on Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre. All right, we're going to have a lot more coverage of Mark Carney as Canada's 24th Prime Minister, being sworn in officially today. A new era. We don't know whether a federal election will be called anytime soon. That is in all likelihood going to happen, but that announcement not being made today. Foreign Affairs Minister, meantime, Melanie Joly, wrapping up a G7 foreign ministers meeting in Charlevoix, Quebec, north of Quebec City. She was asked about how her interactions with Donald Trump's top secretary, top diplomat, Secretary of State Marco Rubio went, given the fact that Canada and the U.S. are locked in a trade war. Listen to this.
Of course, Canada's sovereignty is not up for debate, and we had a long conversation on tariffs and trade. The approach when it comes to a relationship with the U.S., and through my conversation with the Secretary, was we will put maximum pressure on the Americans. And meanwhile, we'll work on finding off-ramps. Because we know ultimately, at the end of the day, the Trump tariffs are going to hurt Americans.
The G7 foreign ministers also backing an American proposal for a ceasefire in Ukraine, saying that the ball is now in Russia's court. Rubio was put on the spot at one point in a Q&A with reporters where he was asked about Donald Trump's comments about trying to annex Canada as the 51st state. And Rubio tried to suggest that this was actually a result of a conversation that Justin Trudeau and Donald Trump had, in which Trudeau said an American trade war would undermine Canada's integrity as a state. Rubio trying to say that's why Donald Trump began talking about Canada joining the U.S. as a 51st state. Some other news we're following. Ottawa is offering a path to citizenship for so-called lost Canadians after missing a court-mandated deadline to address their situation. Back in 2009, the then Conservative government of Stephen Harper at the time changed the law so Canadians born abroad as citizens could not pass those rights down to future generations. Then in 2023, the Ontario Superior Court of Justice found the law was unconstitutional. Immigration Minister Mark Miller saying Ottawa is asking for a 12-month extension to get a related law passed, with the court's deadline to do so coming next week. Those affected by the change in rules can now apply for citizenship on a discretionary basis. Nova Scotia's wildfire season begins tomorrow. It'll run for 7 months until the middle of October. People in the province being reminded that wildfire restrictions mean there is no domestic brush burning allowed, no campfires allowed between 8 a.m. and 2 p.m. As well, daily burn restrictions are posted online at 2 in the afternoon. People are also reminded to never leave a fire unattended and to fully extinguish every fire before leaving it. The City Council in Regina is reconsidering putting fluoride in their water supply. The decision to add fluoride was approved back in 2021, but was to be implemented after upgrades to the Buffalo Pound water treatment plant. A motion submitted by a councillor recommends the city postpone the fluoridization project until there's conclusive evidence there is no significant toxic effects or other bodily harms. A special council meeting will be held on May the 2nd. Health officials are reiterating the importance of immunization as they work to contain a measles outbreak in northern Alberta. The highly transmissible airborne viral illness is flaring up in North America. It's also causing some to speculate about confusing messages that may be adding to the issue. CTV's Tim Brooke explains.
John Doerr Prairie is one of 3 communities that make up the Little Red River Cree Nation in northern Alberta. On Sunday, it made headlines.
There's a worldwide increase in measles, and it's a concerning finding to see a case in Alberta.
Officials tell CTV News there have been 6 confirmed cases and 1 probable case of measles. An investigation is underway.
The big issue is the contacts and then trying to figure out where these individuals were exposed. This came from somewhere else.
The illness has been moving quickly throughout North America in 2025.
It just spread so violently to large numbers of people, in the time before you get a rash and know what's going on. So it's a difficult one to contain, honestly.
And it's a tough thing to deal with. Health experts say more than a quarter of cases need to be hospitalized for supportive care, and every case needs to isolate for 3 weeks. The good news? Measles is easy to avoid.
This is almost the standard of vaccine-like success because it's highly effective at preventing disease in the realm of 97 to 99%.
But Thursday, Alberta's health minister still wouldn't recommend all residents get the measles vaccination.
It is a parental choice, and parents and guardians have to make sure that they're well informed and make the best choice that's right for them and their families.
Adriana LaGrange says her family has had the shot, but stopped short of endorsing it for everyone else. It's reminiscent of the province's stance on other vaccines and completely contrasts the approach just north of Alberta.
I urge all residents to check their vaccination status and make sure that they are up to date. Science has given us the tools to fight this disease. It's up to us to use them.
Tim Brooke, CTV News, Calgary.
All right, thanks very much, Tim. Still ahead for us, sky watchers delight astonishing views of the overnight lunar eclipse known as a blood moon. You're watching CTV News Channel. Stay with us.
Vengeance has no timeline with the mafia.
What's next in pain relief? Salon Pus Roll-On and Cream, the only products with 2 clinically studied anesthetics, lidocaine and benzyl alcohol. Salon Pus starts to work on contact to numb pain away. Salon Pus, it's good medicine.
This is the story of Molly and Sid, retired grandparents who love keeping up with their grandkids. With Manulife Cover Me health and dental insurance, they were covered for everything from sensitive teeth to vision care, even prescription meds for high blood pressure. Molly and Sid can relax knowing they are covered for pre-existing conditions like diabetes. Call 1-877-COVER-ME or visit coverme.com to get a quote today. Manulife, where will better take you?
Get dirty. Get dirty. Get dirty. Get dirty. Shop and get dirty.
At Wayfair, we get pretty excited about furniture. Around here, it's not a patio, it's a patio. Oh, I love those chairs.
Shed-tastic.
Let's go. This rocks.
My queen.
Yeah?
Oh, I'm at the bed.
Girl, you nailed it!
No, this set, it's just a couple of screws.
They're a perfect combo. They got a fire pit.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
I'm Francesco Mutti, and nobody loves tomatoes as much as I do.
So you can enjoy the freshness and taste of Mutti tomatoes. Mutti, one family, one passion. Tomatoes.
Welcome back to CTV News Channel. I'm Todd Vanderheyden. Canadian music icon Anne Murray is set to receive a major honor at this year's Juno Awards.
Spread your tiny wings and fly away.
That song never gets boring. Snowbird, one of her classics. The Canadian Academy of Recording Arts and Sciences announcing Murray will receive the Lifetime Achievement Award presented by the National Arts Centre. Organizers say Anne Murray is the first artist to receive the award, which hasn't been given out since Pierre Junot received it back in 1989. This year's Juno Awards will be handed out on Sunday, March the 30th. Well, many people start to slow down when they get into their 50s. One woman from Quebec is really defying the odds. She's gearing up to represent Canada at an international gymnastics competition. CTV's Vassy has more on this remarkable feat from Montreal.
Yes. Beautifully done. Yes. As a master's level gymnast, Milda Graham can flip, tumble, and do cartwheels with ease. She's keeping up with people less than half her age. She's 59.
And then they see me tumbling, and then they're like, wait. So it's really fun to kind of push the boundaries of people's expectations.
The gymnast has always loved the sport, playing competitively on and off for decades.
Something kept pulling me back. I think it was my inner child. Just really loved gymnastics as a kind of a pure expression.
Warming up and doing stretches is a vital part of her routine. Graham says the key is listening to your body.
You get a personal teaching experience of your own body to understand what you must accommodate.
Graham has a serious competitive side too. In May, she will be competing at an international gymnastics competition in Germany. And although she was born in the US, Graham is hoping to bring back a medal for Canada.
I've made my home in Montreal. I love Montreal, and the idea that I'm representing in this climate something that's really passionate to my identity and my locale and my community is off the charts for me. Tap and come down. That's the best perfect solution.
Her coach, Andrea Ropoleski, couldn't be more proud.
I can't even describe it. I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled for Milda. She works hard for it. She always shows up. If anyone deserves to represent Canada, she does.
And while the world of gymnastics might look a certain way, Graham is hoping her story inspires change.
I feel like I'm standing up for, women and women's bodies.
Proving that age is truly just a number. Vassy, CTV News.
And there was a special treat overnight for those who had their eyes up on the skies. A total lunar eclipse, which is also known as a blood moon, cast a red hue over Canada and much of North and South America as well. This phenomenon occurs when the Earth is between the moon and the sun, and the moon passes through the shadow that's cast by our planet. The eclipse is the first of its kind since 2022. Here's what some stargazers had to say about it.
It was awesome. It's a first time for me. It's first time for camera shooting.
It's a very exciting event. I think it's the first lunar eclipse of the year, and I'm very excited. Last time I was in Boston, and today I'm in Toronto, so I'm very happy.
I thought it was beautiful. It was really neat to see. I mean, I was excited to come out here, but I wasn't expecting it to be like that red. So yeah, it was really cool.
The peak of the total eclipse was around 2:30 a.m. Eastern. It lasted for about an hour for those of you who may have been awake at the time. All right, in a moment, Canada now has a new Prime Minister, Mark Carney, sworn in today in Ottawa as our country's 24th leader. He unveiling the smallest federal cabinet and ministry in years. We'll have the latest in a moment right here on CTV News Channel. Stay with us.
Your chance to set everything right and keep her alive. Save who you can save.
Get this. I dislocated my shoulder washing my hair.
Just thinking about blood pressure raises mine.
Well, I've been exiled to the couch till I get a CPAP machine.
Been there.
Speaking of couches, well, my therapist said my dreams should be a podcast.
Aging doesn't have to be rough. Green Shield offers health coverage and care all in one place. That means access to registered mental health professionals when you need it. So call 1-833-377-7077 or go to getgreenshield.ca for coverage and care that puts you first.
Feel the clarity of non-drowsy Claritin. Get fast relief from symptoms caused by over 200 outdoor and indoor allergens associated with types of pets, dust, and pollen. So you can enjoy every moment. Live Claritin Clear.
Want to get more fiber and enjoy it? Restore Fiber is naturally sourced prebiotic fiber in a delicious gummy and 6 tasty fruit flavors. Choose Restore Fiber. It's fiber made fun. And now, try new Restore Fiber Plus with 6-in-1 health support.
The Ram 1500 wins on highways, on driveways. It wins in the backcountry and back in the city. Ram wins in quality and capability. No wonder it won Motor Trend's 2025 Truck of the Year. And that's worth celebrating. Visit the Ram Motor Trend Truck of the Year celebration event and get a 2025 Ram 1500 with 0% financing for 60 months. Plus get $4,745 in total value on Motor Trend's top choice.
In Siggy's yogurt, every simple ingredient has a purpose. It's made with 3 times more milk for 3 times more protein than the leading yogurt. And low in sugar. Because at Siggy's, simple is better.
Practice starts in 20. Let's get it. T-Mac.
Who shaves for practice?
My game face doesn't take days off with Gillette Labs. Its green bar releases trapped hairs, so you can get virtually every hair in a single stroke.
That's smooth.
The best your game can get is Gillette Labs.
I'm very good at what I do. Nothing good comes without risks.
I will drink to that. Hold on. Did you say Arrow?
An all-new Tracker, Sunday on CTV.
My squad nice, my squad good, my squad rep, my city, my hood. Squad ready, yeah, we coming for them shots. Top 10 plays, yeah, we coming for them spots. Got 10 ways I can put you on lock, put you on blocks, KI with the rock. My squad nice, my squad good, my squad rep, my city, my hood. Yo, I'm the main event dog, I'm the class fight. I hit you with the right and then the left flurry. Just like Chef Curry, gold medal, no mercy.
I am the best attorney in the country, and I can prove it to you right now.
Are we gonna fight?
We're gonna dance. I'm who they say when they have no chance, but they need a win. Now, do you trust me or not? Yes.
Damn right.
Remember this guy? Harvey. He's the only person I knew cockier than you.
That's exactly why I liked him.
Suits LA, all new Sunday, 9/10 Mountain on CTV. Stream next day on Crave.
I, Mark Carney, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty, King Charles III, King of Canada, his heirs and successors.
You're watching CTV News Channel on this Friday. It's March the 14th. A new Prime Minister for Canada, Mark Carney, officially sworn in today in Ottawa. President Trump is now saying there is, quote, a very good chance the war that Russia started invading Ukraine can end after what he's calling productive discussions with Russian President Vladimir Putin.
I thought it was incredible. We just got to watch the moon slowly turn black and then turn red again.
And a total lunar eclipse filling the sky over much of Canada overnight. The rare blood moon happening at the same time as it goes through a full moon phase for March. I'm Todd Vanderheiden. This is CTV News Channel. It's great to have you with us on this Friday, and it's a big day for our country. It's official. Mark Carney is Canada's new Prime Minister. He was sworn in earlier today in Ottawa. Carney taking the oath of office, replacing Justin Trudeau. He, of course, immediately faces the economic trade war launched by President Trump on Canada. Here's a bit of what the ceremony this morning looked like from Rideau Hall, with the Governor General presiding over the transfer of power.
I, Mark Carney, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trust reposed in me as Prime Minister.
With the oath of office administered and the oath book signed, Carney officially became Canada's 24th Prime Minister. It came about an hour after Justin Trudeau formally resigned. One big takeaway, a much smaller team of ministers from 37 under Justin Trudeau down to 24. Mark Carney saying a slimmed-down top team makes sense right now. You can see some of the moving around there with the protocol, where to stand for the photos, etc. Then after that event, Mark Carney came out with his ministers all behind him at Rideau Hall and spoke to reporters for the first time officially as Prime Minister, laying out his government's top two priorities. Listen to this.
First, protecting Canadian workers and their families in the face of unjustified foreign trade actions. And second, growing this great country by putting more money in Canadians' pockets, by ensuring that government spends less so Canada can invest more, by building millions of homes, by making Canada a superpower in both conventional and clean energies, by creating new trade corridors with reliable partners.
Some other interesting takeaways. Number one, Carney confirming that he will be going to Europe next week to meet with the President of France, Emmanuel Macron, and British Prime Minister Keir Starmer. So that's interesting that Carney is choosing to go to Europe on his first official trip as Prime Minister. Let's talk about the cabinet. I mentioned it's slimmer down than it used to be. There are still some familiar faces in key portfolios. Melanie Joly will stay on as Foreign Affairs Minister. We also know that the number is going down to 24 from 37. Dominic LeBlanc will no longer be Finance Minister. Instead, it'll be François-Philippe Champagne from Quebec. Listen to this.
I, Dominic LeBlanc, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully,
after briefly serving as Finance Minister and trying to navigate that very, very ugly trade war with the Americans, Dominic LeBlanc will now be in charge of international trade and intergovernmental affairs. François-Philippe Champagne, I mentioned, will be taking over as Finance Minister. He was Industry Minister, but now he will be one of the point people, of course, in this negotiation with the U.S. And there is Anita Anand. She will take over as Industry Minister. Former Deputy Prime Minister Chrystia Freeland is back. She will be Transport Minister, Internal Trade Minister. And Stephen Guilbeault will be in charge of a new ministry. It's called Canadian Culture and Identity. He'll also serve as the Liberals' Quebec Lieutenant. And we got this message as well from Mark Carney. Today, we're building a government that meets the moment. Canadians expect action, and that's what this team will deliver. A smaller, experienced cabinet that moves faster, secures our economy, and protects Canada's future. We're also waiting for Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre to comment. We're hearing that could happen at about 2:30 Eastern or 11:30 Pacific, and we'll bring it to you as soon as it gets underway. No doubt he will be commenting on Mark Carney as Canada's new Prime Minister. One other wrinkle, during Mark Carney's speech outside of Rideau Hall, he did talk about how his team will focus on doing things for Canadians, on the economy, on all sorts of different items, and he said now is not the time for negativity. He repeated that several times. No doubt a reference to what the Liberals are trying to say about the Conservatives, that their leader, Pierre Poilievre, is always negative. Well, let's bring in Conservative strategist Regan Watts, who's standing by. Regan, good to see you. Thanks for taking the time for CTV. First off, your thoughts on Mark Carney as Prime Minister?
My pleasure and happy to be with you, Todd. Look, Mark Carney, I know him. I wish him well. He's our Prime Minister today. But unfortunately for Canada, this is nothing more than a case of trend-clad rust paint on a wagon known as the Liberal Party that has been governing this country for 9 years. and has put us in the position that we are in, where we have weak economic growth. We have Canadians who are scared about their livelihood, and we are in a position where we are showing weakness all over the country, different industries, as well as, not to mention, the issues we have with President Trump and on trade.
The comments that Mark Carney made about negativism, your thoughts on that negativity and whether you think that is a vulnerability for Pierre Poilievre or not?
Well, I think there's whether the Liberals will call it negativity. I think it's important, Todd, that Canadians understand that the new government that Mr. Carney is now leading is just like the old government. It's the same series of ministers who've been in place for 9 years. It is not negative, in my view, to communicate to Canadians that the new guys are just like the old guys. That is a fact. Stephen Guilbeault, while he is not the environment minister, is now the Quebec lieutenant. Any hopes that Canadians had, in particular in Western Canada and the oil and gas sector, about Energy East or a trans-country pipeline, pardon me, will have been dashed because we have people who are in place now, who have been in place previously, who have opposed many of the policies that it's almost universally accepted now that we need to bring forward, which is more oil and gas development, diversifying our trade partnerships, and finding new customers. And so, it's not just trend-clad rust paint that is the issue du jour. It's a government that is still struggling to find its way in helping Canadians. We have not seen any action to build more pipelines since Justin Trudeau announced his resignation. We may hear some actions later today from Mr. Carney coming out of his cabinet meeting, where he says, I expect he will announce that he will remove the consumer carbon tax. But Mr. Carney still believes in carbon pricing. And so we will still have a government that believes in increasing the cost of business for Canadian manufacturers. And ultimately, that is going to mean more of the same for Canadians. And pointing that out is not negative. That is should be expected for political debate in this country.
Right, Regan, I'm just going to ask you to stand by because there are ministers coming out in Ottawa. We're hearing from Anita Anand, who is the industry minister, and I see that Rachel Ben-Simon of Montreal is speaking. She's the new immigration minister. We're just going to listen in here a little bit.
Quelques-uns, oui. Évidemment, l'équipe qui a mené les négociations jusqu'à date avec le président Trump, c'était important de les garder en place. Moi, je suis très contente
it's important to keep them at the front line. I'm very happy with that war cabinet. That's that's leaner.
I'm going to maintain the levels plan that was announced in November, but I think as the world continues to change, we need to look at how we do things here in Canada, not only how we govern, how we welcome people to Canada, and how we grow as a country.
And are you expecting to be more prominent on the Canada-US file now that you'll be dealing with issues like immigration, illegal immigrants crossing over the border?
I have my first cabinet meeting in a few moments, and I'll learn more. I'm looking forward to all of the challenges ahead, and I'm definitely ready to rumble.
All right, so Rachel Ben-Simon there. She is Canada's new immigration minister in the cabinet. Let's bring back Regan Watts, who's standing by as a Conservative strategist as we continue to follow big news. Canada has a new Prime Minister, Mark Carney, sworn in today at Rideau Hall. Carney not announcing, Regan, and I want to get your take on this, Regan, not announcing an election yet, but we are expecting that to happen. What about the fact? All right, sorry, there's lots going on, Regan, so stand by because we're getting the latest. David McGuinty is also speaking in Ottawa. Let's see if we can go there and get the comments from the Public Safety Minister. He is staying in that role in this new government.
Mr. Carney, he has so much experience here in Canada, but also at the international level. He has an enormous experience with the United States, in the United States. He's worked with President Trump himself, as mentioned. I think we're in a different situation with regard now with the dialogue. What will he do? Because you're pretty much the same ministers, but Mark Carney is not known by the Trump administration. How will it go? Oh, Mr. Carney is known by Trump, I can assure you. And I think Mr. Carney will eventually go through his plan. He leaves next week to meet European leaders in France and UK, and I think we'll see impressive advance and an open dialogue with the United States now.
Plans yet to go speak with Mr. Trump. Do you think that's something?
I would
be quite confident that the Prime Minister Carney will eventually, of course, interface with the President. He'll have more to say about that in due course. Meanwhile, operationally, we keep working with our colleagues in the United States. We need to keep this on an even keel. There's progress to be made, but the most important thing for Canadians to know is that the dialogue continues, and that's important. You have to keep talking.
Est-ce que la stratégie change?
Mr. Carney said that he is going to keep all of the measures in place that have been announced in the last few months, like the strike force, like the fentanyl czar.
We're in the middle of going into our first cabinet meeting together. I have confidence that the measures that we put in place have made an enormous difference in making a strong border stronger. Remember, a strong border also means safer communities on both sides of the border. The Americans understand this. We understand this. Our Canadian communities understand this. So we're going to continue moving forward and making improvements. We have an obligation to do that. But we also have to manage this relationship carefully with discipline with the United States, and that dialogue is going to continue.
Est-ce que ça vous aide? Minister Jolie said the other day that some of these fentanyl issues have been exaggerated by the U.S. administration. So have some of these responses been for an exaggerated reason?
Not at all. The border's being made stronger. That's a good thing for Canada. It's a good thing for our Canadian communities. There should be no fentanyl on the ground. There should be no fentanyl in the streets. That's our objective. It's a terrible scourge on both sides of the border. And I can assure you one of the messages I'm imparting to my American colleagues regularly is we have to do this together. We cannot wrestle the fentanyl crisis to the ground alone. We must cooperate, which is why we have joint strike forces, which is why we have information sharing between our countries, which is why we are working together, both the CBSA and the Customs and Border Patrol in the United States. There's many, many areas where there is very close working relationships. These are positive. It's important for Canadians to know that we're really on this.
Are you going to take on the Prime Minister's white paper on RCMP reform?
Looked at the paper. I've looked at Prime Minister Trudeau's suggestions about the reform of the RCMP. Much of it was, I think, predicated and based on the National Security and Intelligence Committee report, which I actually wrote with my committee. There's progress to be made. I think it's a very, very good contribution to a debate that's going to continue about the future of federal policing. But I can tell you one thing, and Canadians should know this. We should have incredible trust and confidence in the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. This is a very strong police force doing very good federal policing work for us. They've been of great assistance at the border, but there's improvements to be made. Thank you very much.
All right, David McGuinty there. He is staying on as Public Security Minister there in the new Carney cabinet. And we continue to watch because there is a cabinet meeting going on and different cabinet ministers are coming through and they are, in some cases, stopping to speak to the media. We do have Regan Watts, who is standing by. He's a Conservative strategist. Let's take a look here. Looks like Jagmeet Singh is speaking too. Let's see what the NDP leader has to say about this new cabinet and Mark Carney as the next Prime Minister.
Plus en centre, c'est coupe-moi-toi aussi.
More centrist.
Okay, I'll give you a quick opening and then I will be looking forward to your questions. So I'm looking at you just because it's better shot. So,
go for
it. So what we saw today with the cabinet selection really shows you the priorities of Mark Carney at a time when people are really worried. There's a lot of fears, resilience and strength, but a lot of worry about the cost of living already being high and a trade war increasing it. People are worried about losing their jobs. And what Mark Carney has shown is that he has not made a priority a lot of the people in our country. Women, there's no minister related to issues impacting women, youth, people living with disabilities, people with diversity. He's also notably, and this is one of the most notable things, he does not have a minister for labor. Even Stephen Harper had a minister for labor. At a time when we do not have a plan for workers if they lose their job, 60% of workers are not covered by EI. He doesn't have a minister for labor. Now, you might say it's just a name. Well, the name means something. He's signifying clearly that he is not interested or not prioritizing labor, unions, workers. That is very problematic to me. He's also showing us his plan. His plan is to ignore the plight of working people and to have a tax cut for millionaires, to cut services and cut workers. That is not the right plan for Canadians. Also, notably, Karina Gould is not in cabinet. And that's sending a message to progressive Liberals that there's no place for you in this new Liberal Party with Mark Carney at the head. We're going to continue to fight for workers. We're going to continue to fight for supports for those workers. I'll do that in French and then I'll talk.
So what's clear now is the fact that Mark Carney is chosen, selected his cabinet, and his selections show his priorities. And what's clear with Mark Carney, he has neglected many people, women, diverse people, handicapped people, and notably, he doesn't have a minister to talk to workers. A minister for the workers, for the unions, is clear that this is a message he sent. It's not important, despite the fact that people are going to be losing their jobs. There's no protection for many workers, and we're in a time where life is already too costly, will be even more expensive with a trade war. And I want to also underscore that Karina Gould is not in the cabinet, which means that in Mark Carney's government, there's no room for progressives. So I think that's the wrong thing to do. We should be making life affordable and protect workers and work for people.
For a Minister of Labor. But I think it really sends a message. Like, the names have meaning, and we're in politics, so of course there's a purpose behind that name and that name change. And the fact that he's purposely not having a Minister of Labor is sending a message that he doesn't value labor at a time when workers are at such a crossroads where there's massive potential job losses. He is saying that they don't matter and that unions don't matter. I say the opposite. This is a time when we need to double down on protecting workers, and we need labor at the table at those discussions.
Isn't this then, I mean, opening up a bit of a political gift to you? Some room for your party to actually make gains among a segment of the population that, as you delineate here, may in fact look at this cabinet and say, there's nobody here that looks like me?
Yeah, I think it's certainly showing Canadians that a Mark Carney government is a race to the right between Mark Carney and Pierre Poilievre, and it's a race where workers lose. It's a race where people lose. And I want to make it clear, for me, the priority always has been and always will be working people, everyday people, people that should be reflected in government. And all those voices, all those people were purposely cut out by Mark Carney. He's not building a Canada where everyone belongs. He's building a Canada where only some people will get ahead. And that's, frankly, it tracks. That's his track record. He has been someone that has made billionaires really rich at the cost of workers, and he's going to do that again.
Has Mark Carney asked you for...
Many faces are in the cabinet that we've already seen. They were already part of the Trudeau government. We're not into so much newness. Do you see something that will change under Mark Carney? And the message sent to the Canadians? Yes, absolutely. He sent a message today. He said, I think, who he's going to work for, and he showed that for him, women aren't important. Diversity is not important, and notably, workers are not important. Unions are not important. He sent that message today in the choices he has made, and he sent the message in a time of precariousness. It's a bad time for these people. Will you try to speak with Mr. Carney in the coming days to bring the House back? As I said, we need to call Parliament in. It's more important than ever, because with his priorities, he showed that he doesn't want to put in place protections for workers. So we need to call back Parliament to put together a set of measures to protect workers in these hard times, to guarantee that, yes, we'll have support for workers impacted by the tariffs and this trade war. So I want some programs to be put in place, a plan for the economy that's more resilient, where we build Canadian with Canadian products before the election.
Has Mark Carney asked you for a meeting yet?
No.
And would you like to meet with him?
Of course, I'd meet with the Prime Minister.
And how much time if the House is called back? For me, the priority is the goals. The goals are a set of measures to protect workers. We don't have this set of measures, and we've already been through some job losses, so that's primordial. That's first. And now, with the unpredictability in U.S., we need a plan in Canada to create good jobs with our supply system, to buy Canadian, using Canadian workers. But that's when you're talking about sanctions. Did you hear anything from the Liberals of something you want? Yes, we heard that Mark Carney would cut programs and services. He already said that. He said he wants to cut the budget. The Liberals themselves have said the only way to stabilize or balance the budget means cuts, and that's health cuts and pension cuts and daycare cuts. And Pierre Poilievre says the same thing. He wants to cut services that people need. I think it's the worst thing you could do at this time of unpredictability and Trump's threats. We need to strengthen our programs, help workers, and help people. That's what I want to do. But they'll keep the dental care system, if I understood correctly. When he said he wanted to balance the budget, the other Liberals said that the only way to do that is with cuts. And cuts in what? They didn't say. But cuts are needed to realize what he's promised to do. And I think it's the wrong thing to do right now.
Supports for workers are. Would you be willing to work with the Carney government to stay in power even after March 24th?
What I've said is my priority right now is at a time of unprecedented unpredictability and threats to our very sovereignty, that given that seriousness, we need a protection in place for workers, and it's not there right now. Right now, only 40% of workers are covered by the current EI. So for workers that are staring down the barrel of potential job losses in a massive degree, a massive level, they don't have protection. So I want to see those measures put in place. We can make that happen rapidly. We also need an economic plan to create jobs in our own country. We can't predict what's going to happen in the States, but let's have a plan in Canada where we use Canadian products, Canadian workers to build up our country. I want to see that plan passed first, and then an election afterwards.
If it takes more time to get that plan, in place, would you be open to cutting a deal?
All right, so we're listening into the leader of the NDP, Jagmeet Singh. Not a surprise, he is on the attack against Mark Carney, the newly sworn-in Prime Minister of Canada, saying that Mark Carney is pushing the party to the right and that he doesn't understand the needs of average Canadians and workers, and that Mark Carney is out of touch. Also saying that Parliament needs to be reconvened. That's in all likelihood not going to happen. We do expect that there will be a federal election called within the next week. We're not sure exactly of the timeline. Mark Carney saying today was about being sworn in and his new cabinet, a slimmed down cabinet of 24 ministers versus 37 under Justin Trudeau. And obviously the number one goal for Mark Carney here is trying to navigate this very tricky trade relationship with the United States. All right, let's bring in Regan Watts. He's a conservative strategist. He's been listening in as different ministers have been coming out, and Jagmeet Singh as well. Your thoughts on what we just heard from the NDP leader? I know you're a conservative, but your take on what Singh is saying, Regan.
Well, Mr. Singh has been saying what you would expect an NDP leader to say when a left-leaning prime minister like Mr. Carney is sworn in. Mr. Singh has been losing voters to his left when Justin Trudeau was the prime minister, and he continues to lose voters to the Liberal Party because the Liberal Party have been tacking left with their policies, whether it's environment, climate change, immigration, labor. This is the Trudeau government and now the Carney government are among the most NDP-leaning government we've ever had in this country. So none of what he says surprises me. I would be shocked if Mr. Carney sat down with Mr. Singh between now and whenever an election is called. I suspect Mr. Carney has a very busy schedule. And there's, the fact that he's not in the House of Commons means it's unlikely he is going to return the House. Ergo, there's probably no need for a discussion with the NDP on working together because Mr. Carney needs a mandate from Canadians.
Mm-hmm. We are expecting to hear from Pierre Poilievre coming up in the next couple of minutes, possibly 2:30. We'll see, but we'll bring it to our viewers. Regan, what do you think we're going to hear from Poilievre?
Well, I think Mr. Poilievre will do a couple of things. One, I think he'll point out, and I think it is accurate, I don't think it's quote-unquote going negative to your earlier question about the Carney cabinet being just the same as Mr. Trudeau's cabinet. These are all the same ministers that have been in place previously. I think 87% of Mr. Carney's cabinet, give or take, is the same as Prime Minister Trudeau's. And so you're going to hear a message, I'm sure, around this is just the same as the old guys. It reminds me of that scene in Dallas with with Bobby Ewing in the shower and waking up and it's all a dream. The new guy is just the same as the old guy. And I suspect you'll hear some of that. I think you'll also hear Mr. Poilievre talk about his vision for the country. A few weeks ago on Flag Day, Mr. Poilievre gave quite a thoughtful speech on how he would approach Canada-U.S. relations, how he would tackle issues around housing and climate change and the environment and jobs. I suspect you'll hear more of the same from Mr. Poilievre, not only today, but in the days and weeks ahead as we get into an election campaign.
The other thing I'm curious about, and I appreciate your Dallas reference, by the way, I remember that show. Your thoughts on Mark Carney versus Donald Trump? He's saying that he's going to be going to Europe, to France and the United Kingdom. Is that sort of an indication that Canada is now looking for old allies, new allies in Europe, based on what Trump has done to Canada?
Well, Todd, I think there's a consensus in this country as a result of Mr. Trump's actions that we need to do more to diversify our trade partnerships. I don't think there's anybody in Canada who disagrees with that. I do find it curious that Mr. Carney is going back home to Europe for his first trip as prime minister. I would have expected some type of federal, provincial, territorial first ministers meeting, which would have communicated that he was in charge.
Regan, I just have to jump in because I'm just hearing that the foreign affairs minister is speaking. Let's just listen in here to Melanie Joly. She will stay on as foreign affairs minister in Mark Carney's government. She did endorse him as Liberal leader. Oh, there, and she's walking away. All right. As you know, Regan, it's hard to keep up sometimes. The cameras come to us and we go to them and they just speak briefly and they're all going into a big cabinet meeting. I cut you off there. You were talking a little bit about you thought it might be more of a meeting with Canada's premiers versus necessarily European leaders.
Yeah, well, I think if I were advising Mr. Carney, and I guess perhaps I'm feeling generous today in offering this advice, is he should be meeting with Canada's premiers. There has been an absence of federal leadership, particularly with Mr. Trudeau when he was in the seat as prime minister, and dealing with the existential threat that is our trade relationship with the United States. And instead of convening Canada's premiers, some of whom have been just elected, he's running off to Europe. Now, there may be good reason for that. My hope is that with Mr. Carney, when he sits down with the United Kingdom Prime Minister Keir Starmer, he asked Mr. Starmer why Mr. Starmer didn't defend Canada and our right for independence and to exist when Mr. Starmer was in the Oval Office. With Mr. Macron, Canada and France have a long, deep, abiding relationship. Mr. Carney is absolutely right about that. But neither the United Kingdom nor France have stood up for Canada recently in the Oval Office with President Trump. And if you're going to unite Canadians around a vision for the country and showing strength, rather than go and hang out in Europe, I would have expected and would have advised Mr. Carney and his team to call a first ministers meeting and to tour the country. As far as I know, Todd, Mark Carney hasn't knocked on any doors in this country. He's met with Liberal Party members and has done community events, but he hasn't knocked on doors. And that is, I think, the difference between he and Mr. Poilievre, at least in the short term, is that Mr. Poilievre has spent the last 3 years talking to Canadians. Mr. Carney has spent the last 6 to 8 weeks running for the Liberal leadership, and before that, advising the Prime Minister. So I do think running to Europe is, and for him to go back home to Europe is a strange and curious choice, but obviously he feels that that's good politics for him to do so.
Regan Watts is my guest. We're just waiting for Pierre Poilievre to come out. He will be giving his comments and a speech in the next couple of minutes or so. We're hearing 2:30. As you know, Regan, sometimes the timeline shifts, but we've got you in the meantime. Can I ask you as well about recent polling and whether, as a Conservative strategist, you're at all concerned with the tightening of the polls? At one point, the Conservatives were way ahead of the Liberals, 20-some points, give or take. Now it seems to be a much closer race. What's going on there?
Todd, the long national nightmare known as Justin Trudeau is over. And when he left office, that was inevitably going to tighten the polls. There was a number of Canadians, demographics, age groups, regions, who had had enough of the prime minister and this government. And so you saw that number reflected prior to his departure as prime minister. As with any change, the polls were going to tighten up. We saw this last year in the U.S. presidential cycle when Vice President Harris became the Democrat nominee. We saw the polls tighten between the Democrats and the Republicans at the top of that ticket and down the ticket at the state level and the governor level. You're seeing the same thing here in Canada. I do observe, and I would surmise for your viewers, that the country has said regularly and consistently that they think it's time for a change, which is why Mr. Carney's cabinet choices today, for me, are somewhat peculiar because the new team is the same as the old team. And if you want to demonstrate that you are going to be different and you are going to have change, you certainly don't select a sitting caucus member as your chief of staff, and you don't take 87% of the previous cabinet and put it in your current cabinet. And so while the polling was inevitably going to tighten, for me, and my view is that the Canadian people consistently have asked for change. Mr. Carney will present his vision for change in the upcoming election, and Mr. Poilievre has consistently offered his vision for change over the last couple of years. But for me, as a Conservative, I like where we are. I think we're in a good position. We have a positive message for the country, which Mr. Poilievre has shared, and it'll be up to the people of Canada to decide in an election, which hopefully will be coming soon.
Great to have you with us, Regan. Thanks so much for taking the time joining me here on CTV News Channel.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, Regan Watts is a Conservative strategist with his take. He is in Toronto today. And again, a reminder, we're waiting for Pierre Poilievre to come out momentarily with a new cabinet. Of course, comments on Mark Carney's new cabinet. Poilievre is set to come out momentarily, and we're going to bring you more as soon as we get back right here on CTV News Channel. Stay with us for that. Meantime, there is a new chapter in Canadian history, the swearing in of Mark Carney as our country's next Prime Minister, along with a new and slimmed down cabinet going from 37 ministers to just 24. Here's how it looked today at Rideau Hall, the Governor General presiding.
I, Mark Carney, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trust reposed in me as Prime Minister.
And with that history is made, the 24th Prime Minister of Canada, Mark Carney, taking over from Justin Trudeau. We also know that the ceremony coming just about an hour or so after Trudeau formally resigned. And after that event inside of Rideau Hall, Mark Carney went outside of Rideau Hall. You can see them there just dealing with some protocol issues, where to stand for the photos. He went outside of Rideau Hall and he held his first news conference as Prime Minister. Behind him, all the new members of his team. Mark Carney was very direct when he was asked about Donald Trump's repeated calls that Canada should become part of the United States. Listen to this.
Personally, I've been clear. The ministers behind me, I think, to an individual, when asked, have been clear that we will never, ever, in any way, shape, or form, be part of the United States. America is not Canada. Look at the ceremony we just had. You could not have had that ceremony. You would not have that ceremony in America. Look at the cabinet behind me. You would not have that cabinet.
There are some notable changes to Mark Carney's new cabinet, along with some familiar faces that were in portfolios under Justin Trudeau. Melanie Joly will stay on as Foreign Affairs Minister. And as I mentioned, this new cabinet will be much smaller, only 24 ministers versus 37 under Justin Trudeau.
I, Dominic LeBlanc, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts.
Dominic LeBlanc is no longer the finance minister. He is now intergovernmental affairs minister and international trade. François-Philippe Champagne gets a big promotion. He will become finance minister. And Anita Anand, the MP from Oakville, will now become the replacement for Champagne. She becomes the industry minister. Former Deputy Prime Minister Chrystia Freeland, who ran to become Liberal leader, will now serve back in cabinet as Transport and Internal Trade Minister. And this man, Stephen Guilbeault, will be in charge of a new portfolio called Canadian Culture and Identity. He'll also serve as Mark Carney's Quebec lieutenant. And here was a message that Carney shared on social media. Today, we're building a government that meets the moment. Canadians expect action, and that's what this team will deliver. A smaller, experienced cabinet that moves faster, secures our economy, and protects Canada's future. Meantime, Ontario's Premier Doug Ford says he's optimistic the temperature of that ugly trade war triggered by Donald Trump is going to cool down after Ford met with Donald Trump's Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick in Washington.
This, I can honestly say, was the best meeting I've ever had coming down here.
Why do you say that? Why?
Well, because I feel and I keep saying we feel like the temperature's come down.
How so?
I'm not commenting on their behalf. We also know we're an extremely important trading partner, I'd say top tier in the world to the United States, and how we can continue working together to support each other.
So we're not sure exactly what is going to come of the meeting. There were a lot of generalities, but not specifics. Doug Ford, as well as Canada's outgoing finance minister, Dominic LeBlanc, meeting on Thursday with Howard Lutnick amid this trade war. The meeting was held after President Trump backed down on his threat to double tariffs on Canadian metals, steel and aluminum. That came after Doug Ford paused his plan to put a surcharge on electricity exports to the U.S. It does get a little confusing, hard to follow sometimes. I can appreciate that. Ford telling reporters afterward that another meeting has been set up for next week. All right, and Pierre Poilievre is now speaking. Let's go to the Conservative leader here, commenting on Mark Carney as the new Prime Minister. Let's listen in.
Notre mission conservatrice pour mettre le Canada d'abord.
Mission is to put Canada first.
Afin de reprendre le contrôle
in order to take control
de notre
back
économie
over our
et relancer les emplois,
get jobs back,
renforcer nos frontières, rebâtir
strengthen our
notre militaire,
borders, rebuild our military, and become a stronger and more independent and more sovereign country, with the mission of re-establishing the promise of Canada, that regardless of your origins, you can work hard to make your dreams true, which will give you a great job with a big paycheck and a great life in a beautiful home, in a safer neighborhood, protected by our brave troops underneath our proud flag. That's our mission, and that's what we're going to do. So first, I want to wish good retirement to Mr. Trudeau and to congratulate his economic advisor, Mark Carney, for becoming Prime Minister of Canada. He became Prime Minister 3 months only after having moved the HQ of his business from Canada to New York. A decision made 6 days after Trump threatened our Canadian economic with his tariffs to ruin jobs, and Mr. Carney did exactly what Trump wanted. But today, the Liberals tried to trick Canadians in order to get elected a fourth time with the same Liberal ministers, the same Liberal MPs, the same Liberal advisors, the same Liberal promises, and it will be the same Liberal results. 80% of the ministers announced today by Mr. Carney were ministers in Justin Trudeau's cabinet, and 100% are Justin Trudeau's Liberals elected with Mr. Trudeau and in Mr. Trudeau's caucus is the same Liberals who voted to increase carbon tax, income tax, lineups to food banks, and double the cost of housing. They also support the block of the pipelines and natural gas and the anti-energy, anti-resource bill C-69, which made Canada even more dependent on the U.S. Stephen Guilbeault, the radical activist, the anti-development activist, was arrested twice for having climbed up buildings to protest against Canadian resources, was promoted to Canadian identity and culture, and he's in charge of the nature. Also, he is a lieutenant for Quebec. He's a so-called, and his own words, a socialist. From the left, from the Montreal Plateau, who will work against the rural Quebec, which means that with Mark Carney's Liberals, Guilbeault will not allow natural gas to sell to Europe. He doesn't want highways, and there'll certainly not be a third link for the people in Quebec City. He also wants to build a federal decree on forest rangers that will destroy thousands of jobs, rural jobs, and it will help Donald Trump steal our forestry jobs. And that's not all. Mark Carney has completely abandoned the region of Quebec, the regional of the national capital of Quebec. No Liberal representation, and there will never be a third link. In addition, Mark Carney suppressed the official languages ministry, a lack of respect for the French language with the nomination of the immigration minister, who's already said that French is not in decline. And he will continue to pursue radical policies of the liberal immigration plan to triple immigration is still out of control. All the Trudeau ideas, Gerald Butts, are the main advisors to Mark Carney. His cabinet leader was a former Trudeau minister who had to resign for several scandals, including lying about the liberal transfer of Paul Bernardo out of a maximum security prison. Mark Carney thinks that Canadians are stupid. He thinks that liberals will be able to conceal their true nature and forget what they've been doing for the past 10 years. However, it's still the same team, same liberal team with the same programs, same results, same liberal promises after 10 years. And now he is seeking a fourth mandate because Mark Carney will try to scam Canadians with the carbon tax. For 60 days, he'll hide it. Today, he'll announce that he will conceal the carbon tax. But don't forget that. That's the law. That's the law. Carbon tax. It still exists. And without a convening parliament, it will still be in place after the election. And if the Liberals win, they'll use the same powers in this law to bring back a carbon tax for all consumers. And Mr. Carney is proposing an industrial carbon tax that will apply in Quebec because he thinks it's going to raise millions of dollars to fund his programs and his spending. He's calling it a ghost carbon tax, but it will cut in real life. Recently, he said that this tax will affect steel at the same time that Mr. Trump is attacking our steel sector with tariffs. It will destroy our industries. Instead of supporting our workers and stimulating the economy, he's choosing to increase the bill for Quebecers and all Canadians. Canadians know that in 10 years, the Carney Liberal budgets doubled the debt, doubled housing, doubled food bank lines. They've made us weaker face to the U.S. Giving the Liberals a fourth mandate will change nothing. If you cannot eat without using a food bank after 3 Liberal mandates, you won't be able to do it after 4 Liberal mandates. If you are scared that Canada will be drowning in debt and income tax after 3 mandates of the Liberals, it won't change with a 4th Liberal mandate. If you are scared of crime and chaos after 3 mandates of Liberal policies, it won't change with a 4th Liberal mandate. If you're a senior who has to choose between paying for the heat and eating after 3 mandates, it won't change after 4 mandates. And if you fear that Canada won't be able to build anything and that we're more dependent on the U.S. after 3 Liberal mandates, it won't change after 4 Liberal mandates. This Prime Minister has already sold out Canada. He already moved his HQ to the U.S. just 6 days after Trump's tariff threats, saying he will take away our jobs. Mr. Carney puts himself first. I will put Canada first, which means that we will face President Trump directly. We will reply with counter tariffs, and that also means that we have to take back control and restart our economy. We have to cut bureaucracy and taxes and income tax, protect our borders, and favor free trade between provinces, exploit our natural resources, including Quebec, to ensure our economic and sovereignty, and protect Canada from Donald Trump's threats. We will be independent, sovereign, and autonomous. We'll cut taxes and income tax, including removing GST from new homes, reducing income tax so that your work is more pay, and reduce tax on investment, and accelerate project approval to make ourselves independent and autonomous, especially to put Canada first. We have to restore the promise of Canada. And if we work hard, we can have a great life in a good community, in a beautiful home, in a safe neighborhood, protected by brave Canadian troops, and under our proud Canadian flag. Canada first. This is common sense. Let's bring it back.
Everyone for being here today. Gives me a chance to state the Conservative mission to put Canada first, to take back control of our economy and become a sovereign, self-reliant, and stronger nation, to stare down American economic aggression and better stand on our own 2 feet, to bring home Canada's promise that hard work gets you a great life in a beautiful home, on a safe street, protected by solid borders and brave troops under a proud flag. That's our mission. But today I'd like to begin by congratulating, well, I should begin by wishing Mr. Trudeau a happy retirement and all the best to his family, and congratulating Mr. Trudeau's economic advisor, Mark Carney, on becoming Prime Minister only 3 months after he moved his headquarters out of Canada to New York, moving jobs away from Canada. Today, Liberals are trying to trick Canadians into electing them for a 4th term in power, with a cabinet that is 87% the same as Trudeau's cabinet. 100% of today's Liberal cabinet were in Justin Trudeau's Liberal caucus. These same Liberal MPs voted to hike the carbon tax, double the debt, double food bank lineups, and double housing costs. The same Liberals all supported blocking pipelines, LNG plants, and passing the anti-energy law C-69 that has made Canada even more reliant on the U.S. Stephen Guilbeault, for example, the radical anti-development activist twice arrested for climbing buildings illegally to block resource projects, a self-described, and I quote, socialist, has been promoted to be the minister responsible for all of Quebec, but also responsible, according to Mr. Carney, for nature. That means nothing will get built anywhere in Canada because he will be standing in the way. Meanwhile, all of Trudeau's Liberal advisors, Gerald Butts and Tom Pitfield, are now top Carney advisors. They were in attendance today, not even hiding that they're still the ones running the show. The same people who ran Justin Trudeau are now running Mark Carney. Carney's chief of staff, his Liberal chief of staff, is a former Trudeau minister forced to resign for many scandals, including lying about moving Paul Bernardo out of a maximum security prison. You see, Mark Carney thinks Canadians are stupid. He thinks that a little bit of cosmetic surgery will allow the Liberals to disguise who they are and make people forget what they did for 10 years in order to elect them to a 4th Liberal term. But it's the same Liberal gang with the same Liberal agenda, the same Liberal results, and the same Liberal promises of the last 10 years. Only they want you to be fooled, and they want to take 4 terms. Carbon tax Carney will try later today to pull another fast one. This one's going to be very sneaky, very sneaky. I call it the carbon tax con job. I told you this was going to happen, by the way. Don't say I didn't warn you. He's going to hide the consumer carbon tax for 60 days. And if he's reelected, he'll bring it back bigger than ever with no rebate. Let's be clear. He says that the carbon tax he intends to bring in after the election will be a, quote, shadow carbon tax. And we know that he loves carbon taxes because he publicly advised Trudeau over the last 5 years to raise the taxes even more. But here's what I've got. This is the Liberal carbon tax law. This law cannot be eliminated unless Parliament resumes to vote it down. Mr. Carney could have asked Trudeau to do that months ago. Mr. Carney could have reconvened Parliament today to vote this law down, but he won't. He will keep the carbon tax law in place, even while he temporarily hides the carbon tax from the gas pump for 60 days leading up to the election. And after that election, if God forbid he were reelected, there would be a bigger carbon tax than ever before, because Carney would no longer need your vote, but he'd still need your money. Canadians know that over 10 years, the Trudeau-Carney Liberals doubled the debt, doubled housing costs, and doubled food bank lineups. They've made us weak facing the Americans. Giving the Liberals a fourth term will not change any of that. If you cannot afford food or home after 3 terms of Liberals, nothing will change after 4. If you're worried Canada is drowning in debt and taxes after 3 terms of these Liberals, that will not change after a 4th term. If you're afraid of crime, chaos, drugs, and disorder after 3 terms of these Liberals, nothing will change after the 4th term. If you are a senior choosing between heating and eating after 3 terms of Liberals, nothing will change after a 4th term. And if you're worried that Canada can't get anything built and that our economy has become helpless and dependent on the Americans after 3 terms of the Liberals, that will not change after a 4th term. And it certainly will not change with a heavily conflicted Prime Minister who already sold out Canada to move his headquarters to the U.S. only days after President Trump threatened tariffs to steal our jobs. Carney put himself first. Conservatives will put Canada first. Putting Canada first means taking back control of our economy and relaunching our industries. It means confronting President Trump to his face, hitting back with counter tariffs, but it also means making Canada stronger at home. It'll mean bringing in a massive, beautiful, patriotic, bring-it-home tax cut on work, investment, energy, home building, and making stuff in Canada. A tax cut that will allow you to get ahead through your own hard work with lower income tax. We will cut bureaucracy, debt, and taxes. We'll take GST off homes so that you can save up to 50 grand while we incentivize municipalities to speed up permits, free up land, and cut development charges. We'll axe the carbon tax forever, for good, and for real. We'll also repeal Liberal laws like the No New Pipelines Act, C-69, and instead grant rapid permission to our companies to build more pipelines, more natural gas exports, more data centers, mines, and other natural resources to bring home powerful paychecks and production to our people. We will carry out the biggest crackdown on crime and drugs in Canadian history. Our borders will be secured, and our military will be strong. We will be self-reliant, sovereign, and stand on our own 2 feet as we stand up to the Americans. To stand up for ourselves, we will reward work, unleash entrepreneurs, harvest resources, make our own goods, trade with each other, build homes for our youth, rebuild our borders and military, honor our history, and raise our flag to restore Canada's promise that anyone from anywhere can achieve anything, that hard work gets you a great life in a beautiful home, on a safe street, protected by solid borders and brave troops under a proud Canadian flag. Canada first. Let's bring it home.
Thank you. We will now take questions on the floor.
Hi, Mr. Poilievre, Alexa Lavoie for Ribbon News. If you can answer the question in French and in English. So my question is about the Liberal contest. The Liberals say that nearly 400,000 people registered to vote in their leadership contest, but only 150,000 of those were verified, and they have not explained why nearly 250,000 voters were disqualified or otherwise didn't vote. And the riding-by-riding results are remarkable. Karina Gould only got 190 votes in her own district, and Chrystia Freeland only received 188. How concerned are you about the integrity of Carney's mandate?
First of all, Mr. Carney has no mandate. He has not been elected by the Canadian people. He's been installed by the Liberal establishment and Justin Trudeau's insiders. They prevented people from debating him. They've been hiding from the media because every time he answers questions, he gets caught in lies or says incredibly idiotic things. As for the Liberal leadership result, those numbers are either just pathetically low because Canadians did not want to vote for a weak, conflicted Mark Carney who had sold out the country by moving jobs and money out of Canada, or they show something more suspicious. But unfortunately, I don't have all the details. All I can say is that it is a very small number of people that voted in the Liberal leadership race, much smaller than in ours. We excited people because people thought this is a chance to bring home the Canada that we knew and still love, where you can work hard and have a great life, where you can afford a home and where seniors can put food on their tables, where our streets are safe. That's one of the reasons why I was blessed to receive the biggest number of votes of any leadership candidate in Canadian history that I'm aware of. Thank you.
En français.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. It's clear that Mr. Farr has no mandate. He's working with the Liberal establishment, Justin Trudeau's advisors, to continue the same policies that Trudeau put in place. Mr. Trudeau obviously chose Mr. Carney as economic advisor because they agree on this, on everything. So the result, very few votes shows that the Canadians were not very inspired to vote for somebody who would sell out Canada and move his business out of the country, or there's problems in the system that need to be scrutinized. Regardless, I'm very happy that we had a much better result when I ran for leadership of Conservatives, because the people were inspired by my approach to put Canada first, to restart our economy and take back control, to put Canada first, and to reestablish a promise of Canada that if people work hard, they should be able to buy a great home in a nice community protected by our soldiers under our proud flag. Thank you.
Bonjour, Monsieur Poiliev. Maxime Huard,
Radio Hello, this is Radio Canada. If you could answer in French and English, it would be great.
Mark Carney
Mark Carney said earlier that he was happy to cut the carbon tax as of today. Does that cut your grass as Conservatives? He doesn't have the power to abolish it today because the law that created the tax is still in place. If he wants to abolish it, he has to call back Parliament to hold a vote in order to get rid of this law. But he won't do that. What he will do is conceal the carbon tax for 60 days in order to trick Canadians by making them forget about the tax just before the election, and afterward he'll bring back a bigger tax with no rebates. So this is just a card trick. Mark Carney had a single criticism of the carbon tax during the Trudeau years, that was too low. Who would believe that he has changed his mind? Who believes that all those in his cabinet who voted dozens of times not only to impose a tax, but to increase it, will suddenly change their minds. Quebecers in particular should be scared of this new tax proposed by Mr. Carney because he said that it would go beyond the carbon tax that already exists.
All right, so we're following Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre in Ottawa holding a press conference commenting on Mark Carney becoming the new Canadian Prime Minister today. Poilievre targeting Carney several times, saying Carney is just like Trudeau. We are expecting there could well be a federal election coming up in the next week or so that may be called by Mark Carney. We're not sure. CTV's Scott Hurst will have ongoing coverage of Pierre Poilievre and his comments on Mark Carney right here on CTV News Channel. Let's continue to listen in.
The question in French was about whether I think that Mark Carney will abolish the carbon tax. Well, the truth is he can't do that without recalling Parliament. This is the carbon tax law. It's in place today. Until Parliament is recalled, this carbon tax law will be the law of the land. What he might do is hide the carbon tax by telling CRA to stop collecting it for 2 months before the election. So let me ask you if you think this is a believable proposition. 100% of his ministers voted dozens of times not just to impose the carbon tax, but to raise it. Mr. Carney, his only public criticism of the Liberal carbon tax was that it was not high enough. They've had this tax now for over 7 years. The law that they still have in place would quadruple it to 61 cents a liter. And you believe that they're not going to bring it back 2 days after the election? Well, I think Mr. Carney has some land he might sell you in Florida, some swampland he might sell you in Florida if you believe that whopper. The reality is that Mr. Carney loves carbon taxes, and if you elect him, you will pay a brutal price. And he has also said he will be bringing in a shadow carbon tax targeting Canadian industry, and he has specifically singled out steel. There will be tens of thousands of steel, aluminum, cement, and other industrial jobs lost under Carney's carbon tax. The combination of Trump tariffs and Carney's carbon tax will destroy our industrial sector and make us hopelessly dependent on the Americans, all while profiting Mark Carney's personal investments in other countries, investments that he still knows he has, investments that, like the carbon tax, he just wants to hide. The good news is that common sense conservatives will axe the tax for real, for everyone, for good. We will make sure it never comes back. There is only one way to axe this tax, and it is to vote for the Canada First Conservatives.
Thank you. Next question. Prochaine question.
Good afternoon, Evan Dyer, CBC News. If you could answer in English and French also. If elected Prime Minister, do you still intend to fire the Governor of the Bank of Canada?
My view is that if waitresses, barbers, mechanics, or other people don't do their jobs, they get fired. You know, Mark Carney should have been fired when he was the head of the Bank of England, and he acted as, in the words of the London Telegraph, as an unreliable boyfriend, changing his mind constantly, printing too much money, which led to inflation. But he doesn't think that people like him should ever get fired. They should just get promoted after they raise people's costs and ruin people's lives. I disagree. I believe that government officials should be accountable for their decisions, and when they fail, government officials should be fired. That is how the life works in the real world, and that is how life will work when I am Prime Minister of Canada.
En français.
In
Moi,
French,
je crois que
I believe that
les mécaniciens,
mechanics,
les plombiers,
plumbers,
et d'autres personnes qui
and other
échouent
people
dans leur travail
who fail at their
sont
jobs
congédiés quand ils font pas leur travail.
are fired when they don't do their
C'est
job.
pour ça que je crois que M. Carney
And this is
aurait
why I
dû être
believe that
quand il était le
Mr.
gouverneur
Carney
de
should have been fired when he was the governor of the Bank of England.
Les journaux l'ont décrit comme
The newspapers described him as unreliable. They criticized him for
de l'argent
printing
et
money
avoir causé de l'inflation.
And caused inflation.
Il était totalement incompétent.
He was completely incompetent. As the newspapers reported it, obviously the Canadian media is trying to hide his disastrous record in England, but he wants to increase costs for the working class while he's being promoted. And I don't agree with Mr. Carney on that. I think that government officials who make mistakes and don't do their job and work against their mandate should be fired. That's how it is in the real life, and that'll be the reality when I become Prime Minister of Canada.
Hi, Mr. Poilievre, Colton Prale with CTV. Again, French and English if you could. A month ago, your party was up 20 points in the polls. Now you're statistically tied. What does that say about your leadership?
Well, I think that the choice that Canadians will face is whether they want to give the Liberals a fourth term after they doubled housing costs, doubled food prices, doubled the national debt, and made our economy weak and reliant on the Americans. Whether they want to elect somebody who sold out the country to ship jobs to New York and out of our country, and who has brutal conflicts of interest that will have him working against Canada in the future. Or whether they want Canada First Conservatives who will axe taxes, build homes, fix the budget, and most importantly of all, unleash our economic independence by building pipelines, mines, LNG plants, and other economic infrastructure that will allow us to sell to ourselves and the rest of the world. That is the choice. More of the same with a fourth Liberal term, or Canada First change for the Canadian people. Merci beaucoup pour la question.
Thank you for the question.
La décision pour les Canadiens dans les prochaines
élections. The decision for Canadians in the coming election is, will we re-elect Liberals for a fourth term after they doubled the debt, doubled the cost of housing, doubled the lines at the food bank, and weakened our economy with regard to the Americans? If they want to vote for a Liberal leader who already sold out Canada by sending jobs to the U.S. with his HQ, or if he can put Canada first to take back control and relaunch our economy so that we can cut bureaucracy and taxes and income tax and favor trade between provinces, exploit our natural resources, and become truly masters of our own home.
Question.
Hi, Mr. Poilievre. Sarah McFarlane with iPolitics, and in French and English, if you don't mind. This week, Canadians heard Ontario Premier Doug Ford, a Conservative, praise the new Prime Minister Mark Carney, saying that he can, quote, smooth things with Trump and has an astute business mind that will appeal to the President. How would you convince voters otherwise?
By reminding them that the choice is, do you want to elect Liberals to a fourth term after they doubled the debt, doubled housing costs, doubled food bank lineups, doubled gun crime, and weakened our economy, making it more dependent on the United States? Or do they want to vote for common sense, Canada First Conservatives, who will axe taxes, build homes, fix the budget, stop the crime, and unleash production and paychecks so that we can declare our full economic independence from the Americans? That is the choice that Canadians will face.
En français.
In French,
by reminding
Canadians that the choice in the coming election.
Following Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre holding a press conference in Ottawa commenting on Mark Carney becoming the new Canadian Prime Minister today. Poilievre targeting Carney several times, saying he's just like Trudeau, pointing out the cabinet that was also sworn in today is much of the same under Trudeau and not worth a fourth term. According to Pierre Poilievre, we'll most likely find ourselves, of course, in an election campaign quite soon, so all parties will get a chance to pitch themselves to voters. However, Carney would not comment exactly on the timing of when an election could be held. Hello and welcome to CTV News Channel. I'm Scott Hurst. Thanks for keeping it here on CTV News Channel throughout the day. It is a new chapter in Canadian history with the swearing in of Mark Carney as the country's 24th Prime Minister, along with his new slimmed-down cabinet.
I, Mark Carney, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trust reposed in me as Prime Minister.
With the oath of office administered and the oath book signed, Carney officially became Canada's 24th Prime Minister. It came about 1 hour after Justin Trudeau formally resigned. One big takeaway, a much smaller team of ministers from 37 under Trudeau to 24. Carney saying a slimmed-down top team makes sense right now to meet the moment. He says it is a team that is focused on action. Speaking with reporters for the first time as Prime Minister after the swearing-in ceremony, Mark Carney laid out his new government's top priorities.
First, protecting Canadian workers and their families in the face of unjustified foreign trade actions. And second, growing this great country by putting more money in Canadians' pockets, by ensuring that government spends less so Canada can invest more, by building millions of homes, by making Canada a superpower in both conventional and clean energies, by creating new trade corridors with reliable partners.
There are some notable changes in the Prime Minister's cabinet, along with familiar faces in key portfolios. Among them, Mélanie Joly will continue in her role as Foreign Affairs Minister. The new cabinet is also much smaller, as we mentioned, dropping from 37 ministers under Justin Trudeau to 24 under Mark Carney, 23, plus the Prime Minister.
I, Dominic LeBlanc, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts.
After briefly serving as Finance Minister, Dominic LeBlanc will be in charge of international trade and intergovernmental affairs, so he will continue to play a major role in Canada-U.S. relations. François-Philippe Champagne gets a promotion, taking over as Finance Minister. Replacing him on the industry file is Anita Anand. Former Deputy Prime Minister Chrystia Freeland will now serve as Transport and Internal Trade Minister. Stephen Guilbeault is in charge of Canadian culture and identity and will serve as the Liberals' Quebec Lieutenant. Canada's new Prime Minister, in a message on social media, says he's building a government to meet the moment. Carney saying he's put together a smaller, experienced cabinet that moves faster, secures our economy, and protects Canada's future. Of course, it is a team that will likely only be in these roles for a little over a week until an election is expected to be called. Well, fresh off hosting the G7 Foreign Ministers meeting in Charlevoix, Quebec, Mélanie Joly is back in Ottawa for the cabinet meeting and spoke about her role at the cabinet table.
So it's a pleasure for me to be your new Foreign Minister and Minister in charge of also international development. I was just sworn in by the Governor General. Thank you.
Of course, Joly has been and will continue to be a key player for the government as it deals with the Trump administration's tariffs and ongoing response to the economic warfare that has been sparked by our neighbors to the south. Heading into today's cabinet meeting, Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness Minister David McGuinty was asked about when Prime Minister Mark Carney will meet with U.S. President Donald Trump.
I would be quite confident that Prime Minister Carney will eventually, of course, interface with the President. He'll have more to say about that in due course. Meanwhile, operationally, we keep working with our colleagues in the United States. We need to keep this on an even keel. There's progress to be made, but the most important thing for Canadians to know is that the dialogue continues, and that's important. You have to keep talking.
Stephen Guilbeault is now the Canadian Culture and Identity and Parks Canada Minister, as well as the Quebec Lieutenant. Previously, he was the Minister of Environment and often a lightning rod of controversy, targeted for his stance on the consumer carbon tax by the Conservatives. He was asked what he thinks about Prime Minister Mark Carney's plans to get rid of the consumer carbon tax.
I mean, I've been very clear about that some weeks ago, and remember, it's the consumer pricing element that he wants to replace. What he said is that he wants large polluters to do even more. So the industrial price remains. The industrial price gives us 3 times more emission reduction than the consumer portion of carbon pricing. So there's no surprises there.
And we're also getting reaction from opposition leaders. NDP leader Jagmeet Singh spoke to the media, providing his reaction to Mark Carney and the newly appointed Liberal cabinet.
What we saw today with the cabinet selection really shows you the priorities of Mark Carney at a time when people are really worried. There's a lot of fears, resilience and strength, but a lot of worry about the cost of living already being high and a trade war increasing it. People are worried about losing their jobs. And what Mark Carney has shown is that he has not made a priority a lot of the people in our country.
Singh also said that it is not the time for an election and that he wants to recall Parliament and pass legislation to support workers. He also criticized the change from Ministry of Labour to Jobs, saying it leaves out unions and organized labor. Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre, as we just heard from a short time ago, is slamming the Liberal government's new cabinet and says the new Prime Minister is going to pull a, quote, carbon tax con job on Canadians.
It's the same Liberal gang with the same Liberal agenda, the same Liberal results, and the same Liberal promises of the last 10 years. Only they want you to be fooled, and they want to take 4 terms. Carbon tax Carney will try later today to pull another fast one. This one's going to be very sneaky, very sneaky. I call it the carbon tax con job. I told you this was going to happen, by the way. Don't say I didn't warn you. He's going to hide the consumer carbon tax for 60 days. And if he's reelected, he'll bring it back bigger than ever with no rebate.
Let's get to the latest now in the trade war with America. That will no doubt be priority #1 for the new Prime Minister. CTV's Kamal Karmali is standing by in the national newsroom with more. So, Kamal, we saw that meeting in Washington, D.C. yesterday. Where do we go from here?
Yeah, so the big takeaway from that big meeting between the Canadian delegates and Trump's team was that they are going to meet again next week, hopefully to move the needle even further in trying to on Canada's side, at least eliminate these tariffs. And another thing that came from this meeting was, according to Premier Doug Ford, Ontario Premier Doug Ford, the meeting went very well and was very positive. Another noteworthy outcome was something that didn't happen, which is that the tariffs were not removed and still remain, at least the 25% tariffs on aluminum and steel being shipped from Canadian manufacturers into the U.S. So those are the outcomes of yesterday's meeting. We also heard from François-Philippe Champagne, the former industry minister, or at least at the time of the meeting yesterday, was the industry minister. He said both sides are making progress and that they're getting a better understanding of Trump's policies and, quote, the rules of the game. We know that this back and forth really escalated earlier this week when Ford, the Ontario premier, put a 25% surcharge on electricity being shipped or sent from Ontario into 3 U.S. states, and then Trump bit back, saying that that he would double the duties on Canada. And so that's when cooler heads decided to prevail. They decided to meet today, and once again, the headline is that they're going to meet once again next week with the hope on Canada's side that they will eliminate these tariffs. We also heard from Melanie Joly today. She was at the G7 ministers meetings in Charleroi, Quebec today that has been taking place in the last couple of days. Have a listen to what she had to say regarding the tariffs and what might happen next.
I feel the urgency, and the team feels the urgency of making sure that we are putting maximum pressure on the American administration, the Trump administration, while conveying to the American people, who are the only ones that can ultimately really have President Trump change course, to say to them, well, this is bad for you too. And to all the American friends here today, my message is clear. Trump tariffs are bad for American people.
And we might hear from Trump later this afternoon regarding the tariffs. We know he's visiting the Department of Justice at 3 p.m., so he should be there now, and then we'll speak to media afterwards. I'm sure he'll be volleyed some questions on tariffs with Canada and the possible idea of annexation when it comes to Greenland as well. He's there to set out his vision on his new tough on crime agenda. And so once again, we're hoping that we hear a bit more on tariffs and Canada and his comments related to that. So we'll bring the latest on News Channel as well as other CTV networks as it comes in. Scott?
CTV's Kamal Karmali from the National Newsroom. Kamal, thanks so much for this. Coming up, Ontario measles cases more than double over the last 2 weeks, with 31 hospitalizations reported. More on this, including a possible exposure at Canada's busiest airport, coming up after the break.
Welcome along to the Australian Grand Prix on TSN and TSN+.
You know, retirement doesn't have to mean giving something up. It should mean living life on your own terms. Well, thankfully, if you're a Canadian homeowner, age 55 and better, you can access some of your home's value in tax-free cash with CHIP. That way, you can live retirement on your own terms. Stay in the home and the neighborhood that you love. Because there's no place like home. Right, Rocky?
If you're 55 or older, call now for your free, no-obligation CHIP reverse mortgage guide. With CHIP, you could get up to 55% of your home's value in tax-free cash. Take only what you need in a lump sum or over time with no monthly mortgage payments required. Call 1-866-519-2447.
Maybe it's time for you to consider CHIP too.
Call now for your free no-obligation guide. Call 1-866-519-2447. That's 1-866-519-CHIP. Or visit chip.ca. Call CHIP today and live retirement your way.
When you're looking for effective pain relief, choose Tylenol. It's clinically proven to start working in 15 to 20 minutes. Tylenol.
5,000 years of Chinese music and dance in one night. See it at least once in your lifetime. Returning to 9 cities across Canada, starting March 21st. Tickets at genuine.com.
Kids, they just love to keep going. Having a blast? Go. Shining bright? Go. A snack with a good taste? Go, go. Go, go squeeze. Snack on, play on.
Practice starts in 20. Let's get it. T-Mac.
Who shaves for practice?
My game face doesn't take days off with Gillette Labs. Its green bar releases trapped hairs, so you can get virtually every hair in a single stroke.
That's smooth.
The best your game can get is Gillette Labs.
Vengeance has no timeline with the Mafia.
This is severe weather. It's getting worse in Canada, and we are all paying the price. But this is what protecting Canadians from the impact of severe weather looks like. The 140,000 people in our home, auto, and business insurance industry working in your community, advocating for solutions that protect all Canadians. It's all part of our plan to protect the things we love.
If I don't make it, the marathon of hope better continue.
Introducing Rogers Xfinity with internet that handles it all.
Awesome. I'll be right back.
Built for more devices.
Okay. What if I crash through the window?
That's genius. Let's do that.
Excellent.
Let the art come from within.
From within. So Keanu can do everything.
You're so done, bro.
Well, almost everything.
Why don't you stick to acting, Uncle Keanu?
Let's go.
Rogers Xfinity Internet changes everything. We got you.
Tenement. Hi. Now we're comfortable. Let's talk urine leakage. Tana Men protective underwear are designed for men with a discreet, secure fit and protects like Tana. No more dribble dramas.
Keep control. Discreet protection designed for men.
Swiss Chalet Seafood Fest is back. Hurry in for Canada's famous rotisserie chicken paired with garlic shrimp, our delicious fish and chips, fish sandwich, or our popcorn shrimp appetizer. All here for a limited time, starting from only $16.99, only at Swiss Chalet.
Public Health Ontario says the number of cases of measles in the province has more than doubled in just the past 2 weeks. And in Toronto, there have been 2 confirmed cases. CTV's Pauline Chan has expert advice on what to do if you may have been exposed.
Toronto Public Health is currently warning the public about potential exposure to measles after a flight arrived on March 2nd from Tokyo, Japan. Anyone on Air Canada Flight 002, a direct flight from Tokyo to Toronto, or who was at Pearson International, Terminal 1, from 4:50 p.m. to 7:40 p.m. on March 2nd may be affected.
Sounds like a super big window, but that's because measles is so infectious. It can float around in the air and still infect you 2 hours after the person with measles has left the room.
Dr. Elizabeth Ray says the first thing is to check your vaccination records to confirm you've received the required 2 doses of vaccine.
For the city of Toronto, this is only the second person diagnosed with measles so far this year.
But many other communities have seen cases as well, such as Windsor, which recently sent out a public health notice about possible exposures at 3 locations on March 7th to 8th.
There are measles outbreaks declared in Southwest Ontario, in Northwest Ontario now. Through the GTA, there are individual people with measles. So that more than 140 so far this year is way more than the entire decade, 2013 to 2023.
Dr. Alan Grill, Chief of Family Medicine at Markham Stouffville Hospital, says measles was declared eradicated in Canada in 1998. Now,
we're starting to look out for any patient that comes to our office with the classic signs of measles. You know, they call it the 3 C's. There's cough, there's something called coryza, which is where you get this sort of runny nose, and conjunctivitis, sort of like, you know, red, watery eyes.
Canadian children are typically vaccinated against measles at 1 year of age, and they get a booster around 4 to 6 years of age.
That's the key. Ensure that the vaccine rates are high, 95+%, so we don't see community transmission when we get these inevitable imported cases.
And for the rare few who have no way to track down their vaccine records, experts say a 3rd dose, just to be sure, won't hurt you. Pauline Chan, CTV News.
Fans of the popular K-pop group Blackpink are not happy about how tickets were sold to the band's upcoming Toronto show. CTV's Pat Foran explains.
Blackpink has been called one of the biggest girl bands in the world. The 4 members are all talented in their own way and have all had successful solo careers. But they've come together for a tour, something many fans have been waiting for.
This is the first time they gather again, so I was very excited to be able to watch all 4 of them.
Yihan Lua of Toronto wanted to see the group with her friend, and since there was only one Toronto show, July 22nd, she paid $1,000 each for 2 tickets, and she and her friend would be seated in different sections. But hours after she bought tickets, the band announced they were adding a second show for the next day. It meant Luau could have sat with her friend, and the tickets would have been much cheaper.
Right now, I think there's a lot of empty seats for the second show.
We just don't want to go anymore.
Chris Young of Markham and his wife both have birthdays in July and plan to take their children to see Blackpink. He paid almost $4,000 for 4 tickets, also in 2 different sections. When the second show was added, he and his family could have sat together at a much lower price.
I feel very upset and I feel very bad for my kids as well because we aren't able to sit together.
Both fans wanted refunds but couldn't get them. According to Ticketmaster's website, the artist sets their ticket prices and the artist plans their tour with their manager, agent, and promoter. Together, this group decides which venues to play and when to put tickets on sale.
I think for decades, artists were seriously undervaluing what the price of a concert was.
Eric Alper says concerts are now where artists make most of their revenue, and he doesn't blame them for charging what the market will pay.
They're not making that much money on music streaming services. They're not making that much money on places like YouTube offering their videos. Everything is more expensive.
Still, fans feel if an artist is going to play 2 shows in a city, they shouldn't say they're only going to play 1.
That's just unfair, and that's a deception to the consumers. We really feel cheated.
Pat Foran, CTV News.
With the swearing-in ceremony and his new cabinet behind him, Canada's new Prime Minister faces the media for the first time. We'll have more on the challenges facing the country's 24th Prime Minister after the break.
Now I'm in my 50s, I'm all about making the right choices, like eating right and staying healthy. And another thing I can choose is how to look after my family if anything ever happened to me.
Welcome to Seniors Choice, the #1 direct choice for Canadians over 50. How can I help?
Hi, I'd like a quick quote for Canadian seniors life insurance, please.
Okay, if you're a Canadian resident, age 50 to 80, you can choose the right amount of coverage for you and your family up to $250,000.
Wow, that kind of money would make a real difference.
You can choose to apply over the phone now in just minutes with no medicals or blood tests. Just a few health and lifestyle questions.
Sounds good to me.
You're covered for the whole of your life. Plus, you'll also get 100% advance for terminal illness.
That's good to know.
Depending on the coverage you choose, it could be as little as $14.88 a month. That's just 49 cents a day.
That's less than I thought. And that money could help my family cover my funeral costs, support my husband's retirement planning, or even pay off loans. I'll do it.
As you get older, it can feel like you have less choices in life. At Seniors Choice, we're here to help you have a say over your loved one's future. Seniors Choice are the #1 direct choice for Canadians over 50. Choose up to $250,000 in coverage. Choose peace of mind. Choose life with Seniors Choice.
Now that's done, I can get on with something much more interesting.
To get a free, no-obligation quote, call one of our trusted insurance advisors today at 1-844-889-3232 or visit seniorschoice.ca.
Practice starts in 20. Let's get it. T-Mac.
Who shaves for practice?
My game face doesn't take days off with Gillette Labs. Its green bar releases trapped hairs, so you can get virtually every hair in a single stroke.
That's smooth.
The best your game can get is Gillette Labs.
I grew up here, and so did a lot of the girls working the avenue today.
Saturday, 3 females have been found dead.
Mickey, what's going on? It's Casey.
Why are you looking into this?
She's still out there.
This thing is far bigger than we thought.
Mickey, don't go in!
You gotta let it go. Amanda Seyfried.
I'll let it go when I find her.
Long Bright River, 2-episode premiere. Saturday at 10, 7 Pacific on USA Network and Crave.
It is now official. Mark Carney is Canada's new Prime Minister. He was sworn in earlier today in Ottawa, replacing Justin Trudeau.
I, Mark Carney, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will truly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trust reposed in me as Prime Minister.
With the oath of office administered and the oath book signed, Carney officially became Canada's 24th Prime Minister, and Carney is already faced with several big challenges that he needs to tackle right away, including all the economic uncertainty caused by Donald Trump's tariffs and the economic warfare that has been sparked by the Trump administration. Carney spoke with reporters after the ceremony and laid out his new government's top priorities.
First, protecting Canadian workers and their families in the face of unjustified foreign trade actions. And second, growing this great country by putting more money in Canadians' pockets, by ensuring that government spends less so Canada can invest more, by building millions of homes, by making Canada a superpower in both conventional and clean energies, by creating new trade corridors with reliable partners.
Carney's new cabinet was also sworn in today, a much smaller team than in years past, dropping from 37 ministers to just 24. There are some notable changes, along with some familiar faces in key portfolios.
I, Dominic LeBlanc, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear
Dominic LeBlanc will be in charge of international trade and intergovernmental affairs, so he will continue to play a significant role in Canada-U.S. relations. François-Philippe Champagne gets a promotion. He takes over as finance minister. Replacing him in innovation, science, and industry is Anita Anand. Former Deputy Prime Minister Chrystia Freeland will now serve as transport and internal trade minister. Stephen Guilbeault is in charge of Canadian culture and identity and will also serve as the Liberals' Quebec lieutenant. Meanwhile, Mélanie Joly will continue in her role as Foreign Affairs Minister. Canada's new Prime Minister had this to say online, quote, he's building a government to meet the moment. Carney saying that he's put together a smaller, experienced cabinet that moves faster, secures our economy, and protects Canada's future. Now the big question, when could Canadians see a possible election? Today, Housing Minister Nate Erskine-Smith weighed in, saying it may not be long.
When? I mean, I'm sure this will be part of the conversation. My own personal view is sooner than later, because you've got every opposition party that has said they want to bring the government down at the first opportunity. You've got a situation where you've got a new leader that is in need of a new mandate, and we're going to have an election this year one way or another, so I think sooner than later makes a lot of sense.
But Mr. Carney also would not confirm when an election call might happen. Meanwhile, opposition parties were quick to react to today's swearing-in ceremony. Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre is slamming the Liberal government's new cabinet and says the new Prime Minister is going to pull a, quote, carbon tax con job on Canadians.
It's the same Liberal gang with the same Liberal agenda, the same Liberal results, and the same Liberal promises of the last 10 years. Only they want you to be fooled, and they want to take 4 terms. Carbon tax Carney will try later today to pull another fast one. This one's going to be very sneaky, very sneaky. I call it the carbon tax con job. I told you this was going to happen, by the way. Don't say I didn't warn you. He's going to hide the consumer carbon tax for 60 days, and if he's reelected, he'll bring it back bigger than ever with no rebate.
Meanwhile, NDP leader Jagmeet Singh spoke to reporters as well today, saying Carney's priorities are misguided.
What we saw today with the cabinet selection really shows you the priorities of Mark Carney at a time when people are really worried. There's a lot of fears, resilience and strength, but a lot of worry about the cost of living already being high and a trade war increasing it. People are worried about losing their jobs. And what Mark Carney has shown is that he has not made a priority a lot of the people in our country.
Singh also said it is not the time for an election and that he wants to recall Parliament and pass legislation to support workers. Singh also criticized the change from Ministry of Labour to Jobs, saying it leaves out unions and organized labour. All right, for more, let's bring in Conservative strategist Andrew Brander. Hey, Andrew, good to see you. Always appreciate the chat. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, Scott, great to see you.
Yeah, first, as a Conservative strategist, what stood out to you watching the new Liberal cabinet? And to be clear, it's a group that likely only has about a week or so in these roles.
That's where I'd correct you. I'd say, we saw a cabinet today that was sworn in which more than 85% of those cabinet ministers are returning to the same cabinet table that they've sat at for the last 10 years. He said off the top that this is a new chapter. It might be a new chapter, but it's the same book. And that's one obviously filled with policies that have left a lot of Canadians frustrated, not being able to afford homes, not being able to pay for groceries, and in constant threat under Donald Trump's heavy tariffs, which threaten a lot of people's jobs, a lot of people's livelihoods. And you think that Mark Carney would have taken this opportunity to not play into Pierre Poilievre's attacks on the fact that he's just like Justin. Unfortunately, today's new cabinet did very little to dissuade that impression, and we're left with all the same people that have got us into a lot of the same messes that we're facing today.
Yeah, and to be fair, that's exactly what we heard from Pierre Poilievre as well in his response, that these are much, if not all, of the same people under former Prime Minister Pierre Chubbs.
Already forget his name.
Under Trudeau as well. What do you make of Poilievre's response?
It's going to be tricky getting used to saying Prime Minister Carney from now on. But they are quite synonymous. So I think, as I said earlier, Mark Carney's really had a few opportunities to try to insulate himself against what will be the strongest attack for the Conservatives, which is reminding Canadians that these are the same Liberals, these are the same people. And you've seen on both occasions, one during the leadership, when he decided that his closest team of advisors were going to be the same people that surrounded Justin Trudeau in most of his decision-making process. He had that opportunity during the leadership. He won the leadership and seemed to imply that he might have taken a different course here. There was all sorts of rumors last week about who might be new additions to this cabinet. And the list comes out today, and out of 24 cabinet ministers, 4 of them are new. That hardly represents the type of change that Canadians want to see. And I do think that today's announcement plays right into Pierre Poilievre's hand of saying, look, this is the same guy surrounded by the same advisors and the same brain trust that has gotten us into this mess at all. And if you want any kind of actual change in the next election, there's only one option for that.
Andrew, how quickly do you anticipate an election to be called now?
Soon. I think, if you look at the recent polling numbers, put aside the differences in the last few weeks, but if you look in the recent polls, the Liberals are polling better today than they have in the last 5 years, and I think that that's an indication that Canadians really haven't had a chance to get to know Mark Carney. How could they? After all, it was a very short leadership. The Prime Minister has had a total of 2 or 3 media availabilities to this day. Canadians really don't know a lot about Mark Carney, and I think what should be worrying the Liberals is the more that they learn about Mark Carney, the more they're going to understand it is exactly what Pierre Poilievre is saying, which is more of the same policies, and really the same ideas that haven't changed very much. And for that reason, I think you're going to see the government themselves want to force an election sooner than later.
Conservative strategist Andrew Brander, thanks so much for the time. I always appreciate it.
Thanks, Scott. Chat soon.
Well, a growing number of Canadians say they have no plans to travel to the United States during this ongoing trade war that has been sparked by the Trump administration. What about Americans? CTV's Paul Hollingsworth has more on the U.S. visitors still traveling north.
A trip to Nova Scotia every summer from his home in Delaware is a tradition for Arthur Elston and his wife. This year is no different.
Our best friends live up there. We're going to come up and visit them for a couple weeks, and we enjoy being with them.
Elston won't be alone.
Group travel and cruise ship travel is increasing from the United States.
Even as trade war tensions rise between Canada and the U.S., bookings are up. Nova Scotia is expecting a heavy volume of American visitors this summer.
We're 40.5% increase in sales over last year to date.
The dollar's exchange rate appears to be too good to pass up.
They'd like to vacation. They'd like to come to Canada. They'd like to take advantage of that 69-cent Canadian dollar and spend their money here.
If Americans are choosing Atlantic Canada as a preferred summer destination, in Quebec, it seems Canadian pride is boosting tourism. According to the Quebec Tourism Industry Alliance, 45% of the people who had planned a trip to the U.S. have canceled. 49% of those plan to vacation in Quebec, which could boost provincial tourism by $1.5 billion.
We don't need their lumber.
As for U.S. President Donald Trump's attitude towards Canada, Elston is taking the high road and is tuning him out.
I'm not a big fan of what he's doing, but it's not going to affect what I do.
At this stage of life, he wants to spend quality time with his friends and is not concerned about politics. Paul Hollingsworth, CTV News, Halifax.
Foreign Affairs Minister Mélanie Joly wrapped up the G7 foreign ministers meeting in Quebec today, and she was asked about her interaction with the new U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, given the fact that Canada and the U.S. are locked in this ongoing trade war.
Of course, Canada's sovereignty is not up for debate, and we had a long conversation on tariffs and trade. The approach when it comes to a relationship with the U.S., and through my conversation with the Secretary, was we will put maximum pressure on the Americans. And meanwhile, we'll work on finding off-ramps. Because we know ultimately, at the end of the day, the Trump tariffs are going to hurt Americans.
The G7 foreign ministers also backed the current U.S. proposal for a ceasefire in Ukraine, saying that the ball is now in Russia's court. Still ahead, skywatchers delight astonishing views of the overnight lunar eclipse known as the blood moon. Stay with us. You're watching CTV News Channel.
Welcome along to the Australian Grand Prix
on TSN and TSN+.
First, we won J.D. Power, ranking Ram the #1 brand in new vehicle quality. Then we won 2025 Motor Trend Truck of the Year. Now, we're throwing our weight around even more with the new Ram Heavy Duty. Well, you know what they say. You win some, you'll win some. And every win is inspired by the ones who drive us. Ram, built to serve.
Meet Milo. He's part border collie and part party animal. Meet the new Bissell Little Green Hydro Steam Pet. It's part steam-powered stain remover and part party animal patrol. Bissell, a new breed of clean.
Everybody knows what you got. Tap into slots with over 1,000 games and new ones added daily. Tap into slots. Tap into Botano. Botano. The game starts now.
The big stuff. Who do you think you are? Mr. Big Stuff. You're never gonna break my heart.
Cookies. Or cream. Crunchy cookies or smooth cream. How about both?
With a swipe of a finger, you've got a shot at an amazing vacation.
This Volkswagen ID Buzz won't win itself.
So do we roll over?
No.
We
roll.
Oh!
Keep rolling on the Tim's app today.
There's a lot of people with disabilities that don't feel seen.
AMI is a broadcaster that strives to change the way people think about disability. Watch inclusive and accessible content on AMI TV or stream now at amiplus.ca.
While many start to slow down in their 50s, a Quebec woman is defying the odds. She's gearing up to represent Canada at an international gymnastics competition. CTV's Sweeta Vassy has more on the remarkable feat.
Yes. As a master's level gymnast, Milda Graham can flip, tumble, and do cartwheels with ease. She's keeping up with people less than half her age. She's 59.
And then they see me tumbling, and then they're like, wait. So it's really fun to kind of push the boundaries of people's expectations.
The gymnast has always loved the sport, playing competitively on and off for decades.
Something kept pulling me back. I think it was my inner child. Just really loved gymnastics as a kind of a pure expression.
Warming up and doing stretches is a vital part of her routine. Graham says the key is listening to your body.
You get a personal teaching experience of your own body to understand what you must accommodate.
Graham has a serious competitive side too. In May, she will be competing at an international gymnastics competition in Germany. And although she was born in the US, Graham is hoping to bring back a medal for Canada.
I've made my home in Montreal. I love Montreal, and the idea that I'm representing in this climate something that's really passionate to my identity and my locale and my community is off the charts for me.
Up and come down. That's the best solution. Her coach, Andrea Ropoleski, couldn't be more proud.
I can't even describe it. I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled for Milda. She works hard for it. She always shows up. If anyone deserves to represent Canada, she does.
And while the world of gymnastics might look a certain way, Graham is hoping her story inspires change.
I feel like I'm standing up for, women and women's bodies.
Proving that age is truly just a number. Sweeta Vassy, CTV News.
There was a special treat overnight for those who had their eyes on the sky. A total lunar eclipse, also known as a blood moon, cast a red hue over much of Canada and much of North and South America. This phenomenon occurs when the Earth is between the moon and sun, and the moon passes through the shadow cast by our planet. The eclipse is the first of its kind since 2022. Here's what some stargazers in Toronto had to say about it.
It was awesome. It's a first time for me. It's first time for camera shooting.
It's a very exciting event. I think it's the first lunar eclipse of the year, and I'm very excited. Last time I saw, I was in Boston, and today I'm in Toronto, so I'm very happy.
I thought it was beautiful. It was really neat to see. I mean, I was excited to come out here, but I wasn't expecting it to be like that red. So yeah, it was really cool.
The peak of the total eclipse was around 2:30 a.m. Eastern Time and lasted for about an hour if you stayed up late enough to catch the show.
Here's the script. Catch up on your own time. We have to act fast, and there's only one person that can do the job. Daffy Duck. Daffy?
Oh, no, not the duck.
After the break, we're joined by film critic Richard Krause as we look at another weekend at the box office and the newest movies making the rounds. Stay with us.
Vengeance has no timeline with the mafia.
Everybody wants super straight, super white teeth. They want that Hollywood white smile. New Sensodyne Clinical White provides 2 shades whiter teeth and 24/7 sensitivity protection. I think it's a great product. It's going to help a lot of patients.
Forgetting something?
Curry?
The other thing.
Spicy curry.
Turo tires. A longer tread life, all season, and great looking.
I'll add it to the list.
Affordable all-season tires with great handling and longer tread life. Turo puts performance within reach.
Shop and get dirty. Get dirty. Get dirty. Get dirty. Shop and get dirty.
This place is stunning. And I'm talking pain relief for the soul.
What happened? What'd you do?
I'm a thief.
There's been a tweet.
Gold standard. Gold dust. Pot of gold. Solid gold. Golden opportunity. Is it just me, or is there some kind of clue here? I don't know.
Your dream vacation plans probably don't include hepatitis A or B, but many common travel activities can put you at risk of acquiring these 2 serious liver diseases. So plan on talking to your doctor about Twinrix, because you are a traveler.
If a situation presents itself, would you choose your marriage over everything else?
My devotion to my marriage is my professional weakness. Love you.
All right, looks intriguing. That was a clip from Black Bag, and joining us now to talk more about the movies of the week is film critic Richard Krause. Richard, thanks so much for joining us. First up, Black Bag, a new spy thriller. Tell us about it.
Yeah, this is Michael Fassbender playing a master spy who is charged with finding out who has stolen a device that could kill tens of thousands of people. He's given a list of 5 suspects. The complicating factor in all of this, though, is that his wife, played by Cate Blanchett, is on that list. So he has to figure out if she's guilty or not. And this is directed by Steven Soderbergh, so it's really stylish. It zips along at the speed of light. It's 90 minutes, a really tight 90 minutes that will have you moving toward the edge of your seat. This is not a James Bond-style spy movie. This is more like John le Carré meets Mr. and Mrs. Smith. So lots of dialogue, lots of clues being dropped. You have to pay attention, but if you do, you get rewarded with a pretty great ending. So it's called Black Bag. I gave it 4 out of 5 stars, and it's in theaters right now.
All right, 4 to 5 is a great rating. Next, a new psychological satire. Tell us about Opus.
I wanted to love Opus because I love some of the actors in it. John Malkovich plays a faded pop star, once very popular in the 1990s. Now he is a reclusive guy that lives in a remote compound. When he invites a number of journalists, including Io Adebari, who we know her from The Bear and lots of other things. She's a neophyte writer at sort of a Rolling Stone style magazine, and they're invited up to his compound to hear the new music. And of course, there's lots more that happens once they all get there. Can't tell you what it all is, though. What I will tell you is that this is a movie with a lot on its mind. It's trying to get through a lot of stuff. Doesn't know really whether it wants to be a story about journalism and the responsibility that journalists have in telling the story, whether it wants to be a horror movie, whether it wants to be a thriller. Two great performances at the heart of it, but the movie's a bit muddled, so I gave it 2.5 stars out of 5, called Opus, and it's in theaters right now.
All right, Richard, tell us about Novocaine.
Unlike Opus, which is kind of all over the place, Novocaine is as straight ahead as it could be. Jack Quaid stars as a guy who doesn't feel pain. He's a bank manager and just a sort of average, everyday guy, but he has this medical condition that makes him immune to pain. When his bank is robbed and the woman that he loves is kidnapped by the robbers, he takes out all the stops or pulls out all the stops to find out what's happened to her. So this is a brutally, cartoonishly violent movie because he can feel no pain, they can do all sorts of wild things to him. You get past that, though, and you have a really likable actor in the lead. Jack Quaid, we know him from The Boys and a movie a few weeks ago called Companion, and he really brings it in this. He has enough charm to even overshadow the brutal violence. So I gave Novocaine, now playing in theaters, 3.5 stars out of 5.
All right, so tell us now about Can I Get a Witness?
This is a new Canadian sci-fi eco thriller that is about a world where world poverty has been eliminated. There's no more global warming, but the price that people paid for that is that everyone ends their life at age 50. So there's no overpopulation. There's nothing like that. No technology. It is really a back to basics kind of movement. Documenting all of this are young witnesses who draw pictures, and they are there at the end of life rituals. And that woman that the movie follows is played by Kira Jang. She's terrific in this movie, and she shares several scenes with Sandra Oh, who plays her mother, that are high on emotion and really move this story forward. Called Can I Get a Witness? I gave it 3 out of 5 stars, and it's in theaters right now.
All right, Richard Krause, always appreciate your time. Thanks so much. Enjoy the weekend.
Thanks for having me.
Coming up, Mark Carney has officially been sworn in as Canada's 24th Prime Minister while unveiling the smaller federal cabinet and ministry, much smaller than under Justin Trudeau. We'll have all the latest, including reaction from federal opposition leaders. Coming up after the break, more news at the top of the hour.
Your chance to set everything right and keep her alive. Save who you can save.
Guys, every year, your body loses more testosterone. Ageless Male has been proven to support testosterone levels in men, and it supports energy, too. Get Ageless Male and be the man you want to be.
Practice starts in 20. Let's get it. T-Mac.
Who shaves for practice?
My game face doesn't take days off with Gillette Labs. Its green bar releases trapped hairs, so you can get virtually every hair in a single stroke.
That's smooth.
The best your game can get is Gillette Labs.
To build a truck like no other, we ask the tough questions. Like, what if intelligent power could take you further? Because greatness comes from daring to ask, what if? Right now, get 0% purchase financing on this F-150.
It's taken my family generations to perfect the perfect curry. Patak's makes perfect.
Being a dad and granddad means ensuring I've got all the tools to make the right choice. And now I'm in my 50s. That's more important than ever. That's why I'm choosing to look after my family, just in case.
Welcome to Senior's Choice, the #1 direct choice for Canadians over 50. How can I help?
Hi, I'd like a quick quote for Canadian seniors life insurance, please.
If you're a Canadian resident aged 50 to 80, you can choose the right amount of coverage for you and your family up to $250,000.
That kind of money would help a lot.
You can choose to apply over the phone now in just a few minutes with no medicals or blood tests needed, only a few health and lifestyle questions.
Okay, great.
Depending on the coverage you choose, it could be as little as $17.02 a month. That's just 56 cents a day.
That's less than I thought. And that money could help cover my funeral costs, settle debts, or help my wife with retirement planning. I'll do it. Now that's done, I can get on with something much more interesting.
To get a free, no-obligation quote, call one of our trusted insurance advisors today at 1-844-808-7120 or visit seniorschoice.ca.
I'm very good at what I do. Nothing good comes without risks.
I will drink to that. Hold on. Did you say Arrow?
An all-new Tracker, Sunday on CTV.
First priorities, we're going to deal with the carbon tax.
Mark Carney holds his first meeting with his new cabinet just hours after they were all sworn in at Rideau Hall.
Today, Liberals are trying to trick Canadians into electing them for a 4th term.
Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre launches his attack on Mark Carney and his new cabinet just hours after they were sworn in.
All those voices, all those people were purposely cut out by Mark Carney. He's not building a Canada where everyone belongs. He's building a Canada where only some people will get ahead.
NDP leader Jagmeet Singh reacting strongly against Mark Carney and his newly appointed Liberal cabinet. Hello and welcome to CTV News Channel. I'm Scott Hurst. Thanks for joining us. Let's go to Calgary. Happening right now, Alberta Premier Danielle Smith is making an announcement. Let's listen in.
Buildings or C-69 or tanker bans, that is a record they can't run away from. I've seen nothing to indicate that they're going to change course on that. In fact, the new Prime Minister has written his book on values, and one of his values is to phase out the oil and gas industry. So what I have been asking for is an election right away. We need to make sure that whichever way this gets resolved, that we have somebody at the table for 4 years who can negotiate a renewed Canada-U.S. free trade agreement so that we can end this back and forth on a tariff war, which is benefiting no one. So I would hope to see an election call very soon.
Okay, and any budget adjustments for MLA Sinclair up in Lesser Slave Lake, who's complained there's not enough money going back into his jurisdiction?
Well, I think MLA Sinclair didn't have full information. As you can see, what we do is we do blanket announcements for high-level budget, and then we do the granular announcements. In Lesser Slave Lake, there's $134 million of a total $239 million towards the road project that he identified in his post. That's Highway 88, which is absolutely a priority. There's 2 new schools that will be built in his riding, and there's also an upgraded to an EMS station. But we know that there's need all over the province, and so we've got to make sure that we balance that. I wish we could build every school that was needed everywhere all at once, and every road that was needed everywhere all at once. We can't. We have to stage it. We've got about $8 billion a year in our capital plan. We try to be very fair between Calgary and Edmonton, northern, central, and south. And in fact, in the transportation budget, the largest share of it is going to northern Alberta. We've got some big projects up there to make sure that we can start building a pathway to get between Grand Prairie and Fort McMurray, as well as a second road to be able to get out of Fort McMurray in the case of deadly fires. So I would say that everyone just needs to be patient as we roll things out, and we have every interest in making sure that we prioritize the needs that are put forward by our MLAs.
Next up the mic.
Lana Smith, Globe and Mail. Premier, I wanted to ask you about the RCMP investigation, and I'm hoping you can just answer this with a simple yes or no. I'm wondering if any high-level officials, current or former, from your government, including yourself or from AHS, have been questioned by the RCMP?
No.
Not yet? Do you know if they are going to?
You asked it for a yes or no. I gave you the no.
All right, thanks. Second question, switching to a different topic. On Monday, you told media that MH Care was still working with Health Canada since 2023 to put forward an application to bring in IV acetaminophen to Alberta. We've asked Health Canada this week and also numerous times over the past year whether or not they've received an application from Alberta government, from MH Care, or from Atabay. The answer every single time, including this week, was no. There has been no application put forward. So can you be more specific about how exactly this $49 million that's being held onto by MH Care of government money is going to be utilized to benefit Albertans?
The ask is for a high an acetaminophen that could be used as a replacement, high dosage acetaminophen that could be used as a replacement for opioids in hospital use. My understanding is they began the process in November of 2023. Health Canada came back and gave them a different process they wanted to follow, which submitted another application in November 2024. We've assembled the paperwork, and as I understand it, the health minister is working on getting that available to the media as soon as she can.
Thank you, Lana. We're going to move to our next question. I see you have a lot of your colleagues behind you, and we have the full 9 school.
Once the paperwork is out, you'll see the difference. There's always two sides to a story. Maybe you're not getting full information. So
thank you, Lana. Let's go to our next question at the mic.
As I did mention, yes, the health minister is assembling that information. I gave you what I have been briefed on, and we'd be happy to get that information out to you. I'm not sure of the timing on that, but yes, we intend to make sure everyone has full information.
Next at the mic, and then we'll take a couple from the phones.
Aaron Collins from CBC National News. Thanks for taking my question, Premier. I want to turn back to the announcement of the federal cabinet. Mark Carney has pushed Stephen Guilbeault out of the environment file, said he's going to get rid of the consumer carbon tax, but he still doesn't have any ministers